is a status reserved for a select few throughout history. For those remembered for more than just a name, it's a title even kings die in vain for.
Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne.
Time gives us all one simple choice. You can be forgotten or become immortal.
You think he's done now? You think he's gonna stop here? You think you can stop aBeZy? Oh my God!
Let's go!
You have to get through Skies! His name is Caesar Skies Bueno, and he chose to invest in his game.
I'm legendary.
Clayster says he's been straight up the best player in the world. Why has no one gilded?
To be remembered is not enough, because anything less than legendary is failure.
Accuracy, though, they line up! They line up for accuracy and he wins it! Are you kidding? Accuracy with thighs!
Notorious, victorious, I'm legendary. I'm taking the crown. That's why I came. I was born ready. I'm legendary.
Welcome to day 2 of Champs! Fans are filling in as 6 teams remain and the field will be whittled down to 4 after today's matchups. The players are backstage preparing for battle and a title awaits. And so does more than $1 million in prize money. And oh baby, if yesterday was something, God only knows what today has in store for us. This is bound to be a treat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of Champs. Galen Center, how we doing? So I'd like to hear, you're all fantastic. I love for the folks at the back as well. We appreciate you all. Let's have a quick look at the championship weekend though so far. And fellas, it's been one hell of a tournament so far. Today though, we got ourselves some good ones. Winners round 2 starting off today. We got ourselves Ultra Empire. FaZe gone up against Subliners. And don't forget, OpTic and Røkkr waiting in that lower bracket. We're going to say goodbye to them at some point today. It's going to be crazy. My name is Miles Ross and joining me as always, it is the best in the biz. I've got Standy, I've got Nameless, and we can't wait. Your boys in blue today will be guiding you through this morning's action as we get ready to rock and roll into what will be, fellas, another brilliant day of Call of Duty. How you feel?
Feeling absolutely amazing. Yesterday was incredible. We saw an upset, almost out of the gates, right? It was a lit day, and today's going to be even that much better.
Yeah, man, yesterday's matches were intense. Probably besides the Dallas Empire 3-0. That was swift and easy. But every other match was unbelievable, and I'm excited to see what kind of action we get into today.
Really excited. So when the first matchup we have today, of course, we get to see Toronto Ultra. First time we've seen them play since the defeat at Stage 5 Major. It was a big one. Now, boys, I have a tough question now, and this is a question that obviously Marky B has already answered. But if you were Ultra's coach, you've seen the boys go through that experience, what would you actually say to them to get them out of the hole and get them ready for Champs?
You know what? I'd be like, we've been the better team throughout this year, right? Like we won an event, we've been all the way a few times, and you look at that series, and you're one map away from 5-0ing that squad. So you know you're the better team. You look at the Search and Destroys. We've been a great Search and Destroy team for like 6 months now. We win one of those Search and Destroys, we close it out, and we win it. So for the Toronto Ultra, just coming here, forgetting about that series, and doing what they've been doing all season long.
I'm telling them, yo, listen, you guys have been the second best team all year long. What happened at Major 5 was just simply a choke. You guys were up 4-0, and all 4 maps were a complete smoke show. That is the team that you guys are. You guys have the opportunity to make something happen, make history as a full squad of European players to come out and win this event, so you got to bring it. And it all starts by having fun. If you're not having fun, there's no point in even playing.
Can't forget, friends, we're still playing games. It's going to be a lot of fun nonetheless. Now, before we get into this one, Jess, we touched upon this a little bit. She actually had a chat with Bance, so it's all good and well hearing what you boys think. I'd love to see, though, what Bance has to say for himself. Jess, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. So, Bance, it's been a couple weeks now since Major 5. You've had a chance to kind of break down what went wrong, and what did you learn from that loss?
Probably S&D needs a bit of a work. I feel like our respawns were good near the end of the tournament. It started off a bit sloppy, but we worked on that. But I feel like as our respawns got better, our S&Ds got worse. And against a team like Minnesota, like they're going to punish you for not being good at S&D.
So you guys have been a really consistent team with one of the deepest map pools, and I know you kind of went into it a little bit, but what really do you think is going to be the key to succeeding this weekend?
I believe our S&D. I feel like that's what made us a strong team before, because we normally always used to go down 1-0. We normally always used to lose the opening hard point, but it was always that second map that really bounced back and gave the momentum back into our favor.
Well, finally, can you finish the sentence? If Toronto Ultra don't win the title, blank.
No, I'm kidding. Listen, that's probably not in my mind. I'm so focused on us winning, so it's not across my mind.
Well, I loved that genuine reaction, Vance. Thank you so much. Miles, back on over to you.
Thank you very much, Jess. Banter man, very choice words. Fellas, it's been one hell of a year for the Toronto Ultra. We've seen rags to riches, we've seen tears, we've seen all sorts of goods in between. But, Nameless, what do you think the KDs again this season so far? I mean, does it paint an accurate story of what the squad's gone through?
I think so. You look at this team, they bring in insight and they win a championship. I mean, Rookie of the Year on this squad. No doubt if they have a run here, he'll lock that one in. And for these guys, they've been the essence of teamwork throughout the year. You know, that's how they get through their matches. That's how they've gotten better. And I think they're one of the teams to beat for sure.
Stud, anything to say there, brother?
Well, completely agree with that, man. Definitely the teamwork is what makes this team so well, because if you go back to when they had that match and played Raid, they only outslayed by 6 points, but they won by 180. So their teamwork needs to be on point today to make sure that they have that run.
Teamwork might make the dream work, but again, I think the next question for me is frankly going to be, if of all the teams in the league, obviously Toronto's got some of the finest teamwork out there, who individually needs to shine for you boys for Toronto to have a good start here?
I'm looking at the aggressive SMG and Kleenex. I mean, everybody loves numbers, so I'm gonna bring some up for you guys. Woo! Throughout the last 3 search and destroys that they lost in that series, he had under a 0.5 KD in search and destroy. You know, as a pro player, as an aggressive SMG, this has to be the guy that's going in and getting you those kills. He had a map where he had a donut, another where he was 2 and 7, so I'm looking at him to step it up, 0.83 across the series as well. When your aggressive SMG is going off, it makes it easier for everybody on the squad. Now, I know there's some other players who drop the ball, but I think it starts with Kleenex. We know what he's capable of. He's got to go out there and do it today.
Yeah, for me, the player that has to shine on the Ultra side has got to be Vance, man. When you think about what he was able to do at Stage 2, he won player to stage. He was almost on the brink of retiring because he was not playing to the best of his ability, but at Stage 2, he really stepped up. 1.2 versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, which was insane. But as of recent, at that Stage 5, he was sitting at like a 0.88. And that's not what he's supposed to do. He's not going to be the most impactful player, picking up the 3-piece, putting them all in the kill feed. He does it with his positioning as that SMG. As long as he's able to shoot these players in the back, that's where he sees a lot of success. So I'm looking at Vance to really step up for this team today.
Well, boys, the other teams that we've been having a rivalry with, I suppose, for Toronto Ultra has been Atlanta FaZe. I mean, we're going to see them play later on today, and they'll be playing the Subliners. It's going to be an absolute humdinger indeed. But, I mean, look, it's been an interesting run for them recently, that's the way to say it. I mean, they've lost 3 out of their 5 matches. They're supposed to be the top dogs. I mean, look, they lost to Røkkr 1-3, then they lost to Seattle Surge. I mean, I was sitting at home, and I got a shush. What do we think, crowd?
Damn.
Damn! It was a rough one. I mean, how are they going to rebound from this one? Are they still a top team, boys? Are they still the real deal?
Yeah, they're still the real deal, but I mean, their hardpoint has not looked great. They've lost, 2 in their last 2 series. That's not okay. And I'd bring up stats like I just did, but I feel like stats are relevant with the squad. You look at them, they have all the talent in the world. They can win their gunfights. It's about that teamwork. They were struggling to break hills. They were struggling to hold hills, and that's kind of what happened last year towards the end of the series. So looking at FaZe, they got to have better teamwork today and slow it down sometimes. Get those kills and get control.
If FaZe want to go out there and win this championship, obviously they got to go out and win this match, but I completely agree with you. I think it all starts with the hard points. When you go back to what they did at Major 5, they lost 3 out of 4 hard points with every single player underneath a 1.0 KD. We're talking about Atlanta FaZe. That just simply does not happen, especially with your 2 SMG players in Simp and aBeZy who went 0.9s. Like, that's unacceptable. I'm looking at these guys to really step up in this game mode in order for them to try to get that championship.
Some of the finest players in the world, we expect them to do just that. Now, boys, obviously we're giving them a lot of flack, as we should. Like, they're one of the greatest teams in the world right now, it has to be said. But this was a disappointing run against a squad that, frankly, they should have been beaten. Coming into this tournament today, still, do you feel like they're going to show you something special? Do you feel today they're going to show you something to prove that they're ready to go all the way and win the championship this weekend?
I feel like they will have a spectacular performance versus New York. The last couple of hardpoints, they haven't been great, but they've had time, man, and they got Arcitys now, a big weapon. I think they're going to figure it out. It's going to be crazy today.
I completely agree. I feel like Atlanta, with the wake-up call that they had at Major 5, they're going up against a New York team who just got Clayster back. And I know that this NYSL roster has a winning record versus Atlanta FaZe, But it's go big or go home, man. It's final series. You leave it all out on the table here.
It's going to be a grudge match. We can't wait to see it. Clay playing his old teammates. I saw Simp repping a New United shirt earlier today on the walk-in, but we'll see what happens today. We've got plenty of games still to get through. A quick look at today's schedule. Toronto Ultra taking on Dallas Empire up first. That's going to be a treat. Atlanta FaZe, New York Subliners after that. And then, of course, coming up after 6 p.m., OpTic Chicago going up. And again, the winner of Toronto, or the loser of Toronto Dallas. And then we've got Røkkr going up against Atlanta NYSL's loser. These matches are going to be brilliant. We will be saying goodbye to one of those bottom 4 teams. Can't wait. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be throwing in a quick break. When we come back, we're talking all sorts of goodies. And we're going to give you your regular season MVP. Don't go anywhere.
Up from the ground and out of the gates. I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane. Yeah, cause I'm the only one that's born for this shit. Cause I am mythic, I was made for this shit.
Introducing your nominees.
aBeZy, though, just doing it by himself. And oh, baby, aBeZy.
Oh my God,
dear.
aBeZy. Oh my God, aBeZy. You are a freak.
Big, oh no!
What a win from Shotzzy.
A man that deserves the award, the credit, and then some. I mean, at this point, Shotzzy, he can do no wrong.
Simp takes down all 3. A triple on the board as Simp dominates.
He is one of, if not the most impressive Call of Duty players I've ever seen.
Amy right now doing it literally all himself. Every single kill for his team this round has been him.
Oh my God, Cammy. What the hell was that?
Cellium, a huge win, a huge finale, and a little drop shot, hop, skippy, do whatever you want to call it.
Oh my God, Cellium cannot be stopped. And there you have it, your 5 nominees for the 2021 Call of Duty League MVP. Well, there are your candidates, Simp, Shotzzy, Cellium, aBeZy, and Cammy. And dudes, it is a tough one to make that choice. So we were given, you know what, we had the opportunity to fill out those forms. We had a little chat amongst ourselves. We're like, how the hell do we make a decision on who was the best player of the year? But I think there was still one player that stood out quite, frankly, above the rest in almost all categories with whatever situation he was in. However, the cards were played, one player rose above them all else. And I think I'm ready to bring him out. And I know the fans in the arena know who it is. And it is no surprise to a lot of folks. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2021 Call of Duty League regular season MVP, it's Simp! Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your 2021 regular season MVP, it is Simp. There was simply no one else. So, dude, bend your knees. This bad boy is all for you.
Thing's bigger than me.
Woo! Let's get it. Bro, come on round. We'll have a nice chat with you.
man.
You are a true champion, man. Congratulations again. It was a crazy season. It really, really was. But let's get you right next to Study. Get you over there. We'll get that trophy on stage for the fans at home to admire.
Congrats, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
Simp!
This is a good seat.
Great seat, right? Got a future up here. One day.
One day indeed. Mate, congratulations again. Simp, straight up, like you've been here before, but what does it mean to you winning MVP again?
I mean, it feels amazing just to be in the position I'm in and to have the career I've had already. And, without my team, this wouldn't even become possible. So those guys do so much for me, and I think overall, those guys know I love them like brothers, so those guys are the guys.
For me, the biggest thing though is like Major 5. That was like the first time I've ever seen you guys play like that. Was it a wake-up call for you guys? What were you guys working on the back end to try to prepare for this one?
Yeah, it was definitely a wake-up call. I mean, I think before then our scrims were a little iffy going into Major 5 in hardpoints. So I think we were kind of brushing it off because of how we were. And, Major 5 was the wake-up call that we needed. And I'm pretty sure we fixed all of our stuff. And as long as we're playing in scrims, we're going to fry everybody.
Cool.
Absolutely, man. And congrats first on getting the MVP. You've been stellar all year long. But you've had some tough opponents throughout the year, and New York being one of them. And you play them once again today. What makes them such a tough opponent for you and the team?
I mean, the one person on that team, Clayster, you know how he is. He doesn't want to lose to me or Tyler or Alec, and I think overall it's going to be a really good match just because of our little, brotherly rivalry.
Yeah.
So for me, my biggest question for you guys is obviously you've had an up and down season, mostly high, but the lows have been pretty interesting. What was the biggest difficulty for you guys preparing for champs?
Kind of just acknowledging our mistakes and having an actual talk between us, because I feel like after last event we had a really personal talk for about an hour or two with each other, and we just got rid of whatever differences we had on the map and any issues that we had, and I don't think we felt better for an event since.
If you guys ended up winning this championship here, would you guys consider yourself a top dynasty in Call of Duty?
Ooh. I mean, that's going to take some time to throw that label out there, but we're going to do the best we can in the time we have, and hopefully we can win as much as we can.
All right, man-to-man, Simp, talk to me honest here. Are you guys winning this event?
Yes.
You're winning, 100%
yeah, we're winning
calling it
champs.
right now. All right, make some noise, crowd. Simp said he's winning this event. You heard it right here. All right, good luck today.
Thank you.
Simp, mate, once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Miles.
What a season it was. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, your 2021 regular season MVP, Simp! MVP! MVP! Right, you animals, we're going to throw you to a quick commercial break, and upon our return, it's more Call of Duty goodies here as Champs continues. We'll be right back.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, I'm legendary. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Still rolling on here. We haven't got the matches started, champs yet. Plenty more chats to go, though. Again, we're all Simps for Simp here at the Call of Duty League. MVP with good reason. That regular season was a wild one. And now we continue onwards. First matchup, though, coming up today is going to be a treat. We've got ourselves Toronto, we've got ourselves Dallas. But after that, Atlanta FaZe against Simp going up against the New York Subliners. Now, boys, before we got going, we actually had an opportunity for Jess to talk to Røkkr, the legendary coach of the New York Subliners, to see where the boys' heads are at today.
Thank you so much. So, Røkkr, how impressed are you with the way the team has been playing in their first match since Clay's return?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how the guys performed yesterday. We kind of did a lot of what we talked about in our preparation coming into that match. We started off hot. We took the first 2 maps, but what I'm the most happy about from that series is the composure and the resiliency they displayed throughout that series. It's not easy trying to keep that composure and fending off the reverse sweep against a crowd that's full of people who are just rooting against you. And it's something that we talked about a lot because only Clayster and Asim from our team have experience playing in front of that OpTic crowd. So for the younger guys, Mack and Paco, I was a little worried about how they would react, but they surpassed my expectations.
That's great to hear. So Clay has said that you guys have had success against FaZe because of his familiarity with the FaZe players. How much does it change the team to have a player with, Clay's COD IQ on it?
I mean, it's a complete game changer, and it's something that kind of we rely upon a lot in a lot of our series. I mean, the guy's been competing for over a decade, He's been put into these situations like 1,000 more times than any other person on our team. So that experience is what really carries and propels us through a lot of these series. And like I said, it's something we rely upon a lot, but look, it goes both ways. He's played with those guys before, so the Atlanta FaZe guys know how he thinks just as well as he knows how they think. So they're kind of play off one another, but it's also one of the reasons why we have a winning record against them this season.
It's definitely true. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck today. Back on over to the desk.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Røkkr. Again, Røkkr, he's right. They do have a winning record versus Atlanta FaZe this season so far. New York Subliners, man, they seem to have the kryptonite to those little super freaks. Boys, what do we think? I mean, it's hard to bring them down, once, but these guys, Subliners, they keep doing it. I mean, do you think they can get the third today?
It's going to be really tough. You look at this series, and across the times that they've played FaZe, they've like 0-5 in control. You look at the control season for New York, it's 18-24. It's been tough for them to figure it out. So I think today going into this match, like that has to be a focus point for them, trying to win that control because they have went the distance when it comes to checkmate. They've gotten down to the wire, so they can somehow get that map through in the vetoes. Maybe they have a chance, but it's been a struggle factor throughout the season.
For me, I think that their main focus has to be search and destroy because in the previous matchups, the way that New York have always got it done was winning both hardpoints and securing that Game 5 search and destroy. But now, Atlanta FaZe, at least what they showed at Major 5, they were struggling, but they have definitely improved. So your bank has to be on the S&Ds. And I'm really looking at, a player like Clayster, a guy that just came in on 2 weeks' notice. It's hard to get back into the groove of things in search and destroy, but watching them yesterday versus OpTic, it was beautiful. Even this round specifically, when you're looking at the B-roll, I couldn't believe HyDra just hopped that bomb and was able to get it. Like, that was insane stuff. So the S&D needs to be on point for me for NYCel to take a chance.
He was surprised as we were, man. You saw that face there, dude. It was wild.
Yeah, that was an insane round. And they played great search and destroy. It reminded me of when they first fixed their S&D, when they had this roster, a couple months ago, and they were going on that streak. We saw them dominating on maps like Express. So, yeah, if they can continue that search and destroy, they have a good chance as well.
Good chance to beat FaZe. One other team that has managed to defeat Atlanta FaZe, of course, going all the way back to Major 5, was the Minnesota Røkkr. And again, it was a shocker. It was insane. If you're Røkkr now, though, and of course you're waiting in the lower bracket, who would you rather play?
I think you want to play FaZe, man. You want to play them coming off of a loss because you want to get them out of the tournament. It's some big competition. One, you have recently beat them a couple matches ago at the last major, and then also both of them have been kind of struggling in hardpoint. We saw Røkkr lose both of their hardpoints yesterday, and then we've seen FaZe lose a lot of hardpoint as of late. So you match up well. Your search and destroy is good. FaZe search and destroy is good. And if you come correct in hardpoint, you could take the series. So, and it would just give you a lot of momentum. I mean, you take down FaZe at COD Champs. Come on now.
Yeah, for me, I feel like if Minnesota, I would rather play New York. And the reason why is because if you're trying to play a team like Atlanta FaZe, they are the best team in every single mode, especially in control. They're like leading #1 in every single category there. And on the opposite side, I feel like Minnesota and New York, they have a similar play style. The only thing that Minnesota has over them is that control game. That's just something that New York has been struggling with ever since they picked up HyDra. So I feel like if I'm Minnesota, that's the team I want to go with.
You always did want to take the easier route.
Think so? I don't know. I
Always
beat you a
taking
couple
the
times.
shortcuts.
It wasn't easy.
Always taking the shortcuts.
It's all right.
Well, speaking of a player that might be one of taking the shortcuts, yesterday in the post-game interview, Scump said that he would rather face Dallas. Now, OpTic seem to be getting the flow on. You know, it's a tough Game 5 series against the Subliners to start things off, boys. It's one day at a time for OpTic. What have they got to do today to make it into the games tomorrow?
Well, I think that they're going to end up playing Ultra because I have Dallas winning that series. And that is the impossible for OpTic, it seems. I mean, you think about the match where they made it all the way to a Game 5, round 11, and they make the mistakes that we've been seeing all year long. We've been saying it all year long, and we've been saying it all day yesterday and coming into today. They have to fix their search and destroy woes. I'm going to say it one last time, and it has to be against Ultra today because that's who I believe they will be facing to make it to the end of the weekend.
Yeah, for me, I think it just simply comes down to if you're OpTic, you do not want to touch Toronto. You just want Dallas to lose because
They have no
Toronto
choice.
have had their number the entire year. Ever since they picked up Insight, they cannot beat these guys, especially like Nameless said, in Search and Destroy. Overall, they are 1-6. You stand no chance versus a team like that. Multiple series, at least the last 3 were 3-2, 3-1, 3-2, 3-1. It's just going back and forth. They haven't really found the formula. I'm just going to leave those guys alone. You better just pray that Dallas end up in that losers bracket.
Yo, we'll see if it happens, and it's coming up next, friends. A very, very exciting matchup here in playoffs. We're getting the day started with a banger. We've got Toronto, we've got Dallas, and we've got it right after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm legendary. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the
Throughout
dust.
history, for those remembered for more than just a name, it's a title even kings die in vain for.
Out of the dust. A legend is born. Born for the game. Born for the throne.
Time gives us all one simple choice. You can be forgotten or become immortal.
You think he's done now? You think he's gonna stop here? You think you can stop aBeZy? Oh my God!
Let's go.
You have to get through Skies! His name is Caesar Skies Bueno, and he chose to invest in his game.
I'm legendary.
Cleanex has just been straight up the best player in the world. Why has no one killed him?
To be remembered is not enough, because anything less than legendary is failure.
Accuracy, though, they line up! They line up for accuracy and he wins it! Are you kidding? Accuracy with thighs!
I'm taking the crown. That's why I came. I was born ready. I'm legendary.
What's going on, LA? How you doing today? I'm Golden Boy, your host, and we are going to have a good time. Second day of action here at the Call of Duty League Championship. And let's go ahead and get right into the action and bring out your first team from the Lone Star State. You know them, you love them. It's the Dallas Empire.
It's all on Insight, and he's done! Empire! Well, no, they were ready for attacks this time, and Shotzzy putting them on skates! 3-1 up play for the Chow, and iLLeY! Shotzzy over the top, the slide, and that's the movement.
Seconds left, Sky tries to jump it, but it's Vivid who bounces back here.
Let's go!
And here they come. Welcome to the stage, the Dallas Empire. No love lost with this crowd. But if there's one thing for certain, the Empire are playing right into it here to defend their championship. Most importantly, get a back-to-back Call of Duty League Championship title. How historic that would be, and could this be the roster to make it happen? It's a question that we're all asking ourselves here today. You got Shotzzy. This guy's won championships in Halo. He's won championships in Call of Duty. You got Vivid as well as the one and only, everyone's favorite player. Give it up for Crimsix. Am I right, guys? But now, it is time to welcome their opponents taking the stage for the first time here at the Call of Duty League Championship. It is the Toronto Ultra.
Needs a cheap friends these days. I don't put my trust in no one but the teammates. Boogle no taking no recess, no beaches, the THC till we make it proper. Kim in this to be the best and feed the
10
best.
seconds left, nades are up and about. Bounce gets the kill, what? And that's movement on Kenny. Kenny, he's able to play his life. So much, but Dax from Toronto all 5 in a row. Why is Clayster still alive? Why has no one killed him? Insight now to save the day. There it is. The trap's still set for the kill box. They can't get out right now. They go to the other side. Insight there with easy 6
to be the best and feed the rest. Cause need a little bit of knowledge.
Taking the stage for the first time here at the Galen Center, it is the Toronto Ultra! Finishing second in the regular season, just behind the Atlanta FaZe. Toronto coming off of that crushing defeat at Stage 5, looking to right their wrongs here in Los Angeles. Look for Insight to be the difference maker for this team, and ever since his arrival to the Ultra, he has been an X factor for the Canadian squad. But now it is time to get ready for the action. Your roster, Bence, Cammy, CleanX, and Insight. This is going to be a clash for the ages. But folks, here in the Galen Center, are you ready? That's what I like to hear. Let's send it over to your casters, the one and only Maven and Merc.
Thank you, Golden Boy. How you doing, pal? I'm excited for this. I think after Major 4, I said I would cast this matchup every single time it happens because it's been insane. I'm with Crimsel. What's he got going on? Boom, boom. I love pistols, that. Dude. That's amazing. What did he say to call him after day 1? It was
Babyface Porter.
BFP?
Yeah, BFP. BFP.
I'm with it.
Why not? I just find it funny because everybody's rooting for Ultra in here. Because I know there's a lot of OpTic fans booing Crim.
They've just been shit
when
on
Ultra have just destroyed them, which is crazy to me. But yeah. I get it. I understand. Bubbles, as you said, it should be a great match.
It's like, what do you hate more, them or Crim, I guess, depending on how it's gone.
Just flip a coin?
Yeah, no, it might be the case. But let's get into our Game Fuel keys to victory, as we're going to start off with Toronto Ultra and go through how they're going to take this matchup, how it will get done. Joe, take me through it.
Well, you got to get better at Search and Destroy, right? 1-3 at the Major 5 final. You need them to bounce back. And, well, you're looking at your submachine guns. The first 4 maps 1 through 4, that duo was +10. That's Bance and CleanX. After that, -49.
Yikes.
Oh my goodness gracious. Then show some improvements on Checkmate and Raid Hardpoint. They're 6-1 on Garrison throughout Stage 5. That is, in my mind, going to be gone almost every single match. 4-6 throughout Stage 5 on those other 2. That is where they need to improve to win a championship.
And I know we kind of left it off there because everyone kind of, the big glaring issue, can you bounce back from maybe the biggest collapse in the history of Call of Duty?
Well, the good thing is you have a tournament 2 weeks later and it's a bigger one, right? So that's really the message that I would have to the squad. Forget about it. It's done. We got top 2. We saw how good we can be. We have to focus on this.
Well, now the Game Fuel keys to victory for Dallas Empire as they made it look easy yesterday, and one of the faster 3-0s you'll see.
Well, Vivid has been just a difference maker in the last 2 wins versus Ultra. In the wins in Search and Destroy, a 1.46. In the Control, a 1.38. Look for that Vivid versus CleanX battle. It should be a fun one. And then Crim and iLLeY, what I loved yesterday is they're starting to find the balance between those ego chows, that aggressiveness, and that disciplined playstyle. And then they are 5-2 in Search and Destroy and Hardpoint versus Ultra in the last 2 matches.
Yeah, it feels like they've had that kind of, I don't know, live or die by the ego chow at times, but it seems like they've taken some of those out. It's not as much that you're looking at me going, oh dear God, why'd you take that gunfight, Crim? That's maybe lessened a little bit, which bodes well for them. But let's look through our maps and modes as we're gonna go through this best of 5, Ultra versus Empire. And I was talking to Crim yesterday, and he said, Maven, what's the most important map in the game? And I was like, I'm probably gonna tell me Raid. It's on all 3. He said, yes. He's like, people are scared to play teams like Ultra and FaZe on Raid. We are not. You see it twice.
Yeah, you're going to see Raid Hardpoint right away. And again, look at the Hardpoint vetoes. Garrison, Checkmate, gone. So what does that open up for Ultra? One is going to be that raid hardpoint. Moscow hardpoint is something they have not played a lot of throughout this year. I like these vetoes a lot for Dallas Empire. I think they got a lot of strengths away from Ultra. But Ultra, maybe they knew that this was coming, right? You always game plan for the end game. We'll see if that's going to come into fruition here.
Well, this has provided some of the more thrilling series over the course of this year.
Don't jinx us, Maven.
If I get another 3-0, I'm leaving. I need a banger here. I did see Vivid and Rambo in the back before this, and I was like, yo, come on, just, I casted like 30 minutes yesterday. I would love just have a long 45. Series. And Vivid's like, no, we're going for the throw. We're going for the 3-0. Like, we're gonna make it quick. I was like, that's what you have to say, but I'll give me a game 5 banger, please.
Well, at least we're going to raid hardpoint. Who doesn't love raid hardpoint? We always had some bangers here, man.
That's true. That is true. You can see how they fared over the course of the year. 10-11 for Ultra, 6-4 for Empire. As we get ready to rock and roll, day 2 of playoffs, as we continue on to the biggest tournament of the year, the second season of the Call of Duty League. It's time to get rocking and rolling. Ultra, Empire, who will move on into that winner's final. And Insight first up on your screen. What, in addition, this man has been this year?
Well, and I mean, you look at the Major 5 final and who was just that guy. It was Insight for this team. Cammy had a solid series, but it was, again, if it wasn't for Insight, who knows? That could have been uglier earlier on. But for Dallas, a nice break. You see them in map control going their way, but Clayster and Bans, they're just going to right up to Courtyard, maybe start thinking about getting towards those kitchen spawns.
Well, Vivid, he is already here. He's taking down one. Second, not going to happen, is flying around the edge will be Clayster, but you've got a healthy chunk of time. You're already approaching 20 seconds, about 25 left on it. You've got that left side of the map. Things looking good for Empire, but Cammy, the playmaker, he is lighting up 3, and he's ready to snap on the 4th. My God, has he been a special talent. That'll get him into the point, and that'll give them numbers on that left side of the map.
Well, I think that's a huge mistake by Vivid and Shotzzy. They both spawn up back Laundry, and they think that the push is coming through the middle of the map, and it doesn't. Ultra just go 3 to ring, and now you're seeing Toronto Ultra just start to take that lead. They are able to get those P2 spawns. A nice little break there, but I think that's a mistake there. Nobody played safe back Laundry. Vivid and Shotzzy, they get caught middle of the map, and the spawns flip. Now Dallas Empire in a tough spot.
I'll tell you what, it's hard to say, underrated, because the guy was considered the MVP vote, but Cammy, when you talk about someone who needs to step up and make an insane play, he is on a very short list.
No, you know what's interesting right now is Cammy's actually running a 3rd submachine gun. I don't know if he's picking it up, if we can hop on board with him here in a second, just to see maybe they want to play around the pressure and the aggressiveness of Cammy and sort of that versatile play style. They're not running 2 ARs right now. It is all about the submachine guns, but iLLeY able to get in with some nice shots.
iLLeY somehow gets a second off the tail end of that as well. With 20 seconds left, we'll start to focus on the rotation over to Garage. There's a gunfight going down in Zig, but I believe that's Insight that has to try and dip away with his life for now. It's Vance that's getting tucked away all the way in the back, and it's a multi-kill for Cammy again. 2 in a row for him, 3 in a row for Insight. Vance's POV as we get set up inside a Garage, and the teamwork is there. It is on point. Insight streak will continue as Vance will fall, but it's a contest currently on the point.
Yeah, Clayster still going on a big flight, but iLLeY again. This man is snapping. iLLeY with all 3. He's up to 7 and 5. When you talk about X factors, sometimes he can just do ridiculous things on the map. We saw it in Kitchen. He breaks P3 as well. Dallas Empire now all 4 dead. And well, a chance to take the lead. And now if you're Ultra, you can see the way they're playing. Clayster is backing on up. I think they're just going to play around mid-map control.
And this is one of those moments when there's like 40 seconds left and Court's coming up. It's like, do we take one more crack at it? More often than not, it's just got to be a no. You have to just have the discipline to set up because you can get absolutely punished if you go for it and fail.
Well, they're going for it. They're getting pretty aggressive around our side. That's going to be 2 dead. Where are these players going to spawn? That's all 3. Maybe a mistake here for Ultra. 1 player is going to spawn out at Court, but 2 players at Old. So you have a 3v2 on this rotation. Insight and Clayster going to try and hold it, just wait for the reinforcements, but here comes that first gunfight. Well, Cammy off his spawn, able to find one, does switch back to that Drake, but you're in a good position if you're Empire right now.
Yeah, I mean, this could absolutely end up costing him. We're going to see if Ultra can get a bit of stabilization here as Cammy picks up 2. Still the fight for the hard point for now. Ultra able to get in, looking for the lead change, down 5. Thought it was going to get a little bit ugly, but maybe they stabilized. But the fact is, you never get that calm, clear hold. And now Empire bursted on through. Shotzzy able to find the opener. Backed up the Tiki will be Cammy. In go Empire, and you think that comes down to maybe it's a little over-aggression towards the garage hard point?
100%, 100%. You allow them to get towards back Laundry, and they're just able to play their life. You had Shotzzy on 5 in a row. Now it's iLLeY's turn, who's on 4 in a row. The young phenom starting to take over this game as they have almost a 30-point lead. As well, the last 15 seconds going to go their way, and now as we head over to our 5th hill, we'll see if Ultra can get into a setup.
Well, Ultra, a team that, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. We've been big on them. Just doing the fundamentals. Maybe cost it a little bit there, but at 14-6, Insight getting close to streak, starting to make the plays, down 40. Let's go to Elicited with Toronto Ultra.
Sticky, yeah? Crim, 2-2, one more Vivid.
Nice, Cam. I'm just getting wall down.
Yeah.
Let's get kitchen. Let's get
1-6. Okay, yeah, big kills, Jimmy.
Shotzzy's big, got money.
Got money, yeah?
Yeah, I said out with you, Jimmy.
I don't see him.
I have your pillars pushing.
Yeah, he's money still, weak.
Pillars.
Nice.
One more top
Kitchen,
top
2 kitchen.
One more.
There's that one shot, Cam. Shoot right, Cam, one shot. One shot time, Cam, you got lead.
Yeah, I'm still alive, bro. I'm on shot.
I'm pitching
Okay, yeah, I'm going kitchen.
Yeah, good plays. I'm waiting for you guys to engage your kitchen.
Give me a sec, I'm in.
Yeah, he's in kitchen, mate. I've got a kill.
Okay, yeah.
One more kitchen after that, Cam. One more.
Yeah, kitchen.
Pillars right up.
I can't help you. I'm one shot.
Shotzzy kitchen on me.
Let's go, guys. Nice, well played.
Yeah,
get on right.
I've got time.
We're looking for Crim. We're looking for Crim.
It was Zig, I think, went up.
I'll say go, Cam.
Go,
Go, Cam.
Everybody we can Zig.
Okay.
Go up.
They're going to play me
Can we
over.
war? Yeah. I'm naming Zig.
iLLeY, play new, Toby. Play new. It's big player new, Toby.
That's one jungle.
Wide band.
Wide right.
Might try pinchers, careful.
Okay, I'll hold
it. You already God Rock coming.
Okay.
God Rock, one shot, God Rock. Nice, that's 2 dead.
I got naded on one shot.
Close right, Jamie. That's one out.
iLLeY dead on one shot. Can we find you launcher?
Yeah.
I'm launcher dead.
One's probably spawning here still, though.
Oh, here, launcher me.
I'm pushing launcher. Can we pillars?
He's behind me.
One jungle, one on my
Yeah,
side.
I'm getting shot on that mark.
Pillars kill me. He's on time. Jamie, you can shoot him in the back.
He's weak.
Yeah,
Weak
spawn
right band.
Let's come mid.
Nice. We need to start.
Yeah, one's mid, Crim, we can P5, bind the street, Crim. Nice, good shit.
Two hill. One left, one behind black van.
Black van.
Go in.
Nice,
one shot, man. He's mid. One at a time, mid. Pillars straight away. One time.
Crim laundry.
Pillars straight away.
40-point advantage for Empire. And Joe, one of your big thing in the keys to victory really was around the subs for Ultra, advancing CleanX. Struggling a bit here so far.
Yeah, and you look at number 5, Vivid, right? 19-16. This is a guy that can match the pace of CleanX. There's not a lot of players who can do it. Who's winning that battle? Vivid. Who's winning the game right now? It's Dallas Empire. And even in those comms, okay, you gotta be careful. Nobody played safe, so Cammy spawns up in the back. Cammy now with a chance to make a play. Nobody played safety, but it looks like Crim's gonna pick up on it. Him and Vivid, they realize the position and where their teammates spawn, but this is a break opportunity for Ultra. They're able to get on through. And a bit of a mistake there for Empire. You saw it once for Ultra, now there for Empire.
Don't you love Call of Duty before you can finish making your point?
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, we gotta point that one out. That's important.
Absolutely, but they get the break. Now, can they make the run as Cammy keeps on cruising? They're gonna need him to step up massively for the team. The slow start for Bance, maybe starting to heat on up as well, but it's 4 in a row for Cammy as he inches closer and closer to these streaks. It's a pick for Shotzzy and Crim towards mid-map and water side, but you still have all the control around the point. 15 seconds left to go. And now you got to start to think about that transition across. You see the number 6 on the map set up. That's going to be Shotzzy ringside, posted up. Got some help inside of Art from Vivid as well. Can they get out? That's a big one. The trade is there and it is clean. That's going to be the 5th now for Cammy. The chow onto number 6 can win that as well. Close to the artillery. As Cammy is rolling, now the deficit to 30, but can they get the big break into Garage? One spawning out in Vivid. They've got a chance here for the push. They've got numbers just for a moment, but that's not gonna be the kill you need to get the streaks. That's your teammate, and then he drops. No streaks for Ultra. Hold still here for Empire, now eclipsing the 200-point mark.
Yeah, it's no streaks, but what a job by Shotzzy, just staying alive and then buying Vivid time off his spawn. Ultra just trying to break this because these 28 seconds, they put Empire very close into winning the game. And it just feels like the slaying is starting to get one-sided over here towards Garage. A great job by Dallas, very disciplined towards the middle of the map. Shotzzy at least able to find one ringside. But over towards court, and this is where things get interesting. You get a full 60 here, and then it comes down to that courtyard hill.
Well, you know, Empire yesterday with Røkkr and their comebacks, you want to put them away. They've thrown away a 150-point advantage against Ultra in a hard point. You know they need to get it done here as well. Just try to close it out, but the next hard point pops. It's court control for Ultra's Bance. Bobbing and weaving mid-map to find some of the big kills, but this time you get a far cleaner setup, right? It was scrappy early last time to court. Now, you have some moments in the setups to deal with this. Is Insight hitting the shots? Will the trade be efficient and on point? It is. It's Bance that's back off spawn. So far, so good as the comeback's starting to come in, but that's 5 in a row now for Shotzzy.
And if I'm Shotzzy, I'm playing my life here, right? Well, he doesn't really care. He's not me, but I'm thinking about streaks to end this game, but they're going to try and end it here because if you're Empire, the only way you lose this really could be the streaks. Shotzzy staying alive, finds number 7. An MVP candidate finds number 8. Shotzzy trying to end the game right here. Artillery in. He's doing it by himself.
The man on a mission for the repeat. The time remaining on the point to get the W. Nobody close enough. Streaks are raining in, and Empire close out map 1.
And don't listen to me. Do whatever you want. Never mind. Unbelievable stuff. But what goes wrong there? If Ultra hold the full 60, the comms aren't on point, then you give a streak up to Toronto Ultra. That's how they break the next hill and potentially win the game. But he just gets kitchen control. He flies out the window, and he just shoots.
Yeah, I thought he was going to dive to the first kill. I thought he was going to dive to the second kill. I thought he was going to dive to the third. But he just
doesn't die.
Yeah, just stays up, gets the dub. Joe, statistically, anything popping off?
Look at number 4 and number 5. That is the difference maker to me. I just feel like when Cleanex is playing at his best, Ultra is a different beast. But Vivid 29 and 25 gives it his best.
Empire so far, 4 maps played at this tournament, 4 maps won. They continue to roll.
Legendary.
Can they close it out over Ultra? We get up to the search and destroy after this quick break.
You know, I'm legendary. You know, let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born for the game.
Hello and welcome back. We get ready for the search and destroy. And I'll tell you what, you don't hear a lot of this at home. I don't know who the DJ is live here, but he's got me dancing more than Shotzzy on the map during these breaks.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
You're killing it, dude.
My hips are just going.
They do not lie. They do not lie right now. You're definitely just loose and limber.
No, seriously. I know the DJ, I love him. He's amazing, but Ultra looking to bounce back in the map 2, but we're going to look at the major results over the course of the year. These are 2 teams that have kind of gone toe-to-toe down the stretch of who's going to be that number 2 squad.
Yeah, I mean, you really just look at, for Toronto Ultra, from Major 2 on, they've been a top 3 team all year. This is not a position that they are unfamiliar with. Going down 0-1, I mean, with how good their control and search and destroy has been, that is what has made Toronto Ultra Toronto Ultra. Going around 50-50 in hard points, so they have another chance maybe later on. But on the other side for Dallas Empire, again, this is a team that has had their number lately. So far throughout the year, to start, it was 4-0 Ultra to start that. And then the last 2 games have gone the way of Empire.
What do you think the comms were like at the end of that from Cram? Like, hey, Shotzzy, good job.
Something like that, yeah.
Hey,
no, we probably know what it was. Probably a lot worse. Probably a lot worse.
Not safe for broadcast? Yeah.
Probably. Oh, yeah, thanks for that. Bell Fiber's not here, boys.
I'm sure that's quite a bit of what it was. That's what he was ranting to me about yesterday. He is not scared of this team whatsoever when it is a land environment. That is how he felt. Well, so far, backing that up with the Game 1 win. But now to Express, Search and Destroy we go. And this is another one where you were kind of looking at it in the maps and you felt good about the vetoes for Empire. You liked how it played out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong map for Ultra. I think it's 8-1 or 8-2 so far throughout the year, but throughout Stage 5, they only played it a couple of times, and one of their losses is to Dallas Empire. The last time they matched up at Stage 5, well, who was it that won it? It was Dallas Empire. So, again, I think these are just some really strong maps for this squad.
Well, and I think sometimes if we need to highlight that as commentators is like you look at stats over the course of months or a year and it looks very good for a team. But a lot of times when that happens, it gets banned a lot. You don't play it a lot. You don't have as many reps. So you got to put a lot more stock in recency and, well, the matchup with the team you're playing against.
In a way, it's kind of a thing, too, that you almost try to get away from. And you're going to see right there 8-2 on the year, 8-6 for Dallas Empire, where you kind of know teams are going to ban or veto it from you. So you try to get your advantages elsewhere, but you keep it in the back pocket. Could be a very strong map here throughout this weekend for Ultra.
Yeah, this should be a dandy as well. As the seconds tick off the clock, we get ready to get back into the action. Ultra Empire. As Ultra looking to rebound from the crushing defeat at Major 5. This will be their first match played on the weekend. Can they bring it back after the map 1 loss? Well, Cammy already out of the picture. iLLeY, who had a monster map 1 with the first blood.
Yeah, I don't know if there was some communication there or what, but he's looking towards middle, maybe for a crossfire. And, well, I mean, you see Empire, they are just flying. Vivid so confident after that map 1, and why not? It was 29-25, but quickly Insight left in a 1 versus 4. Was able to find the first pick, but he's got a lot more to do.
Oh, yeah, they're just ready for that catwalk push. Vivid with 2 big ones, but it's iLLeY with the opening kill in the plant. Insight has been marked, he's been tagged, he's been dropped. Quick and controlled from Empire out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, we were on board with the bomb planner. I don't even know what happened. Yeah, they just.
He was right here. Yeah, he just
they catch him on the rotation back, and yeah, just some free kills. He only gets hit 1 time with that position. Nice read and just so aggressive from Dallas Empire. They just go towards that A bomb, get the bomb down, and they know, hey, we can catch him on rotation. That's exactly what happened.
Vivid and iLLeY account for all 4. Now Cammy taken out of the round early. Can he answer back? And yeah, can the subs who struggled in the map 1, can they bring the thunder here? Because they're going to need it. But it's an early hit towards A. You can see not really any presence here from Empire early on, but the rotation already started. It looks like Crim and iLLeY are the ones starting to wrap back early. Well, they know the gig is up now. Bomb getting planted for Ultra.
Yeah, we'll see where Shotzzy ends up wanting to go. So he might be the point man for this team to try to work the flank. But here comes the rest of his teammates. They're all going to be pushed up towards the A-bomb. There's not a huge presence there. Vance is able to find one, but Shotzzy, clean movement as always. Able to make this a 3-on-3. Insight just holding that back catwalk. Kimmy's got to check the bomb. He does that and finds a kill. But the trades are on point on both sides. We're into a 1v1. Quickly, it's Vivid. Thought he was going to hop it. Do they know where Bance is? There's just so many different angles to check, all the different timings. Time not going to be on his side.
Bance, he posts up top, he stays alive, and yeah, I think for the way Vivid played it, just not exactly sure where Bance's position was, and yeah, you've got a million spots you got to guess about. Not enough time.
Yeah, it doesn't find the free kill. Is Vivid able to play his life? But yeah, just it comes down to the timing, really. The trades are on point on both sides. Cammy does a great job just making sure nothing's happening on the bomb. The shots on the Crim are on point as he finds 2. But into the 1-on-1 the clock.
And I feel like last time we casted this, like that was the really interesting development at mid-map. Like the Shotzzy, the Cammy, the guy that was kind of lurking and coming across that cross, like if they found the opener, if they got caught. This time, Shotzzy gets through, but ultimately Cammy's able to find him. But I don't know, it's been fun to watch that evolve over the course of the year.
Yeah, right, just sort of defenses working that flank, right? Or how do you want to work it? Do you just want to give it up, have them focus on it? We'll see what both of these teams want to do. But Empire, they're going to go right back. It looks like towards maybe an A hit, but very slow. Maybe they try to catch them on that flank in case they want to try to retake A.
Well, it's about to go down around tick. That's what it looks like in Vivid. A big first blood. And he is hungry for more, but iLLeY is on the cross, just picking him apart. Third will drop, suddenly Insight by himself. It looks a whole hell of a lot like the round 1. Insight quickly into a 1v4, gets 1 kill. Now what can he do with the rest of the squad?
Well, and that's just what it is, right? It's Vivid taking those one-on-ones, and who is it against? It's against CleanX inside that ticket booth, right? The submachine guns right now are just winning for Dallas Empire.
Well, they wrap this to the opposite side. He's been spotted, but he got the spot on one, so he's got the pre-fire already as Shotzzy tries to wrap back. So from a 1v4 down to a 1v2, issue the clock. Just over 20 seconds to work with. He's going to need to hit some ludicrous shots if he's somehow going to clutch this up. And you got to think it'd require a massive blunder from Empire. Now down to 10 to go. Simply not enough time to work with. Gets it down to a 1v1. No time for the defuse, and it's just too much work to do. I mean, he's put into a 1v4 so quickly, but granted, he does get 3 out of the 4 kills.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened in round number 1. Just quickly, they rotate off, they get the bomb down, and again, just not enough time for that player in the clutch scenario to work the defuse. And this is that opening kill, right? Vivid able to take down CleanX, and then they go Bance the next player up. I think that's iLLeY just right through the middle.
So I know it's a bit different on where the fights go down on the sites, but obviously the offenses for Empire played out very similar. They're dominating it early. What do you need to change if you're Ultra?
Well, right there, they just get caught off guard. I think they maybe just need to try to slow things down. You can play retakes on this map, right? We see it all the time. Allow that to happen. Allow the plan to go down towards A or B. That's when you're given the information of where those opponents are. They're just getting caught before that happens.
Yeah, it just feels like the round's over instantly, right? But so far, it's been all about the offense. Now Ultra back to it. iLLeY, though, chance to get the first blood. Vance comes in. Vance goes down. They got the crossfire here. Takes 2 to tango. 4 to party. As everybody soaring on in. The numbers, though, still going to be with Empire for now as they have the 3-on-2, make it a 3-on-1, and a chance to make a big advantage, or take a big advantage. And, of course, it is Insight. Poor guy's been last alive for his squad in just about every round.
Well, and I think this is telling you the message that Dallas Empire is trying to send to these guys. We just do not care. We want to fight you as much as possible. iLLeY's running a 3rd sub. It is an iLLeY, Shotzzy, Vivid trio flying at you on offense, on defense. They do not care. They want this to come down to gunfights, and so far it's worked.
That's kind of the takeaway I got from my convo with Crim yesterday, too. Like, we're just not scared of this team to play them anywhere. Like, we're going to go at them. And that is what you have been seeing. But Insight, maybe another chance to clutch. There's the first, but he is hit down to 12 HP.
He's had a lot of practice so far.
Yeah, no. He's had a whole lot of opportunities in last alive scenarios. He is able to recoup the bomb. Now down to Shotzzy and Vivid to try and close this out. Waiting inside will be Shotzzy, and similar to a lot of our rounds, it just seems to be a matter of time before Empire can close it out. And I don't know if you call that overconfidence or a lack of respect. I don't think it's that, because obviously they've gone to game 5s with them. There's been some crazy series, but there's definitely an advantage of playing with that swagger. There's got to be.
No, yeah, they're just taking it to them. They're basically, yeah, what I said of, we're going to take these fights. Once you beat us, we might adjust. But until that happens, we're just going to keep flying at you.
Yeah. So maybe all the pressure to Ultra to somehow come up with these gunfights, or to maybe make some adjustments to make it less focused on that part of the gameplay. But at least we've gotten almost 30 seconds into an offensive round for Empire, and poor Insight's not left in a 1v4. And maybe a little bit more, maybe slowing it down a bit, like you said, just trying to play around the retake if they need to. And there's a nice big first blood from CleanX, who slowed down Vivid, who's been big early.
Yeah, well, before the bomb can even get planted, right before you're playing that retake, it's 2 kills. It's similar to kind of what Empire was doing on their offensive rounds. But a nice round here for Empire to try to stabilize things. Nobody goes down. They find that opener, and yeah, it's really that matchup. The aggressive submachine guns just going at it.
So is that really what it just came down to? Ultra won some gunfights they needed to win type thing? Like,
I mean, that was a ridiculous shot by
Yeah, no, that was. That's a range. He's beaming, which is, you know, it's interesting to see how his stat lines have been, because he struggles in that map 1, obviously. But CleanX, when he is on point, one of the more talented guys you're going to watch.
Yeah, he's ridiculous, just so fast, but it doesn't always happen. That's why those entry players, guys like Vivid and CleanX, when they're on point, it makes the game look a lot easier. That's why we always give love to aBeZy.
Yeah, it makes the whole game becomes easier for everybody when they are winning their ones, winning their entries. But one round separates these two squads. If you joined us late, it is a 1-0 edge in the series for Empire as they took the map 1. As Ultra now try to even the odds. It's another big first blood. Insight This time, thankfully, he gets to get involved earlier than when it feels like the round is over. He's up to 6-4, but that might be the first kill that really matters. Then CleanX and Cammy to follow it up, 1 by 1. Empire are dropping. There's a team kill through, but the trade is in. We'll be tied up in a couple big and convincing rounds. What's really changing for the Ultra side now?
They just stopped. They slowed things down. The first engagement's not happening until about 20 seconds, and you saw Empire, even in that round, very confident, just the way that they've been playing, but they have up top control, and they flew out towards the offensive side, and Inside's just hanging out there right on the catwalk there and says that's going to be a free kill. As soon as that happens, they execute with the numbers onto the B site. So they've just kind of said, yeah, we're just going to play with our power positions, and now we'll see if Empire do adjust.
I was just cracking up looking at we have like our data view here, just the average damage per round, and Insight's at like 270 because he's been alive. So
yeah, he's got 1,600 damage.
Yeah, he's like tripling or quadrupling the rest of his team. Yeah, once again, just get to mid-map, put the brakes on.
Well, now you see the respect come out, right? For Empire, it's okay. We can't just run at these guys anymore.
Yeah.
They've made some adjustments, so they slow things down a little bit. Here's going to come down one-on-one, but Vance just playing for some information. They've flown out towards Beef through catwalk, so he's taking his time, playing patient, but it looks like it's going to be another 8 hit, and this is where you can play those retakes. So nobody gets picked. You play the 4-on-4. Shotzzy already a little bit pushed up. They'll put this trophy down. They'll put the bomb down.
Well, with a couple shots in from Cammy, that'll give some information over to the Empire side, but now they're playing in. Now can you do with the 4-on-4 retakes? So many of these rounds decided so early. This is the first big 4-on-4 retakes. Damage done to the Ultra side as iLLeY is trying to get the jump peek and shots in, gather what information he can. But now CleanX and company, here's the push forward. They've got 2 players stacked in the corner. There's damage in, but they don't get the kills. They all go the way of Ultra. It looks so good there with the stack from Empire for a moment, but it's Ultra going big. Crim last up. CleanX with the haymaker, and it's a clean wipe.
You know, I'm not trying to put a ton of pressure on one guy, right? It's obviously a team effort, but like I said, when this guy is playing at this level, they are so difficult to beat. The first 4 rounds, he's 1-4. Since that point in the last 3, he is up to 8-4 with 3 in this round. He plays his life. He hits some ridiculous shots. Now you're starting to see his confidence come out.
He gets all 3. I mean, the second kill in the window, he's 1 bullet. That look, when we're watching it from Empire's POV, I was like, how is he even alive? Like, it just looked like he should have got team shot there and dropped instantly, but the double chow comes through and they're able to take it. Now 3 in a row for Bance and 3 in a row for CleanX. They're the 2 that struggled in map 1. They're picking it up massively now, as that's going to be 3 rounds in a row for Ultra. And we'll see where the plan of attack comes from, but the tissue trying to be an issue. You'd love to see CleanX just catch fire in this series.
You know, when they're playing these 4v4 rounds a little bit slower, they're going to use their teamwork, right? That's what they've just been known for. They're so difficult to beat, and these 4v4, they're going to have that advantage, right? So just don't give up those early numbers like they were. Now it's going to be a retake for Empire. Last time through, not able to find it. And well, first blood over to Insight. Again, these adjustments coming on through, but it is a 3v2 towards the B site. You do have Bance and Cammy in a solid position, but another kill towards them. It has just been so clean since 3-1. Another flawless round for Ultra.
Beautifully done. I mean, Insight with the opening pick. Cammy's been big in that kind of transition role, catching the player on the cross, like the flank player, the last player, however you want to look at it, he goes big. But yeah, there haven't been many kills for Empire at all. You've got, what, 2 or 3, it feels like, through 4 rounds.
Empire's trying to run out of sight, hope they're there and win those gunfights, right? That's not happening anymore.
Well, I asked you, how do you adjust?
Yeah.
And Ultra's done exactly what you wanted.
And in those 4v4s, that's where they've shined. But here we go. We're going to have a 4-on-4 B hit. Well, a 3-on-4. Yeah, Cammy's still in the spawn. This is what you want if you're Empire, and who's coming out on top? It's Empire.
Yeah, that on the minimap looked like exactly what they are going for. Cammy will get smoked on the cross. It's Crim that hits the shots, and now we're back to this, just Insight by his lonesome. It just feels like the Ultra round wins have looked so similar to each other. The Empire round wins have looked so similar to each other.
Listen, if I'm Ultra, I might just give up complete bomb site control on both and maybe just play from catwalk and spawn and then just go for a retake.
Well, that's just part of how this is. Like, you just try to get the team to play the way you want them to. Just not always as easy.
What's that move?
I don't know. I think
Still
just
dancing?
from the gun hands, what do you call it, from Crim? I don't know. I've just got
finger guns.
It's very handsy and dancy.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. But one more round needed for Ultra to tie this up at 1-1. Gonna close it out on the offense. They got Vivid. He is going hunting. He is already sending right up mid. Now, while they track back and read this, oh, look at the pressure from Empire. There are 3 just forward. That is a brilliant pick. Again, I think the first blood there from Insight, but they're lining up in front. You might be able to bring this to a 2 versus 2, but Vivid's still just hunting for it.
Oh, Insight's just going back.
Oh, just dancing. Just dancing. Then the help in from the window. The help in from the window, and Ultra. They close it out. Insight fired up.
Well, 3-1 early on in that game, but then just the next 6 rounds, it's 5-1 to Ultra. They make the adjustments. Insight from Catwalk, just making the plays look easy. CleanX starting to pop on off. And like I said, this is just what Ultra does, right? They're search and destroy. Once they get going, they get that confidence.
Yeah, well, that's what stood out about a team like them or Røkkr at times or FaZe, like the mid-game adjustments in search and destroy. And you wanted them to kind of slow down. They did just that. They played it beautifully. And Empire's strategy, yeah, it was working early, but once it flipped on its head, it seemed like a team that we expect to adapt really well. They couldn't get it done in time.
Yeah, cannot get it done, but there you just saw it. CleanX and Insight going off in that game too.
It's been a thrilling series between these 2 teams basically all year long. We look to keep it going. Control up next, tied up 1-1.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the
The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know.
Championship weekend viewership rewards hit different. Saturday, we'll be dropping the all-new 2021 Championship Pack to random viewers. Then on Sunday, earn the exclusive Champs XM4 blueprint when you watch Championship Sunday, not to mention all the new calling cards, emblems, stickers, and XP tokens all weekend long. So tell your friends, hop in, watch the broadcast, chance for some incredible giveaways throughout the course of this weekend. But let's get back to business. Tied up 1-1, Ultra Empire. And you talk about just the bigger scope of this thing. Empire looking for back-to-back to win both championships since the Call of Duty League became a thing. For Ultra, you're looking to bounce back from one of the toughest defeats in the history of Call of Duty. There you have to bounce back from going down 0-1. You get a big search win.
I mean, what a moment that would be, right? Just for Ultra, even to just get back to a final, right? Honestly, after going up 4-0, but we're going to take a look at Empire from yesterday and their 3-0 sweep over Røkkr. Well, Shotzzy on that Moscow map. One was ridiculous, and then for me, it was all about the ARs. This is where Crim and iLLeY really started to pop off, especially in this control.
I mean, they've all had their moments, man. Like, it's been it was, I want to say, tough to watch at times this year when they were going through the team swaps and trying to figure stuff out. Was iLLeY going to be an AR? Was it going to be a sub? What was going to be the deal? And Vivid, I know we mentioned it, but a little rough when he first came in. But now, I mean, it was funny because when Vivid first joined, I feel like he was under the weather too. So like every time we go to him, he just like coughing and a cold. He seems so down and frustrated. Now he's just always smiling, having a great time. He's like, this system works. I got blessed. I'm now on a top team with a chance to make a run at the biggest event of the year. I got to be happy for the guy considering how his year went with, well, yeah, that team, they were very good.
No, they were not. But looking at the maps and modes, this is where I think it gets interesting. This is when you talk about map pool preparing for champs. Control, both of these teams love Garrison and Raid, but that does not come in. You see Garrison, that's vetoed by Toronto Ultra. Raid, vetoed by Dallas Empire. And just the way some of the matchups throughout the year have gone, where their strengths are at. So what do you end up with? Checkmate. Not a lot of reps for either of these teams. So that champs preparation, it has to be ready for a match like this.
I'll say the Checkmate hard points have been really fun between these teams. We'll see how the control gets going as everybody gets locked in, dialed in, ready to dance. Continue on in the map 3, looking for the edge in this series, the swing game. Take control through the control as we get ready to go to Checkmate. And Joe, this is one where we rarely at the beginning of the year saw offensive round wins. Then, as ludicrous as what, a month ago, we saw 5 offensive round wins, which we're not going to see a lot of, but there's definitely been a shift overall on this particular map.
No, there has, and you can see it. I mean, I guess Empire, they played a good amount, but, you know, recently they've been looking a lot more Garrison and Raid, but what, 6-4 for them. For Toronto Ultra, we know that their control has been around Raid and Garrison, only played it 4 times throughout the year, but it's going to be offense for Empire in round number 1.
Here we go. Time to battle on Checkmate. As Empire and Ultra get ready to go, and how brilliant is Shotzzy? Been in the respawn since playoffs have kicked off, and you know what he can do around this plane. And I mean, similar to the hard points that you were talking about the SMGs, same conversation here. Like, whoever's got the edge there might be the one taking it.
Control the plane, right? And that's where Vivid and Shotzzy come through. But right off the break, that is 3 dead for Toronto Ultra. And they're going to 3-stack this point. Already 1 tick done at B. Already a good start for Dallas Empire. They're going for number 2, and they're going to get it. What a break off. They were ready for this. 2 ticks in. Now they're going to try and slide on in. Nobody getting taken down. Vivid finally cleaned on up. Shotzzy with 1, but Crim's still alive. Gets so close to getting it done. iLLeY, he's going to hop right back on it.
And it is not far from getting done. Insight with the nade through might close it out, but still, you get so much progress at B. Now, the script flipped as they head over towards A, pushing out deep towards the spawn is going to be Vivid. So keep an eye on that number 5 on the left side of the minimap. Okay, he's dead. Vance picks that up from the plane, so he's not going to get in behind. Same thing can be said on the other side. That's number 2 in Cammy, who's looking to be a threat, but Benjamin Vance lined up to alleviating the pressure from the point for now. And now Cammy, who lurked through. That's 2 in a row for him. Empire, a lot to deal with. They're getting punished now after the big opening.
No, well, not Cammy. You're on 3 in a row. Maybe just trying to back it on up. The AR's just locking them in this trap. What a bounce back after the great start for Empire. I mean, they just take control. They force them to spawn towards that top right side of the minimap. Cammy's still alive. Insight very weak. Still 30 seconds left, so Empire can get out of this. They're just not finding kills. That kill feed is just filled with purple.
Yeah, what an unbelievable hold and bounce back this would be from Ultra. If you get thumped like that out of the gate, but then you come back swinging, Cammy's streak will finally end, but what a wondrous job. Can Empire get out of it? It's 5 in a row now for Insight. Not a lot of time to work with. A big kill from Shotzzy on the Vance, but they've got to get towards the point. There's 3 players here from Ultra as CleanX looking to go huge. Still battling for the streaks is Insight, and he is not missing a bullet. There's some more in, 7 in a row. Artillery earned 1.1 on the clock, and what a testament to their resilience that round 1 was.
It was 26-23 at one point in favor of Dallas Empire. That round finishes at 15-2 in favor of Toronto Ultra. They put them in this trap. Insight and Cammy were popping off. Insight now with some streaks that they can use offensively. They can use hanging on defense. But I guess for Empire, you get 3 ticks done, right? So you do get 3. But
considering how it started, like at that one point, it was like Bance got 2. Insight had like a 4 times multi-kill. Like Cammy had a triple, like all in the span of what felt like 15 seconds. And from there, just ran away with it. What a rebound. But yes, with the big opening from Empire, maybe that'll matter in the overall scheme of things. But if you're Insight, you're still looking for more. You come into this round now with 7 in a row. You have not been missing. Can you continue the hot streak? But it'll be Cammy leading the way in front. He spots one, back plane for a second. And once again, how many times are we going to see him hit down near single digits? Gets out of it with just 15 HP. Just desperately trying to get one more streak. As all of his teammates unfortunately drop it around him, it's been difficult to set him up with a freebie.
And that's why I mean that 3
there you go.
Progress, it could turn into something, right? Just for Empire down the line. But Insight continues up to 11-2. He's got both the streaks. Cammy's gonna follow that up, so that's 3 dead. iLLeY, the last one alive. The nades are coming in off a spawn. You have Bance inside a plane, and while Bance and Cammy are gonna find a couple of kills, well, this could be A zone done. They can even transfer this over to B.
Double-digit streak now, up to 10 in a row at 12-2. Insight. First blood after first blood to bring back the search and destroy. Now just thumping Empire here. A, done. There's the first point. 2 minutes to work with, 3 life advantage. Is Insight still hungry for more? But how good has he been at valuing his life? He backs up, retakes the chow, finally will drop, but his teammates each get a kill throughout that sequence. So backed up and tagged up once again is Empire. Look at the map presence you have from Ultra right now, Joe.
And you have a minute 40 on the clock. They know this. There's only 16 lives remaining for Empire, so they're going to put 1 on B, and they're going to play some TDM. They're playing around these spawn kills with the map position that they have. They're going to play with playing control and keeping Bance Insight alive. You can use those streaks, maybe go up 2-0, force Empire to have to win an offense.
Yeah, you're talking team deathmatch. We don't really see it in the esports side of things, but sometimes you get the opportunity to slow it down a little bit. Just got to play for those kills. Don't have to worry about the objective quite so much. But I mean, you've got what? iLLeY's 4-11. I mean, everyone just negative right now for Empire. You've still got Benjamin Bance pushed up deep into the Empire side of the map, and yeah, that'll be more streaks. You've now got 3 available on the Ultra side. As Bance had a rough map 1, but now looking to leave his mark just to ping in as the callouts come in to the squad. He's just worried about the push, as you know, and the ping he sees there are multiple spawning up on his side. You got to think someone's got to deal with him. Tracking back will be Crim, able to deal with Bance. But you've just got 8 lives left, 5 life advantage for Ultra, but now the clock becoming a player, down to 40 seconds, Joe.
I just wonder when are they going to use an artillery? I feel like if you have 3 streaks, why not use one here and just try to go up 2-0? Try to just solidify this round. Don't let it get crazy, and that's what's going to happen. Bance, he's going to call it in. It's going to be blind, though. And while everybody's in plane, so Empire, they might avoid this. Or will they? Crim's going to get taken down, and now it's all about the plane fight. Off of that, iLLeY's going to find one, and almost snaps on with the pistol. But trades are good for Ultra for right now. Just go 1 for 1. You have the life advantage.
20 seconds to go, though. 20 seconds to go, and back to spawn they go, because Vivid goes huge. He's able to get 3. It's been a rough stretch, but they can clutch up and hold off and get the round W. Under 10 to go now. The big push. Coming in from Ultra to get onto the points. A big pick there from Cleanex. Shotzzy, though, able to even the odds. iLLeY's got the whole team in front of him. They line them up. Crim with 2, iLLeY with 1, and they are able to hold on.
That's a huge difference right there. I wonder if you want to invest more there. I really do. Going up 2-0, forcing them to win an offense, still having a streak. They don't do it. They don't overinvest. But what? They get 4 ticks. So they get 4 ticks, so they have that advantage. But what a clutch round by Dallas Empire.
Well, I mean, when you think back to, what was it, 8 life advantage, about 2 minutes to go or whatever it was. I mean, it's looking like Ultra had this signed and delivered, but Empire, they hold on. Bance up to 17 and 10. Insight around double positive as well. The slaying edge, massive, but the scoreboard, it's 1-1. So what you say, 4 bits of progress to 3 right now, right?
Yep, 4-3. Someone write that down for us.
Yeah, I'm going to forget. I think I already have.
Yeah, someone in the crowd.
But this time, the opening a little bit better defensively from Ultra. They'll find 3 out of the 4 kills, make it all 4. And now if you're Empire, you might be in the trap sooner than later.
You know, there's a lot of people watching this, right? A lot of teams A lot of coaches watching this, just seeing how this plays. Because I think if you are a team maybe playing Ultra later on in a tournament, this might be one of those points where you say, look at checkmate control and you want to play it on it. But after this showing, maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I can certainly turn some heads. Now, Shotzzy, when he's last alive, he got 2 big kills, which gave them a little breathing room to start pushing out from spawn, but you've still got all the position in the world right now if you are Ultra. After Bance gets 2, he is taken out by a team kill. And with 30 seconds left to go, you're finally onto an objective. So it's Vivid onto A. Still here and fighting though if you are Ultra. This sequence massive considering the time left on the clock. Our Empire able to clutch up again. Shotzzy doing his best work. Little snap here, little snap there. Enough to open up the site, but still so much work to do, and it just feels like there's always somebody left from Ultra to get the big kills.
Well, and I feel every time we go to Crim or iLLeY's point of view, when they're trying to work some map control, they just haven't been able to put themselves in power positions, right? Like we've seen Insight and Cammy be able to do, and that is going to be a clean off or defensive round for Ultra. Put them in that 2-1 position. Put the pressure on Empire.
And yeah, this could be done if they maybe made some different decisions in that last round.
Could be.
But you still have what?
2. You have
at least 2 streaks?
Yeah, the Cruise and Artillery, yep. And with that round, you've solidified defense round number 5.
Yeah, good point, because you're not getting any more points from objective if you're Empire. So if we go the round 5, they'll have the favor. But Bance approaching a 30 bomb in control. He is getting close. I mean, just look at what he's been able to do in this map compared to the entire Empire side. But maybe this is their chance on defense to flip those stats a bit. But Ultra looking to close it out. Bance, he is feeling confident now. 26 and 13, 15 kills around the objective. Trophy out to cover the squad, and he is hitting Benjamin Bance. Lighting him up right now.
Should I shoot at Pixels? I just can't even see. I have a giant monitor in front of me. I didn't even see that guy. But Vivid and Shotzzy do find 3, so they'll slow that push down. Looking like a clean break with Bance's plays, but they're just going to slow things down, put themselves in some solid positions, and just try to do what Ultra did last round.
Can they get it to a round 5? It's going to be tough even if they do, but you got to give yourself a shot. Oh, Bance and Cammy though, that'll be 3 down. But who's that lurking all the way up? That's gonna be Vivid, who's tucked away all the way. You're like the second hard point. He has been spotted by Cammy though, and Cammy will deal with it. On to A they go though, second bit of progress, just about done. Looking to close it out here in the round 4. Shotzzy though, soaring in from the top rope. Cammy up to the task. Next chow ready to come in. It's Crimsix. Welcome to the blender. A nice little slide and hop. I thought he had it, but ultimately will drop. But you just need so little objective work to get that minute extension, and there it is. 8 points secured.
Yeah, just look at the difference, right? You always have had someone playing. You're finding 3 kills on offense. Almost able to snap onto the second one. Well, and they're in this position again. Can they win it here? They're already on to B. They almost have a tick of progress done. Dallas Empire, they've just been fighting out of spawn constantly. You can see in the top right, just the slaying disadvantage that they are at throughout this map.
Well, it has been the control that has separated Ultra from a lot of the pack. And maybe we haven't seen them here much, but they have looked magnificent at times. Just 2 more points of progress needed. They go 2 for 2 though. Insight will give them numbers for a moment as into the point they go. Insight looking to get the cover here on Bance, who is on 32 and 16. How good have they been? Now the streaks are going to start to come in, looking to close it out. Artillery called. We watch iLLeY just get blown to pieces. It's seconds to decide it, and there we go. Back-to-back maps for Ultra. It's a 2-1 edge in this best of 5.
And this is just what they have done all year. You beat us map 1 in hardpoint, we don't really care, right? Our search and control have just been so good. Top 2, top 3 all year, and they respond with 2 map wins in a row. We're gonna take a look at the stats, but I'll tell you what, it's all about Bance, who's double positive, 32 and 16. You have Insight, who's plus 10. Cammy with another great game, the most damage in the lobby. And on the other side, it's the ARs that really struggled.
Yeah, it's a quiet game from CleanX, but everybody else was frying, so they're all right. They were just popping off on the map. Back-to-back massive wins, and now 1 map away from securing a spot in the winner's bracket final. Ultra looking to close it out in the map 4. We'll be back after this break.
Yeah, you know, yeah. I'm legendary. You know, let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born for the game.
Hello and welcome back, Ultra up 2-1 as we get ready for the map 4. And Joe, while we get prepped and ready for this, I actually just want to know from you personally, like, after how Ultra lost, how concerned were you about how they come into this event? I know you said it was only 2 weeks away and you had another event, but were you concerned at all?
No, I wasn't because of that. I think if it was the middle of the year, right, and we had a whole stage to play, they had another major to go to, I would be worried. But the fact is like, you're going from Major 5 to COD Champs. Like, it's 2 weeks, you just got to go. You have to focus on it. That's what you have to learn on it, and it's because of this. $2.5 million, $1.2 million for first.
So maybe that makes it a little bit easier to brush off the second place payday?
Like, I know it's probably tough. It probably was difficult. I'm sure they think about it every single day, right? A match like that, but what's better than winning Major 5? Winning COD Champs.
Yeah. It's like I almost feel, though, like just a little bit, like if I was them, I'd rather almost have a back and forth series than maybe be up 2-0, or if you're in a final up 3-4-0, like, let's just keep it back and forth. I don't know, I just feel like maybe it starts to creep in the mind a little bit when you have that like kind of closeout game, but you know, they dropped the map 1, and as you said, kind of all year, not that they've been a 2-3-5 team exactly, maybe not your typical one, like they've been solid at hardpoint, but yeah, their search and control has been what separates them from good to elite.
Yeah, 100%. And, well, this is another map for Toronto Ultra where they haven't played a lot of reps, but is it something that they knew would have to be?
Didn't matter much in the last one.
Exactly that, right? Just knowing the preparations. This is a map that a lot of teams are going to try to target for us. And because of that, we get to start on the good side. Can we chain that P1 to P2, give us those early leads? But I'll tell you what, this guy right here, he's probably going to earn some more streaks.
He's probably going to earn a nice big contract for next year, too.
Probably.
Yeah. I imagine, based on what he has been able to do, he's got a big payday coming his way. But Insight and Ultra looking to close it out here. But Empire, it's hardpoints, what, 2 and 3, whether it's been the breaks or the early setups, they have been terrific on this map and mode at times.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it yesterday versus Røkkr.
Yeah,
very solid Moscow team. But Crimsix going for that flank right off the start. Ooh. Well, that is going to be 3 dead for Empire. The flank was open. So far, so good. But yeah, that second hill is really where Empire, just some of the best at breaking on through.
Let's see if they can hold on to that right side of the map. I thought for a second 2 Empire players going to be pushing through, but Shotzzy will actually bring it back towards mid, but the trade is on point for Cammy. Now lurking all the way up street side is iLLeY. I think he's got snipped out though. Yeah, Vance is able to pick that up while Cammy keeps taking the fight around the hard point, and with 10 seconds left, you're in a pretty good position here now. If you're Ultra to really tack onto the sleeve, yeah, you'll take 30 seconds in second point control.
Oh, give me number 3. Give it to me.
Come on, I want to take fights. I was double positive map 3. I'm gonna burn you. Okay, he died, but I was excited for maybe to get 3.
Now here comes that 2-2 split, right? Trying to put pressure on this hill. From the front, Vivid gonna slide on through, but there's 3 kills in a row. And I love what I'm seeing from Cammy. I'm seeing Craig, I'm seeing 74U. They have a game plan for the start. He goes right back to the Craig. It was the 74U on the break.
I feel like that push, though, is where Empire finds so much success,
100%,
right? That first push, right up the gut, hit him in the face and take control. They don't get a kill.
Well, you can see, look at Vivid 0-6. I mean, a difference maker for this squad. And what we've seen, we saw it in map 1. When he slowed down in map 2, things started to change for Toronto Ultra. Well, they're going to need to bounce back here at this third hill.
The combo was Vivid. The combo became Bans. I mean, just over the course of this series. But the lead now up to 60. Now, this is a point, though, where Empire, when they get the early hold and they get the ARs in strong positions, Crim and iLLeY can find every single kill from their spots. And it feels like they're going to need it here. If it's an early break, this lead for Ultra might start to get out of control.
I don't know if a bullet hit a trophy. I don't know how he died there, but yeah, there you go. Crim now in the positions. Whoa! 5 in a row. Just line up for me. Why not?
What did I say? Like you put them in the spots, they shoot straight.
Well, they were in the spots last map, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But Crim, all 4 in some much needed time.
And now you have to make the decision, right? Similar to Raid, the way Moscow works, you do not want to feed him kills. You don't want to feed him streaks. An opportunity for Crim, for Empire to get those streaks like we saw.
Dallas, they're down a map. They're down in the map 4, looking to bring it back. Maybe Crim's big play starting to light it up. Let's go to listen in with Dallas Empire.
Right now. No, Clint is one shot globe. Clint is going in arc. No, Clint is going street. No, he's push up. Never be there now. He's way under.
Yeah, I'm literally holding a premium with you.
Yep.
Someone go pillar first. Are you ready yet? I'm gonna go.
Yep. Yeah, they're. He's close on you, 2.
Close in, laying down close to one.
Hold on, I'm looking bus. Yeah, bus dead. No one on me.
Nice.
I'm waiting.
Let's go.
We're coming.
Let's bus dead.
I'm so close to streaks. I'm so close to streaks.
Get the streaks, brother.
I'm hitting
right side time, Matt, hurt.
I'll get top.
You lay down.
Our window dead.
Get a trophy on you as
well. I picked up a trophy.
No, I didn't get it. He's in art.
Lay down. Yep.
One
play spot.
Don't get time. What's our top of the legend? So you might go our window. No, you just gotta hold it.
He's globe. Sit down.
There's 2.
Yo, I don't think anyone's
Yo, what's deep right?
Deep right now, Charlie.
Deep right inside. Inside dead, deep right. Going. I'm just keeping an eye on it.
Cammy dead.
Yeah, once you go down, once you pillar fast. Let's get hill.
That's the time fence.
Fucking
nice down, baby.
There's Spawn P3, guys.
You get time over that is behind me.
No, hold on. One shot Eski's Vance. Go now.
You could maybe through us.
Yeah, they could be on you.
I'm just holding our Eskies for sure.
Nothing glass right now.
You double Eskies.
Okay.
Let me glass.
Yeah.
Fun. You're pushing through, dead.
Yo, one's bus.
Eski, 2 Eski hurt.
Only one.
And still alive.
One street.
He's dead.
Is the guy globe?
Globe, one
shot. Yo,
out
of bus.
Two there as well.
There's 2.
Clinics will be straight out. I spawned out.
Lead change, Empire in front, but Joe, you were kind of screaming about the spawns right as we were getting out of that.
Yeah, again, just Bans spawns behind them right at the plat of P2. You're going to see all of Empire try to fly on back. This has been so clean from P3, P4, now over to this hill, but one player gets taken down, the spawn point opens up. Empire going to be frustrated about that, but they're going to have to bounce back. Crim not able to find those streaks. We heard the listen. Him and iLLeY really starting to get going. But Ultra, I think, a little bit blessed. Never mind as well. Bans is now the last one alive on this side of the map. Well, I thought so, but Inside Clinic's going to spawn close. Shotzzy trying to do what he can to stay alive, and he does just that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. A lot of other players might get picked in that spot, but Shotzzy with the movement to stay up. But the fight continues. New hard point pops. There's the clearance. Crim, Shotzzy, iLLeY all find the kills, and they're able to rebound from an unfortunate sequence there with the spawn. They get set up, and now if they can chain these 2 points together, what a massive run it could be, but Insight's giving out free haircuts.
I mean, they've chained 4 together by this point.
Yeah, true.
80 plus points off the first 2 for Ultra. Nothing since then. Couple of scrap time seconds, but Dallas Empire bounce back behind. That stellar P3 hold. Vivid with a huge play at P4 around. Bus open things up, and now you see iLLeY getting aggressive. Look at those spawns for Ultra. They are 1 step ahead on Moscow.
You got to give this up if you're Ultra. But do they know that iLLeY is ready and waiting? Now the help's come in. You've got Vivid to work with as well. Now the pinch is going to come through. The read in from iLLeY. There's going to be the first. The second, it's a tough fight, but he's able to take it down. Still people here, but yeah, where do the spawns come in and look at it? The spawns at Old now through for Ultra, but you still have Bance set up deep. Another one-on-one against Shotzzy. Feels like we just sold this at the last hard point. Shotzzy again able to scurry away. One will spawn with Bance deep. There's still a fight for the point.
Oh, he's not going to expect that. I mean, Shotzzy does a really good job just staying alive, but who is it? Vivid's up next. Vivid versus CleanX. Advantage over to CleanX. Crim on another 5 spree, up to 18-9. The GOAT has stepped on up in this map 4.
I feel like this sequence from Bance, though, if they're able to hold, might save the game for them and get them back into it. But you've got one player up, and the spawns are so close for Empire. They've surged in. They've gotten in from the front. Looking to eclipse the 200 point mark, 7 in a row. Artillery up as Crim has dominated from that third hard point. Just trying to stay up that nade. That's going to be a tough one to avoid. That'll end the streak, but you get the artillery.
Not going to avoid that one, but again, who's already ready? That's going to be Vivid in position inside that window. There is one player outside of Bance. CleanX. Bance just trying to find some scrap time. Maybe get a couple of seconds on the board, but all Empire. It's a masterclass on Moscow ever since those first couple of hills they were to bounce back from.
So what is it, like 180 to 20?
Yes.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
The streak does come through. Crim is able to take down one. That's the opening into the point. The entire spawn, right side street for Ultra, and they're going to need a break, and they're going to need a break soon. You can't quite win it here if you're Empire, but you can all but secure a map 5 if you get it done. These guys continue to go the distance as they line up for Bance and Insight. It's not enough to get them onto the point. There are still bodies here from Empire.
Somebody get a trophy down!
As the whole map is exploding, Joe.
Just spawn up and set
what happened to that guy? Guy, is he okay?
Well, he's doing yoga.
It's his leg. That is not natural at all.
Yeah, well, yeah, he performs yoga.
Okay, beautiful.
Twice a week.
Well, Insight does get 2 and helps to make sure we see another hard point. But now, when you're down, 115 or so, you're going to have to keep them out of the point here.
That's good.
And then be flawless from 2 to 3, which is not easy to do unless they can get some streaks. I mean, does it boil down to that? Well, Empire's already at the point, so
yeah,
the break comes in quick.
If you want to come back, you got to keep them out of the hill. That's correct.
Yes, no, yeah. that's my analytical breakdown. I'm basically John Madden. Yeah, I keep it very, very
clear. Everybody brought their notepads so they get some tips from Maven.
Well, Empire looking to shut it down now. Insight looks for the break. Not going to happen. The final tick is on through as Empire dominate on Moscow. Get us to a map 5. Yes, I wanted a map 5 desperately between these squads, and here we go. But that man on your screen, when he started to light it up, they started to make the run. And yeah, from like the third hard point forward, it was just lights out.
Well, look at it, right? Look at number 3. Okay, first of all, BFB, Babyface, Porter, 29 kills. Ooh. But look at 3 and 4. You have 5 seconds on P3. You have 24 seconds on P4. Great job by Dallas Empire. It was looking scary, but they stayed disciplined, and well, Crim popped off.
Here we go, a battle for a berth in the winner's bracket final comes down to one final S&D, the map 5.
Legendary.
Coming up next.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. I'm legendary. You know.
there is a status reserved for a select few throughout history. For those remembered for more than just a name, it's a title even kings die in vain for.
Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne.
Time gives us all one simple choice. You can be forgotten or become immortal.
You think he's done now? You think he's gonna stop here? You think you can stop aBeZy? Oh my God!
To be remembered is not enough, because anything less than legendary is failure.
Accuracy, though, they line up! They line up for accuracy and he wins it! Are you kidding? Accuracy with the ice!
Dallas Empire have smashed the gates open.
What a brilliant three-piece!
Oh, it's a shot punch! Oh no! Once again, they saved the day. Boy, oh boy, what a slaughter that was. Cammy on a bit of a tear now.
Who won it?
Ah, dang.
Cammy! Oh my! He can't be stopped, Miles. He is too good right now. Toronto have just taken the major. They truly are ultra and...
Who won it?
Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, welcome as we are live from Los Angeles and looking to keep this one rolling. Game 5 about to be underway. Winner moves into the winner's bracket final. You are top 3 already. The hard work you've done over the course of the 5 stages puts you in this position. 1 win, you are there. You lose, a little bit more of a gauntlet to work through.
Yeah, and you don't want to get a loser's bracket. There's just so many good teams here, right?
Yeah.
You want to keep things going, but who doesn't love a Game 5?
I love them very much.
I love them a lot.
Yes. Do you love them?
I love them.
The game's ready. Let's get this rolling. Map 5 about to get going. There is nothing better in Call of Duty than an epic Map 5. Well, maybe a Map 7 or a Map 9. Those are a little bit more wild maybe, but the fact is, it's gone the distance. This is how we've gotten here. 1 and 4, the hard points for Empire, 2 and 3 for Ultra. And how many times have we seen this where they get it done through the 2-3-5, a chance to do it on Raid. And I'm very happy it's going to Raid, Search, and Destroy. This is a fun one to commentate. And well, it has been one where both teams have seen success, but you know, Ultra kind of wrote the script for it early in the season.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very strong map for Toronto Ultra, but one Dallas Empire has always kind of had in their arsenal, something that they've relied on. You saw those vetoes, what it was a Moscow veto for Dallas Empire, it was a Miami veto for Toronto Ultra. What does that open up? Raid for map number 5.
Who's going to step it up on the main stage? It was a slow start for Bance. He has fired back massively, but then you get thumped in that map 4. Who's going to be the hero of the map 5 as we go? Locked and loaded. Ultra, Empire, offense up first for the Ultra side, and they're going to be favoring towards B. You've got 2 quick mid-map, a quick window transition for Crim to try and get the spot. Well, he's going to get the info there on it. He's just trying to catch him if he can, but the shot comes in from Shotzzy, and they just sent it. I mean, Crim is just flying out.
Yeah, you see players going to stay alive, but you do have a one-on-one that's interesting. Vivid's going to find the timing on a Cammy. Cammy likes to play these late round flanks. Well, he's going to find one. Going to give them the 3 versus 2 advantage. iLLeY able to take down Clayster, and now it is down to Insight.
Can he clutch up? He's been this spot so many times. Not going to happen. Empire, they deny the plant. And then make the plays behind it, but there you see Crim and Shotzzy working together.
Yeah, nice round 1. They find that first blood. Shotzzy staying alive, but you know, we've seen Cammy just try to find that play time and time again where they get that bomb down towards B. It's almost Simp-like right on this map. Go for that flank through the middle of the map, through pillars towards ring. Try to make the late flank happen, but Vivid able to sniff it out.
Now what will they bring on the offensive side? A little bit of a 2-2 split. It's aggression from Bands and CleanX up mid-map, which we have seen from them so many times, and they have found a ton of success. But if you are Shotzzy and Empire, you certainly know to expect it. And Shotzzy has iLLeY to work with. CleanX with the opener, the trade is there. They'll go 1-for-1 mid-map. Shotzzy wants to re-peek and shall, but he's on 3 in a row currently.
They just work through the middle, right? There's nobody low water side. They work through towards those stairs, and look at how patient they are. They're just waiting for insight. They're waiting for the full flank. iLLeY is just holding this, and while with the patience, they're able to find the pick. They know how active Ultra like to get on this map. And well, they find the opening. First, it's through water up towards middle of the stairs. Now they're just taking their time again, not allowing Cammy to make a play. Oh. He almost snaps onto the second.
But remember, if you watch the map too, what was it?
Mid-game adjustments.
Empire in control, then the mid-game adjustments for Ultra over the course of it. It's a nice little snap from iLLeY to make sure that didn't, I mean, he isn't snapped perfectly there, and we might suddenly have a 1-versus-1. So, oh, thank you. Someone said they love my hair in the crowd. That's very nice of you.
You do have
I do have a great head of hair. I do. You're not wrong.
It's probably the best bald head in the world.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. You can rub it any time. But now, we'll see if Ultra can get around on the board. As they look to fly into laundry. Vivid, he's going to get isolated and dropped. iLLeY still in the back. Nice peek to at least take down one, but the flurry, the fight is on. Shotzzy able to take down one into a 1-versus-2. He is tagged up. He's won so many of these, but the numbers in the position there from Ultra, and it is a massive round victory.
And it's similar, well, it's kind of the opposite of what we saw in map number 2. On the Ultra side, they're trying to play with aggression. On the Dallas Empire side, they're playing very slow, right? Allowing Ultra to come towards them on that defensive round. Empire just trying to get those trades efficient towards back laundry. Not able to happen, though. The teamwork coming out for Toronto Ultra. So it comes down to that 1v1, but Insight just had him. Shotzzy, so weak.
Just take me to around 11. Let's get it there. It's again, mid-map aggression. And of course, advancing CleanX just flying on forward. There's only gonna be one person here this time. You have help in ARC, but not quite the same stack we saw last time through. It's Vivid just trying to get out. The wallbang's coming in. And what was it? Shotzzy and iLLeY in that position last time. Completely different setup. And now to Insight's POV, the first bloods were massive. In the map too, he's looking to find more here.
Vivid's trying to stay alive. The nade hits. Crim was trying to help him out. Look at them, just soaring in the middle of the map with that aggression.
They're like hyenas.
Just flying at him.
I don't know much about hyenas, but I feel like they fly and stuff.
Are they in Toronto?
It's their national animal.
I thought they were squirrels.
Yes. The Ottawa hyenas.
Well, they're in Toronto. That's a different.
Yeah, that's very different. I actually don't know where any of those cities are in Canada, if I'm completely honest with you. I have no clue. It's a very big country. But now to 2-2 we go. Can Insight be the hero again? iLLeY getting a lot of information on the cross. They want to send it, bring it. iLLeY puts one down, first blood Empire.
I don't think he had any help with that. I don't know if a nade hit, but that, okay. With the ARs, the Krags, look at the aggression through the middle of the map. They find 2 picks, and now it's a 2-on-4. And they're like, all right, we're out, peace. We'll see you later. We're not going to allow this to happen. We're all going to go to the kitchen, make a nice meal.
Yeah, they got like a flying bee going.
It's going to be a beautiful night, yeah.
You see them soaring together? That was impressive.
Coach Bombay.
Yep, look at set up in the back. We'll see if Insight and CleanX can work a bit of ultra magic. But they're all going to be here. Insight just gets the spots. He's going to need to beam harder than he's ever beamed before. There's going to be the first. Now down to a 2-versus-3. With 40 to go, and you feel good. You got away with one clean. The next one is the big one. Usually, if it collapses, that is where it starts. Shotzzy, I mean, he hits him down. The 96 just connects with a bullet. And the wide peak is there. He gives it up for a second, and he will pay. Now down to CleanX. It'd be a 1-versus-3, but Empire, they're grouped up. They close it out. I'll tell you what, if Insight held that edge and caught the Crim peak, that might go a whole hell of a lot differently.
How different is Empire in this map compared to map 2? Because I tell you what, in map 2, if they had a 4v2, they were just flying, just trying to find those gunfights. You can see as this series has gotten longer, the more pressure is on. A little bit nervous, just staying together, playing their numbers.
Lead. Back to Empire. Triple positive is iLLeY. Screw that glass.
He doesn't want it. It's in his way.
Yeah. If you look at the minimap, of course, it's Bans and CleanX. Working up again, different setup though from Empire. And you just have so many decisions to make if you're Bans and CleanX in that spot.
Now, did Bans and CleanX spot Vivid though? That's really the question. Do they know his position? Because Vivid is kind of the key here. We saw what Cammy was trying to do in that round number 1. Vivid's trying to do the same thing. He's trying to set up a wide flank. The play just kind of comes down to him, and he's giving them the info. Hey, there's nothing towards A. There could be people in art. They have to be careful as bomb's starting to swing. iLLeY's over towards driveway, but with Vivid's position, they're going to try and get this bomb down. It's just, when did the adjustments come in? There we go. Ultra starting to take this away. They're starting to move up towards driveway already. I do not know if iLLeY's going to be ready for this. He's not. Vivid, he's just, oh, what a gunfight and win to force a 3-on-3. Now another late flank from Crim. Crim just stayed towards bedroom side. He's got another one-on-one in the middle of the map. Vivid again with another gunfight. We're into a 2-on-2.
30 to go. Insight and Bans for Shotzzy and Vivid.
When you don't have an AR on the side of Dallas side, right? You have Insight, you can play these longer angles.
I don't know if it matters if you're Shotzzy. You're hitting it. The chow comes in. Vivid wins another huge one. Insight for the 412th time in this series. Last alive. Just not enough time.
Give him the ace. Give it to him.
10 seconds left to go.
Give it to him.
I didn't see who got the final one, but what a round.
He did.
What a round. What was the biggest one for you? Is it that snap, that second
shot
kill?
right there to make it into a 3-on-3.
kill.
And you know, that just allows them to get the numbers. Then he's looking over his teammates. He still have health right there. Vivid, woo! That was a confident round out of that young man.
Well, when you saw it from, we saw the Ultra's POV, like it looks like Vivid is dead, but you see the snap there, and it is a thing of beauty. What a round from Vivid. Is now 2 rounds separate these squads. The ace from Vivid, you see the 4 streak, a thing of absolute perfection. Can Ultra now answer? This is around that mark. It was, what, 3-1 in the game 2 where they started to really make the adjustments and bring it back. Can they do it again here? Is CleanX right up the gut? He's got Bans to work with. That's iLLeY backing it up for now. And iLLeY is using all that utility, playing for the information. Vivid just wants to go after the ace. Just hold him back with a leash. Man wants to fly and fry. But he'll play it patient with his squad as the bomb gets planted.
This starts with Shotzzy for me. You're waiting on Shotzzy and Crim to hit towards the middle of the map. Can they get a pick on the blue van? If that happens, that's when the collapse is coming on through. Who can find the first kill? This is huge. All right, here we go. Collapse time now for Dallas Empire. 3 versus 4 using their numbers. They're staying alive. 20 seconds left. Insight, though, able to find one. It's Cammy and Insight, and why not? With the numbers advantage, the shots on point. Crim, Vivid staying alive, and that was beautiful out of Dallas Empire.
What a remarkable, remarkable retake. And yeah, first I thought Shotzzy saw some toes. Now he got an angle of the whole body as he was trying to stay up. But the collapse there, the timing, the comms, everything on point from Empire. One more round, and they've got a date in the winner's bracket final.
Remember, loser today plays OpTic Chicago. You know, both of these teams had some recent matchups with them.
Sure have. The crowd's starting to get behind Ultra, but will that be enough? They're going to have to rip off 4 straight.
Oh, they're going for it. They're going for the jugular right through the middle of the map. That does not happen.
Oh, no, it's the reverse jugular squeeze as they just get dropped.
That's a counter
knocked
right
out. It happened so fast, the game wasn't ready to update it with the round count. Just smoked is Ultra. Stay in it.
That is a let's put them away, boys, right there from Dallas Empire. Let's hit the middle of the map. And, well, Ultra, they were ready for it.
Yeah, certainly were. Round by round. They are all too familiar with how the comebacks can happen. Can they do it here? They got to keep it going with the offense. It's out towards A. The lone man here really going to be iLLeY. And yeah, they've got it wide open. Everybody backing up now for Empire. They were good on the retake last time. Bit different of a scenario.
Yeah, you don't have anybody on the flank. It's going to be a 4-man hit towards back laundry. Bomb being planted. Trophy is down. But it's going to be all about these openers. Cammy almost finds one on aLLeY.
Big first blood.
Able to take down Crim.
He had 5 HP.
And I think they know. They were so fast. They know that they are all here, but Shotzzy somehow makes this into a 2-on-2.
What in the world? 30
the
to go.
young phenoms again against Cammy and Insight, and now they're trying to fake them out. Did they go through the middle of the map? And look at this, Insight, he repositions Blue Van. Does that give him the timing? I think it does. Shotzzy able to make this into a 1-on-1.
Cammy! King Cammy keeps Ultra in it.
Woo, that was close.
Oh, I need a defibrillator.
I don't know what he did to make that into a 2-on-2, but I mean, that's just Shotzzy doing Shotzzy things, but it's 2 quick rounds now for Ultra to make this into a 5-4.
What was that round? Give me more of it. Round 10 now. Ultra needed 4 straight. 2 are done. The first blood so important. Who will find the opener? Insight has been crucial in these spots, but now we haven't seen a lot of action towards B.
Look at Cammy right now. Cammy's in it. He's just been lurking this entire time, but he's not gonna know Vivid's there. No! Vivid's already passed. And they saw the ring control, so Empire, they just go to B. Now, can Vivid stay alive towards basketball? Look at his position. That forces them to go towards money and cutout. You're into a 3-on-4. You have Crim all the way in the spawn. The hit gonna come through the middle of the stairs. It's gonna be PaulEhx and Bance, the SMG duo, able to make this into a 3-on-3. But Shotzzy stirring up the cocktail, able to make this a 2 versus 3.
They catch him though, 2v2. Can they do it? Can they get the 3-on-4 retake to push it to around 11? Just over 20 seconds on the clock. The wall bang in, Insight with the Insight, and the last guy is dropped. 3 in a row to get it to around 11. Unbelievable from Ultra.
I mean, iLLeY's just shouldering bomb right there. He cannot get down enough. The read's on point. Shotzzy, he's just trying to throw his shoulder out. He gets caught, but it's this shot right here. He's just waiting for the shoulder, and he sees it. It's like X-ray vision. Well, Crim's thinking, I gotta check bomb. Here we go, round 11.
We take a look at the spread. You know, Empire feeling it now. Oh, that one, that's a fastball right by the left ear. He is hit weak. He will get dropped. iLLeY takes care of it, but Insight, the equalizer. Into a 3v3 we go, and now a bit of a standstill as it all slows down in this round 11.
Again, it's after the first blood. Who is it? It's the subs getting caught for Empire. Similar to last round, but they're going to find a freebie through the middle of the map. Give them the round advantage. Insight, though, he's worked up. I don't know if they know he's in this position. Insight.
Sneaky, sneaky.
The rookie for Ultra trying to make the play. Bomb you to be planted.
Hello!
He's going to make it into 2-on-2. The same scenario we had last round, but iLLeY's going to find a kill. It's all about the time. Crim and iLLeY going to try to make him to work that defuse.
Insight. One of the best rookies you will ever see. Now with all the pressure against him on 12 and 6, on 4 in a row, but now has to clutch up, and it will not happen. Empire survive.
iLLeY getting fired up. What a round 11 out of him. What a raid, search, and destroy out of him and Shotzzy. Both drop 11 kills. They find the first blood. They take the bomb away from him. And man, was it dicey. But they get it done.
Woo! They needed 4 in a row. Ultra just come up a round short, but what a heroic run it was. But Empire simply too strong. They close it out as Insight. Once again, how many times was he last alive through the 2 search and destroys? But it's iLLeY with the spot, iLLeY with the shots, and Empire. I want to say they won. It just feels like they got away with one. Like, honestly, like how that was going, like they survived. You just got to take a breath after that one, as these matchups between these 2 teams over the last couple of months, just game 5, thriller after thriller.
Well, there you see it, right? I mean, 11 from Shotzzy, 11 from iLLeY, 12 from Insight. It was a back and forth battle. But Dallas Empire in that round 11, they knew exactly what they wanted. It was right from the get-go. They hit 4 hit B. You get Vivid inside of Tiki. They find that first blood. Ultra just trying to fly down those mid stairs. And that's where they get scrappy, but instead they get caught.
And, you know, we've seen Cammy play in different positions on that site, and unfortunately, just he's thinking maybe I can catch one, just not prepared for how far it gets pushed up. It is just a crazy, crazy round. Hello, we're back. I was enjoying the view, but I'm more speaking to like the round before that they had to clutch up in the 3v4. The fact that they're able to get it there, like after you're put in that spot, a 3v4, to clutch up in that position, you should never win a 3v4 when that is the situation.
It'd be tough. Yeah, no, it shouldn't happen.
It
right?
happens,
I mean, there's
but like you
some
shouldn't.
mistakes, right? I mean, that's just them getting caught at sometimes. I think it was really Vivid and Shotzzy at times forcing Criminality to have to try to win that round. But it comes down to that round 11, and it's the ARs again who go big.
That was special. That was a whole lot of fun, and that's just our first match of the day. We've got 3 more to continue on today, but now let's talk a little bit just about these 2 teams while we probably wait for an interview to get ready. If you're Empire, you're one step closer to defending the throne, right? You won it in the inaugural season. You're trying to do it again here. For Ultra, you've been familiar with these losers runs. You've done it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, slow first couple of maps. I mean, you have to work on those hard points, right? I think that's the key. When they're around 50 and 50 in hard point, that's when they are dangerous. And now you're dropping the losers bracket and you're playing OpTic, which I think they are very confident against that team.
Yeah.
But it's always, what if OpTic finally respond? I mean, should be a great match later on tonight.
Well, the man fired up at the end of it. The man with the final kill. He was sensational throughout the course of that best of 5. It was iLLeY. We've got him on the main stage with Jess.
Thank you so much, Maven. That's right, we are here on the main stage for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Put your hands together for iLLeY. Congratulations on that win. I mean, you fixed up your hard point, got right back into the match. How happy are you with the way the team is playing right now?
I'm really happy. Obviously, there's some things we got to go back and fix, and we will fix them. But yeah, if you're gonna win champs, you got to clutch up. That's how it always is. So we just came out with the ice today.
You guys are such a strong team, so talented, and you have won so much, but do you feel like you're being underrated at all? Oh yeah, no, for sure. We won champs last year. There's a reason we won champs. It's not luck. And yeah, we're being underrated, but it's all good. I honestly like being the underdog. I like showing everyone what we're capable of, and we're gonna show everyone what we're capable of this weekend. Well, and everyone does love to root for an underdog. My final question, you're waiting for the winner of FaZe Subliners to find out who you're gonna play. Is there a matchup that you like better? No, it doesn't really matter to me. They're both good teams, and I just can't wait to play. Beautifully said. Well, thank you so much. Once again, this has been your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with iLLeY. Back on over to Maven.
He's feeling confident, man. And yeah, it's like as good as they've been as of late and the runs they've made, yes, they're still the underdog here when you consider the Røkkr win and how FaZe have been all year. But I think anyone doubting them and their chance to do this is out of their minds. Like if you watched champs last year and the preparation they did, it's what we've been waiting for all year. Bit by bit, they're getting closer again.
This is what they do. They win a match, and then guess what? You know, maybe they scrim a little bit more today, but it's all about the homework, right? They know exactly what they need to do. They focus on those breakoffs. They give them some early momentum, and, well, they clutch up in that game number 5.
That was fun.
It was.
That was a whole lot of fun. Now we're going to check out our Scump play of the game. It's going to be early in the series. It's going to be a Shotzzy moment, as it was the hard points that got them there, right? They get to the map 5 behind the hard points, and this was the crazy sequence where Shotzzy somehow stayed alive, looked to seal the deal. Just unbelievable movement and plays. I thought he was dead about 7 times over that sequence.
Yeah, I mean, him and Vivid just able to break on through. You just don't want to feed streaks there, and they don't. He gets his own streaks, and, well, he blows up the entire map and wins map 1.
It's a banger to kick off day 2 of playoffs. Don't go anywhere. The action continues on after this break.
I'm legendary. Yeah. You know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne. Up from the ground, and out of the gates.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to CDL Playoffs, day number 2. And how about the way that we start off the day? An absolute banger that goes down to a Game 5, Round 11. You could not ask for better, and it's only the start of day number 2. Let's go and take a look at how our bracket is currently shaping up here for Championship Weekend. As Empire now wait in the wings for the winner of FaZe versus Subliners. And we've still got some excellent games still going down in that elimination bracket. Ultra versus OpTic, one thing to think about as well. But guys, we got to talk about this one. Obviously, Lado, Study, and Nameless here on the desk for you guys. My goodness, what a game that was. I mean, I'm going to add to you guys now for the reactions in terms of the way you feel that this one went. I feel like, we were in the green room. We were reacting to this series. It felt like it was Dallas to start. Then it looked like it was Toronto's game to lose. I mean, just talk to me, Stud. How did you feel about how this one went down?
Jesus Christ, man. That was a great series. I know the crowd, they have to be feeling it as well, man, because you got to be sitting at the edge of your seats for one of those matches right there. From start to finish, it was great. Dallas Empire, they dominated, at least took over both the hard points. We saw Toronto, they were able to take that game 2. They take the game 3 as well. But all the way to around 11, it all came down to just the positioning of where Insight was. He picks up that first kill. Once his teammate drops a 2v1, it's really difficult when you have that bedroom patrol. There's no way they were going to mess that up twice in a row.
That's Champs Call of Duty, baby. That was insane. I checked my watch. It was like 110 beats per second. I was like, what is going on here? I'm way too hyped. But yeah, I mean, back and forth throughout the entire series. You look at Empire and the hard points, they were absolutely spectacular. Shotzzy throughout the series. I mean, the guy was sitting at a 1.23 overall. He was just going off throughout it. And you get some big pickups on a player like Vivid who got going in that Game 5 S&D. Yeah. They look damn good, man. I got to say, call that one.
I like that, man. I like that. I like how the beats per minute is still going up, despite maybe not being on the stage. But yeah. I guess it affects in a similar way. But guys, let's round 11 again. Kind of go back and forth on this one. I mean, just kind of instant reactions to this crazy end.
Yeah, so right here, it literally just starts when Insight picks up that kill, iLLeY immediately answers with the trade. And with 35 seconds, the bomb being planted at B, if you have better control, it's going to be really difficult for this guy to try to clutch this one.
And you could tell, like, Dallas this round, they're like, okay, we can't do what we did the round prior to that, right? And this was a tough round for them. Yeah. They had 3 players around Waterside just laying down, watching every single corner, waiting for Ultra to make a mistake, and then they creep up Water Stairs and they find Bance, which I think was basically what sealed the round for them in the end. So big pickup by Dallas Empire, staying composed after almost getting, 4 or 5 rounds in a row to lose that map. That would have been ridiculous.
Yeah, I was asking you guys, I'm like, wait, that was 5-2, right? 5-2. Just in case, so we know in terms of what that comeback could have been, but it stays as a moment that could have been for the Ultra. And now on topic with that, I want to ask you guys too, how does this now affect OpTic, right? Because we were thinking back and forth, are they going to face Dallas? Are they going to face Ultra? Now somewhat of a familiar territory. We've seen them face off against Ultra, at least 5-6 times maybe? I mean, in terms of how this kind of plays out, I mean, so how do you think that this impacts OpTic's tournament now moving forward?
I think this is OpTic's worst nightmare. You have yet to beat these guys. The only time you beat them is when they had methods on the team. Yeah. That's all the way back in stage 1. Ever since they picked up Insight, it's been a 3-1 or a 3-2. And the way that Toronto always get it done is through the search and destroy. They're 6-1 versus OpTic. If you cannot beat them in that game mode, you're not going to stand a chance at beating them here.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly, buddy. Like, you got to win the search and destroy. So we've been saying it this entire time with OpTic Chicago, going up against Ultra. They've gotten there very close before. If you remember that raid, that Game 5, Round 11, they had an opportunity and they weren't able to do it. So this is a true test for them. If they're going to win this tournament, they were going to run into this issue at some point. Yeah. And here it is right here early on. They got to do it.
Yeah, without a doubt. As we mentioned, it's the elimination bracket. You have no life remaining. A lot of things to be thinking about. But one thing that we have to think about is the match that we actually have coming up next, which is going to be our Game Fuel marquee match. It is NYSL taking on the Atlanta FaZe, and a match that also is going to be incredibly exciting to watch. And one thing that we've been talking about a lot is NYSL's record with this roster. They're the only team that has a positive record versus this team. It's the first time we'll watch all 4 of these guys for NYSL face off against the Atlanta boys on LAN. And how do they keep this positive record going if you're New York?
It's got to be Clayster, man. I look at this guy, and in stage 3 when they made their run, he had a 1.14 KD in hardpoint. He was top 4 overall. He had the most damage per hardpoint when they were on that 9-0 run. He was just dominant as that AR player. So going into this series, having the most experience in a tournament like Champs, you look at Clayster to step up, go off here, and also be that in-game leader for these guys. Because remember, in their first series right there, when he got back on the squad, Asim was going off with the SMG, right? And that's definitely because the pressure was taken off him from being that leader. Clay came back in, it was easier for everyone. So I'm looking at Clay to go big in and out of game.
Yeah, for me, I think it's going to be the battle of the SMG. So I'm looking at HyDra and Asim specifically on the side of NYSL. The reason why is because HyDra, ever since he's entered this roster, when he goes up against Atlanta, especially in hard points, that's where we really see him shine. And then also on the other side for Asim, it's not really in the hard points. The guy's going to be like, a Benjamin Bance out there just picking up easy kills left and right, putting himself in better positions. But where he really shines is in search and destroy. When he's playing with no hesitation to his game, that is when he's really strong, especially in search and destroy. When he starts with that first blood, shutting down at least a part of the Tiny Terrors, that is when you see a lot of success.
Yeah, without question, Clay having his signature pretty much all over this series in a number of different ways. But now I'm going to pose it to you guys. Obviously, like we mentioned, it's our Game Fuel marquee match. Which way are we leaning? Are we going with Atlanta FaZe, or are we going with the new look New York Subliners now with Clay? Ant, I'll start with you.
I'm going 3-1 FaZe. I think they're coming out here. I mean, we interviewed Simp earlier today, and what he said? He said, we are winning this event. So I think they get it in a 3-1 win.
For me, I'm sticking with New York.
I was going to say, I don't think I had to question it, but
they've got it done twice. It's a 2-on-1 record with this four, with Clayster and HyDra, Asim and Mack. That is their team. So I'm going all the way into Game 5. New York going to clutch up once again.
All right. Well, like I said, I wasn't too surprised by the New York pick, and also at the same time, for Nameless, I'm not too surprised by Atlanta myself. We've got a split desk, and it's not surprising. I'm sure we probably might even have a split crowd as well. But folks, we talk about ways to win. Obviously, we're thinking who's going to walk away with this. But you folks in the crowd, you guys watching at home, you have the ability to win as well. Tune in on Championship Sunday for the chance to receive Vanguard beta codes as well as a sneak peek at Vanguard multiplayer. We're super excited to see it. We still have to wrap things up here in Cold War, but we are so excited for what is upon us next season. Alrighty, folks, we've got our next match just moments away. It is going to be the New York Subliners taking on the Atlanta FaZe and our Game Fuel marquee match. You do not want to miss it, as we've got that ready to go after this break.
You know, I'm legendary. You know, let's go. Out of the dust.
folks, it's time for your Game Fuel Marquee Match of the day. This one, oh boy, we already had a great match to kick things off, but we're gonna have an even better one. Now I'm Golden Boy, your host, and it's a pleasure to be here alongside each and every one of you at the Galen Center in Los Angeles. Guys, make some noise for yourself because you've been a great crowd. You've been a great crowd, seriously, seriously. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. But now, it is time to bring out your first team. You saw them yesterday representing the Big Apple. It's the NYSL.
Mack with the first blood. He just jumps on in. A flurry of kills through. Mack, though. Mack gets 3. What a second half of the hard point he had. And there's all 4. The ace for Big Mack. Upward timing. He gets flushed out. But Asim and Mack, that crossfire so good. Asim, all 4, give it to him. Takes down the entire side of FaZe.
This is just an efficient move right now. As HyDra, he has the entire team straight in front of him, gets a couple shots now. Look how much he just slows them down.
Can he get the defuse player? He does. 23 seconds left on the clock. One more to deal with for Clay. This would be massive.
Welcome back to the stage, the New York Subliners. Coached by the legendary Fear Evan, aka John Bobble. You got yourself a dynamic roster here. You got Clayster returning, and clearly this has been the shot in the arm that this lineup has needed after that win yesterday. Could they go all the way? The question that I'm sure we're all thinking about. Of course, look out for Big Mack to turn up the heat. But I think we all know that this lineup, of course, being Mack, HyDra, Asim, and Clayster, should very well bring the thunder here today. How you feeling about New York? That's what you like to hear. But now, it is time to bring on their opponent, making their way to the stage for the first time. It is the Atlanta FaZe.
Arcitys, he has a family, my friend.
Count that big. Might be down as the nade doesn't land, and aBeZy. What a nice 2-piece that was.
Atlanta FaZe is going to catch on the other side through pillars. They don't care. They said, we're going to water steps. Next offense, we're going right back at
it. Simp just doing it all. 2 seconds on the clock, and Cellium a huge win, a huge finesse, and a drop, and it's done. FaZe.
Making their main stage debut, it's the Atlanta FaZe! Coming into this competition, the #1 seed, 34-7 throughout the year, but they are the uncrowned kings. Is this their time to walk away as champions of the CDL? It is a massive matchup that I'm sure everyone is looking forward to. Your roster, you know them, you love them. You got Arcitys, the Tiny Terrors, you got Simp and aBeZy, and of course, Cellium. And congratulations to Simp, who's your regular season MVP. But now, it is time to start your marquee matchup, your Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day. LA, are you ready? Let's try that one more time. Are you ready? Let's send it over to your casters, Miles and Chance.
Feeling very ready indeed. Oh, Golden Boy,
you could wake the dead. I am ready to rock and roll, as I'm sure you are as well. And those of you watching from home, howdy doody. Hope you're enjoying this from wherever the hell you are in the world, but this is going to be a treat. For those of you here in the Galen Center, can't wait. Charles, how you doing, mate?
Dude, fantastic. We get to see Atlanta FaZe for the first time, bouncing back from Simp and aBeZy's worst placing they have ever had as a duo. And it's not like it was even that bad, but that's how good those guys can be. Now we get to see the bounce back, or a Champs' event where maybe they're a little bit cursed. Maybe they don't have enough, but that's just a question they get to answer.
One player is going to be trying to bring them down and give them another bad placement. Is going to be our Game Fuel featured player, of course, our Game Fuel marquee match. It's your boy HyDra, the French phenom. We will be keeping a close eye on him throughout this entire matchup. He had a stunning day, let's say, against OpTic yesterday. A brilliant start to Champs here, and it's been a wonderful season for him. Of course, Chance, his debut in the CDL. Who does he go up against? None other than Atlanta FaZe, and it went pretty damn well for him.
And he made the French phenom like an incredibly easy nickname to like distribute, right? Because this kid, when he is on point, literally takes over a series. Like, this is the type of game, and we have like such a high skill cap in the league that you need good teamwork. He's one of the very few like true hard carries that we can have. The #1 overall hard point KD. And again, we even got a taste of it yesterday, man. When he is on point, he's clutching against the best players in the world.
I mean, it's crazy to think how hard it was to get him into the country, how long it took for him to get into the country. Now that he's here, now that he's on the roster, he's looking fantastic so far. There we go, HyDra, nothing but love. We'll be watching him very closely indeed throughout this Game Fuel marquee matchup. Chance, we're going to dive into those Game Fuel keys before you know it, mate. We're almost ready to go. The players walked out fast, ready to party, ready to rock and roll. And now so are we. It's now time for the Game Fuel keys to victory. First up, New York Subliners.
And look, you know, one thing, obviously, if you want to talk about HyDra, we'll get that man going. But more importantly, it comes down to that preparation, right? You're going against the team that has been the best in the world, not just this year, but last year as well. And it's also Clayster's former teammates, right? So you know those tendencies. You know how those guys play. You need to make sure everybody's on the same page. Be prepared for the ego child, basically, right? If you see aBeZy's name, get ready for the bullets to start flying your way. And more importantly, set the tone from game #1. When they've had this current roster, every single time they come out, punch them in the mouth straight away. And again, that is the type of pace they need, because we even saw it yesterday against Chicago, right? They win the first couple of maps, a little bit of falter midway through, but as long as they have that strong start, they are a team that is happy to go the distance against any team in the world.
Well, we'll see if they can get it done. On the other side, on the flip side, as you like to say, brother, Game Fuel keys to victory now for Atlanta FaZe. Is it the same as usual, man? Another day in the office?
I mean, effectively, yeah. Just making sure everybody's on the same page. And one of the things that happened, right, they had that 0-4 hardpoint record against Minnesota and Seattle, who at the time were not the strongest hardpoint teams. And the biggest factor why is, like, not coordinated as teammates. I was able to catch up with Crowder just a bit, and he was like, literally, the only key that matters is communication. If everybody is talking to each other, making sure that we're all on the same page, working together, because it is so easy in Call of Duty just to drift away from your teammates. When you see an opportunity for a play on the map, if it's a solo kind of play, not always the best time to try and take that down so early. So keep these four ready to go right next to each other. If they have their teamwork on point, we already know they have the highest skill cap in the league. If their teamwork is ferocious, well, so are they.
Well, the stage is set. Now we get to see what maps we'll be playing here in this series. Raid, hardpoint up first. We will be treated to a bit of a slower Miami search and destroy. Then a double dose of Garrison towards the very end. Raid, S&D for that game 5. We will see if we have to go the distance. Chance, maps and modes, any glaring opportunities there for either team?
Well, one of the things that stands out is that Miami, right? Neither team necessarily stands out with like an electric record, but they played it once against each other. New York took them down in a 6-3 fashion. It is very much a map where you can do a ton of homework, a ton of game planning, and making those mid-round adjustments. And more importantly, it's a great map set for FaZe, right? Towards the latter half, they have some insane map records, but at the same time, you know they're so good at it that you know that they're going to pick it. When I was talking to JP, he was like, we're trying to delay this veto process as long as possible so they do not have any time to prepare. They knew what maps they were gonna get. New York was completely on top of it, and you know how good they can be when it comes to the homework portion of the game. Even Clayster yesterday, I don't know if you saw his tweet, right? 3 hours of preparation that they said going over VOD just to prepare against FaZe. 3 hours worth of time. We will see how that pays off, and well, the raid hard point to start it all.
Here we go, Galen Center. It's game time, and we are good to go. The first map of this winner's bracket matchup starts right now. Atlanta FaZe, the New York Subliners. This is going to be a humdinger, and we can't wait to get in this one. But you know what? I'll give you one guess. Quick restart, friends. We're going to get into this one in just a moment. Sorry! Sorry! It might be Simp's fault. It's okay. He won a regular season MVP trophy today. We can give him a little bit of slack, but just a little bit. I'm blaming him out of nowhere. That is a gut check. I've got no idea what's going on, but we'll be back ASAP. The refs are on stage. Oh, it's a New York problem. There you go. Well, Chance, all that analysis still lies true, but smiles across the faces. Clay's having a little giggle, and it seems to be, there we go, control problem. We'll get to that one in just a minute, though, mate, but... Oh, no, I've been told that somebody spilled a drink on stage. Oh, come on, boys. Come on! Oh, come on!
I think it was Paco, too. I think it might have been HyDra. He's the only one not around. A little bit too loved to the French phenom and maybe a little bit overexcited, and how excited he can get, right? All smiles yesterday throughout the series they had. And I can't imagine how much fun he is having, right? Because he has been like on the top of the EU Challengers for a long time. I remember when he first got signed by New York, there was a lot of tweets from the EU players being like, thank God we don't have to deal with this guy anymore. Like, holy dear.
aBeZy's not impressed. Not impressed whatsoever. Well, we're all impressed, though, because, again, the other half of the Tiny Terror sitting there in the top 5 hardpoint KDs this season. But the man of the moment, HyDra, still, Chance, a tippity top the mountain, and what a mountain it is. I mean, that could be, what, the Slayer Rushmore of the Call of Duty world.
And well, HyDra, as long as he is here, he's going to be on point. But if you're playing with the Invisible Man, it gets a little bit trickier on the map. Maybe that's how he's going to be in this first hard point on Raid. Just a ghost that it feels like the bullet's just never going to connect.
He's a hard kill.
Whatever it's going to be, looks like he has worked his way back
here
to
he
the
is.
stage.
Woo! He's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's got himself, it's cleaning up the game fuel. That's all right. Well, look, these things happen. We're almost ready to get back into this one. There you go. He's almost ready to rock and roll.
And you really do have to be gentle with those cannons, right? Because they can be as explosive as HyDra's gameplay at times. And, well, it may just take you an extra second, maybe calm the nerves, have a little a joke that you can crack right before you get ready to go. And I think, honestly, HyDra, I mean, you saw right, the 1.2 in hardpoint. He has been one of the very few players, I won't say that can necessarily take the Tiny Terrors down, but at least go toe-to-toe with them, right? Because, yes, you have Simp, that reigning MVP. If I had to take a guess on who got the second most points for that race, it is probably aBeZy.
Yeah.
If I had to take a crack, just trying to decide between one of those two players of who you want to crown as the best in the world, well, it's got to be one of them.
Brand new can there for HyDra. He is well and truly hydrated. The accuracy and alertness he'll certainly need in a series like this. And you saw aBeZy throwing not only shoulders in this series, we saw some eyebrows being raised across stage, trying to get in the heads of his former teammate. You know, Clay's going to try to bring that mental game. You know that they all know each other. Everyone's done the homework, and they're all ready to go. And friends, you know what that song means. It's time to go.
We are getting ready to go. Fist bumps out and about from both of these teams, and just the opportunity, right, to see how FaZe are gonna bounce back. And right now, it's all smiles. They're looking comfortable, and even Simp earlier on told me, he's like, we are feeling good today. But coming off, again, the worst loss of Simp's entire career, and that includes back when he was playing amateurs, the local land, whatever it's gonna be, he has literally had nothing but success since the very first time that he has touched the sticks. One of the greatest Call of Duty players, one of the most skillful that we have ever seen. And now it is just Champ's time on the biggest stage with the fans back in action. Is this going to be the guy, your MVP, to try and take over right from game number 1 against former teammates, looking for that next world championship?
Here we go into Raid. Map number 1. Nades up and about, as is tradition. We're going to fly towards that ring, that first hard point, as both teams will jostle for position. New York in first. Over to Cellium, who finds 2 right off the rear, makes it 3. FaZe will take those points.
And look, it has been a long time since we've seen Cellium be inconsistent. And I'm not saying that he has been that, but if there's any player that you want to try to take down and not let get the hot hand, Cellium's on top of that list as well. But right now, it is mid-map control, it is ring control FaZe with the perfect opening break and just a wall that is tough to get past. Mack, though, able to take down 2, but even still, it is a long way to go to either break through this hard point or work towards that P2 hill.
And P2 sitting in kitchen, top left-hand side of the screen, give or take. That's where Arcitys is now. 3 kills going the way of the Subliners, and now a handful of seconds from that last hard point will be theirs as well. Eyes on the minimap. FaZe set up in kitchen now, looking to hold on to this one. It's going to be HyDra making the slow flank. The rest of the team now coming through Laundry. And this could be a decent push out of the Subliners with Cellium already on the defense. Clay's up next. What's he going to do now against the wall of FaZe?
Oh, he's looking for Cellium. Cellium, a headshot again. I think he has, what, 5 or 6 kills? Almost all of them have been headshots, so his shot right now completely on point. FaZe in the hill. They've got the swarm. 2 players inside a window. An opportunity even for Arcitys to be the guy that's going on the full flank where he gets caught. The stack is in. The push is here from New York, and they get taken down one by one. Last man standing. Gone.
It's real early.
Your MVP.
Oh, he's feeling good already, Clay, getting a little bit of extra sauce there. Some additional bits of seasoning there in kitchen with 20 seconds remaining on this hard point. And I tell you what, your MVP's feeling himself so far. 7 and 3 overall, just brought down. As now rotation across map to the far side we go, over to the garage.
Oh, Arcitys is going to get taken down. New York, you see the spread that they had on the bottom side of the map just to make sure that they were not going to let any players through. But HyDra, your game fuel featured player right now, just patient. His teammates have pushed out far enough that he gets to hang out for a bit before FaZe get anywhere near this hill. It's a money hill, and this is time that New York desperately needs.
Our game fuel featured player trying to make his way forward. Asim finding himself a killing spree. He's now level at 6 and 6. That's 5 in a row. This could be an opportunity now for the New York Subliners to break in, and a perfect time to go for a listen in.
Hit it. He's Jim. There's a guy Jim 1 hill. Jim 1 hill.
Yo, he's one AC, one Jim.
AC one shot, Simp.
Good try.
AC one shot, Simp.
2 there. Black fan.
I'm in bedroom. I'm in bedroom. He's going open. One going open, guys.
There's a guy back. There's a guy blue fan, guys.
Open, big window.
Guy water.
Nice. We'll 60 this. Come on.
I'm gonna go back into time, okay?
I'm backing up the pillar. Yo, he's on me ring already. He's already black van.
One ring.
Cellium's black van.
Heard you? They can go down.
Nice.
there.
Smoke. There's 20 AC.
20 AC.
I'll go in.
Yo, I'm going row. You guys play your setup.
Okay.
I'm sitting bottom right. I have all ring.
Watch my money rocks. Watch my money rocks.
I'm getting in.
I have all ring, guys.
Yeah, I'm here.
One driveway, Arcitys. 2 ring, 2 ring, 1
Hitting
ult.
ring.
2 ring, 1 ult.
2 hit ring. 2 hit ring.
I spawned out.
You have my
One
front.
Out of
In the back, in the back, aBeZy.
Stack.
Getting down, I'm getting
I
down.
break kitchen, Paco. You can go.
I'll go front.
You can play. I break kitchen.
I went front.
I'm watching L.
Watch our front. Hold our front, guys.
Yeah.
They're setting it
L
up.
on me.
There's 2 kitchen.
I kill one. Watch out.
one more.
One shot 20.
There's 2 there. There's 2 there.
They're coming front. They're coming front. 2 front on you.
aBeZy. No, aBeZy's front.
I got 1.
Alright, we're good.
1 L.
We have to get kills here.
Yeah, we got it. You'll come kitchen with me?
He's L.
Kitchen dead. I got 2. I'm
One shot L.
I'm
2
absolutely
L.
not.
Heard you? Are you guys gonna cut down the front or are you gonna hold?
I'm sitting in the back.
One shot.
We need to
Simp.
hold.
1 L, 2 in
Simp,
the
one
back.
shot L.
Alright, 1 L,
Simp,
1
shot
in the
L.
back.
I'm gonna go P1, okay? Get a hold.
The New York Subliners chance, I saw you shaking your head through that one, and again, it sounds like we're on the back foot most of the time there for the New York Subliners.
I mean, very much so. That was pretty sloppy in the gameplay and in the comms, right? Not a ton of small talk, a little bit of silences where they need to have some chatter, but not blocking the spawns on one rotation there in the garage hill. They just get insta-broken. They are struggling for the moment, maybe feeling the pressure that Simp is pouring on. I mean, right from the opening break, he was slaying out 13 kills already to his name in FaZe. Every single hard point, it's kills in the feed for them, control the hill, and now aBeZy's turn potentially to get the hot hand and go on some streaks.
The final hard point in this set, and there you go. A break finally comes through for the Subliners. Asim and Mack in the kill feed. Simp trying to battle back in the last few seconds there, but so far, so good. 30 seconds remaining. Ringside now covered by the Subliners. A couple of crucial kills, but the push will be coming through kitchen now as Atlanta FaZe, they wind up for the hit. Spread across map. They have themselves a 100-point lead right now. No sweat whatsoever.
And look, New York, they're going to have to settle in, get a little bit loose, and they're going to have to do this very quickly. The actual swarm for the old time, well, Simp's going to be there. Collection of 2 for him. He gets the double kill, control the scrap time, and right now, a lot of pressure on Clayster. He is the lone man over towards ring, and you see aBeZy. He's keeping all these players at bay. He gets dealt with, and Clay's winning his gunfights inside the hill. Right now, New York working on the comeback, down by 100 points, but they're starting to chip away.
This is the way it goes. You've got to find the time here. Mack. Whoa! What the hell from Simp? Pulls something special out of his hat. So does aBeZy. Follows it up immediately. Over to HyDra now. What have you got? And immediately pressured. 3 HP. His life flashes before his eyes. Immediately has to dip back. The rest of the team, though, reinforcements now in the form of Clayster. Finds himself 3. Gets himself another point. And just like that, the Subliners crack over that 100-point mark. Is trying to get themselves back into this one slowly but surely. And still, non-stop pressure from FaZe Charge. And Simp, every time we look at him, he's getting a 2-piece.
And the coordination is insane, too, because Cellium was buying him so much time. FaZe swarming all over the point. So hard to deal with, and even on that rotation, right now it's Cellium going to be dealing with 2. And it looks like New York taking their time, grouping together. Maybe this is the settle where they're making sure the coordination is going to be on point. Asim with the challenge. Can't find him just yet. He's got players coming around back, but again, it is just the scatter plot on the board. Meanwhile, Simp 21-9. He's the MVP for a very good reason.
I think we all did it. We all voted correctly, it looks like. We're back in the kitchen, and we're already finding the kills. HyDra with 2, aBeZy answers straight back with 2 of his own. Over 200 points now, the business end of the first hard point here in the series. And Mack, a nice kill though, incoming from behind. Simp once again, ooh, almost had 22, but still, 30 seconds chance. Kitchen now in the hands of the New York Subliners. Not out of this yet. They still have to fight through the FaZe line, find themselves in Garage because they could lose it on the next point.
And these kills are going to potentially start to be big, right? New York now starting that push out. If they are starting to get these kills, FaZe will start spawning out, but it looks like FaZe, you see Arcitys backing down, getting to a head glitch, doesn't want to fall early. A few more seconds before he can take these gunfights, but FaZe, they have spread the mat. They just have everything covered for this rotation. And FaZe, as long as they secure Garage, they will be good for the game. And that means for New York, the pressure is on. One break is exactly what they need, and they don't have a ton of time to get it.
Clinical stuff out of FaZe so far. You know, after staying alive in that situation for so long, aBeZy now taking care of the push forward. A tactical retreat. The remainder of FaZe now lined up on the inside of Garage, now soaking up the time. 30 for the win. HyDra trying to make his way forward. Our Game Fuel featured player is simply being drowned so far, and he's trying to find something in chance. It's starting to get a little bit dire. You have to make the break now. If you're the New York Subliners, you've got to go, and you've got to go now.
And it's the flood through weight room. All 3 players looking this way. Mack trying to get bullets in anyone he can find, but you're running out of time. Up top, Cellium's going to fall. The break is not in. FaZe take them all down. Clay, the last one standing, he can only find 2 in FaZe. Get it done in game number 1. And Simp, the MVP, letting him know, shooting bodies from the start, and he did not slow down for a moment.
22 and 13 for the young MVP, and man, what a start there from Atlanta FaZe. A powerful opener as Hardpoint continues to be a dominant game mode for them. And look, they broke the streak. What, it was like 5 they didn't manage to win there at Major 5. All of a sudden you find a big one right off the rip here. As playoffs, we're getting things going already. Atlanta FaZe up by 1. Quick look at the stats.
I mean, Cellium, maybe that was the player we should have been looking at right here. Simp at 1 point, 21-9. His KD is great, but Cellium right there with him, leads the lobby in damage and kills, and just an absurd performance to set the tone. That is the first time that New York with his roster has lost a game number 1 FaZe. They've made amends.
Well, there we go. Map 1 done. We're going to take a quick break. When we're back, more COD.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know.
Mountain Dew Game Fuel is the official beverage of the CDL. Buy now at gamefuel.com/CDL.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. I'm legendary.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Before we get into map 2, don't forget that we're celebrating the COG League Championship weekend with a giveaway. One winner will get a controller of choice featuring the winning team's design. You want to get it? You got to enter. Retweet this tweet, follow Scuff Gaming on Twitter, tag a friend. All of this ends on August 22nd at the end of the broadcast. Get involved, get yourself a sweet Scuff controller. Can't wait to see how that one goes. Again, I think I think we can enter that, if I'm not mistaken. We can get that out of the timeline, brother. Here we go, though. Miami, Search and Destroy. Excited to get into this map, too.
And this is a map that is incredibly punishing, right? Like, you can do so many things, right? You make one mistake, lose the round. Get the bomb down a little bit too late. Don't clear out driveway. Don't clear out whatever it's going to be. There's so many, like, corners that you can play. Miami, a tough one. That means the homework is going to be incredibly important. And, well, looking at how these guys did against Chicago, one of the standout players, at least in my mind, especially going into this map number 2, it's Asim, right? He had a couple respawns, maybe slacked off just a little bit. And then what does he do on the biggest stage against the biggest team in a game 5? Comes out, drops double digits. He is a player that he is making veteran plays on the map, despite this only being his 2nd year, really 3rd year with the pros.
Incredible stuff. Don't forget that ace in round 2 as well. New York Subliners now looking to bounce back. Miami, Search and Destroy could well be their map, but you know Atlanta FaZe, they've got the goods on this map as well, and I believe you brought it up before, mate. Neither team has a whole lot of reps on this one. This should be an interesting match nonetheless, but again, 3 hours of VOD review and homework from the New York Subliners. That is plenty. Will it be enough to topple FaZe today?
And also, I still do not know if it's going to happen. How many of these players, like your iLLeY or your Celliums, are going to have those little secret things in the back pocket? If there is any map where you find some wild line of sight that we have not seen before, it would be here on Miami, and it would be a guy like Cellium that would have it at his disposal. So maybe just an imaginary thing that we will potentially see. But this is the ultimate S&D kid map, right? So many options, so many corners, so many weird things that you can do. And obviously for FaZe, if you know they got Tupac as their coach, he has been putting the work in for Atlanta with their S&D and making sure that they stay at the top of their game. But it's the first look we have had for these guys for quite some time. And for what it's worth, we've talked so many times about New York, so many good at so many different things. Holy dear God. Great on the offenses, in control, right? Great on the P3s, on your checkmate, hardpoint. Search and Destroy, they have a winning record against FaZe. Not a lot of teams can say that.
Not a lot of teams can say that. That one loss they had, though, in a grand finals. That one's going to sting. aBeZy starts things off as aBeZy does. And Simp, oh my word, his flash landed and it gave away a ton of information. That information, they will output to good work. aBeZy finds one more before being brought down 3v2. Oh, make that a 3v. Done! Okay.
And that is potentially the fastest round of Miami S&D we have seen. 0 time
Oh, what
wasted.
the hell? He's cheating.
The
Nah,
wall
he's not.
bangs.
He's
that,
really good.
Of course aBeZy is going to know.
Dude, that's like the level up of the First Blood King. He's like, I don't even need to see you anymore. I'm going to find you through the walls.
And from what we've seen from FaZe on this year, I mean, aBeZy on this map, he'll even pull out the Krig at times. If there is a First Blood potential, you know he's going to find a way to get it. And again, that is a lightning fast round number 1. We barely have enough time to finish our sentences before aBeZy has spotted the entire team ready to take him down. And you know for him, it is left stick forward. He is ready for these next gunfights.
I'd love to see how worn down that part of his controller is. Like just dust. As he goes forward once again. Little too eager though as HyDra bites him. Arcitys, oh no! He's good though, don't worry. That nade. It's going to take more than that to bring down the Phenom as Asim comes to the rescue. The bomb is now down in the middle of the map. Cellium, sneaky, good play, smart, heads up. Can they recover the bomb in a very precarious position?
I love the aggression from these two teams right now. Both of these guys flying at each other, looking for these fast flanks. But as it stands, that bomb is down towards the middle of the map and Cellium. Speaking of speed, he is so quick to find him, but Clayster ready, there to take him down. And Simp, the MVP for the 1 versus 3, he is getting flanked. He does have the bomb, but he is in between the entire lobby. Clayster there to take him down. And a nice response. Again, you know, aBeZy just sprinting through the middle of the map. No fear in that man's heart. Well, they're playing it off angle, ready for it. And more importantly, Asim piercing through the flank as well, finding the kills. If there's one way to fight aggression, it's with some aggression of your own.
Deep breath. Back into we go. Only 2 rounds have passed. It's been quite a fast Miami so far. A minute 21, I think we've passed in game so far. And here we go. Subliners back on attack. The last round was not very kind to them. And it looks like we're going back to B again. What have they learned? And more importantly, what the hell's aBeZy going to do?
Run forward. Him and Simp, Tiny Terrace up top once again. I mean, this is one of the biggest themes of, you know, Miami S&D, right? Just getting that top piano control on offense and defense. That seems to be what aBeZy has his heart set on, but they're flying out. Nice and quick. Simp ready, but can't take down 2. aBeZy now has to wait for his teammates to come back. He's got a little bit of help in Hotel, but either way, that bomb is planted. You got the kills going your way, and they don't even have the Doc's heady. Clayster, this is the most aggressive Miami S&D. They are flying at each other. All of a sudden, Cellium in a 1 versus 4, bomb down. Asim might give him a freebie, but I mean, frankly, this is a completely unwinnable round unless New York Subliners just hard troll it, but they know where he is. They got him trapped. They got him tagged. And they take him down.
Cellium certainly makes them work for it. He tries to walk away with that round as many points as possible, potentially start a streak. New York say no.
And I love it from both of these teams. Again, the hyper aggression on both sides. No time wasted, offense or defense. There is a play call, there is a plan, and they are sticking to it. I mean, when you got Clayster pushing through your spawn in the first 20 seconds of the round, that's when you know that they are ready to play, but maybe the switch up is here. That bomb leaning towards this A site, looking like Clayster potentially going to be the lone defender at A. Asim going to be watching the cross. And on the flip side, it's Simp, the roaming player for FaZe. Responsible for many things, and Clayster player has done his homework. He's taking the MajorManiak angle.
He's doing it again. He's just flying through mid-map. Oh, Clay's the kind of guy to check his corners left, right, and will it be good night? Bomb planted. Cellium hasn't seen him just yet, but oh, Clay. Oh my God, wait, Cell's like, hold on, he's here, Clay! He lives! But not for very long. Oh boy, that could have been something special.
He lives and he dies. That is, again, one of those calls, and I think Clay is trying to talk to his teammates of like, what just happened? How do we not get towards the middle of the map? And well, it was the roaming player. It was Simp ready for this entire thing, picking up 3 for the best play. And again, it is the aggression being the theme, because it's not just Clay wasting no time to go for those flanks, but how fast is that bomb getting planted? I think at this point, if I'm one of the ARs on the flip side, you just need to get some shots in, try to slow either of these players down, because all of these play calls, I mean, this is genuinely one of the faster S&Ds we've had this year, and it is on Miami.
Everything we thought we knew about Miami, we don't. All the training we've seen from these players, they've trained us more than anything as viewers to expect this to be a drawn-out conflict. Nope. It's a pure blitzkrieg now, and once again, New York Subliners leading the charge, flying across over to Cellium. May have seen a shadow in the distance there on the beach. Oh, did he catch Mack? Big tags. Nice first blood.
Nice pick as well, and keep in mind, this is a very fast flank coming through. You got aBeZy, he's past driveway. You can't plant this bomb, you need to hunt for these kills, and Asim can't find him. 2 players weak, but now it's HyDra's turn. Trying to look for him, the nade there to take one down, but still a 2 versus 3.
HyDra's trying to stay alive in the situation. He's run out of lethals and tacticals. It's nothing but that 74U to get the job done. He is surrounded. Has Clay in position there to watch that A-bomb site still.
And I think it might be up for Clayster to make a play. HyDra's waiting for a kill to fall in his lap, but Clayster trying to make moves. HyDra's going to fall. Clayster made his move, but he is going to fall. The coordination right now coming out of Atlanta FaZe, right? They're feeling that pressure. Cellium is calling all these players out. He finds the pick. He's already seen at least one of those 2 players on the cross. And as soon as he feeds his teammates that information, 2 players again, Simp and aBeZy working together, flying out past Piano, and making sure that they are working together like clockwork. And that is what FaZe needs to bring to the table. That communication, that teamwork, that coordination so far on point. Keep in mind, Simp is on a 4.
Slow and steady now, approaching towards that B-bomb site. And once again, it's going to be your boy aBeZy leading the charge. No one does it quite like him. Cellium on the backside of the docks. Simp holding hands. Here they go. That perfect synergy as they fly across. Every corner now checked. Who will it be, though? Could be Mack in the back alleyway, gets the first bit of damage in, but across they go. HyDra now to try to find the pinch, and it's not a great sandwich so far. Nades are up and about. Mack, oh boy, the nades landed. aBeZy somehow finds himself too. It's now, oh boy, a 2v2.
That is very quick. All of a sudden, Asim in the 1 versus 2. The bomb not getting planted yet, and right now the player's not super coordinated. The freebie is there for Cellium. He's gonna fall 1 versus 1. The bomb is clear. And now it's about the information. They have not seen Arcitys this round, but Asim, he wants to make plays. He doesn't care about the power position. He's going for that rotation. And Arcitys, he's playing catch up.
Ring around the rosy here on Miami as they just exchange placement. No one knows anything right now. Asim, though, with eyes on the B-bomb site. Oh my god, the timing could be exceptional. The first shot's in, the damage is dealt, and the duel is now upon us. 10 seconds. You got to make the run. Here comes the kill. Oh! Oh, that is an unbelievable finish from Arcitys.
And there have been so many plays from this weekend in Search and Destroy where you were put in a nearly impossible situation and you were left with 1 play to make. Arcitys, he didn't have to think about it. There's 12 seconds left. You got a guy that can go out towards that Doc's Heady. Your only play call is to hunt him down. And Arcitys takes the gunny to him with the 74U. You cannot doubt this man.
Asim had a Krig, it looked so good, he had eyes on the doorway. Oh my god, that's some champs right there, baby. Arcitys now down sights, eyes on Clayster, as once again we find ourselves in a tough one. 4-2 to FaZe now as they're starting to walk away with this. Starting to walk into the line of sight of Cellium as well. aBeZy now coming onto the pinch, here comes that first blood. Oh, will he get it? No, Mack turns the tables. As Cellium now, it goes from a pinch to, quite frankly, an awkward situation. He's out on beach, he's now dead. HyDra advancing in towards the A-bomb site. Oh, and Arcitys once again finds a big one. Mack's up next. What's he got in this 2v2?
Oh, and Arcitys is gone too. He's gotten away. And now he might actually get his teammate Simp to be able to wrap back and help him out. Mack, well, he's looking for the kills, but Arcitys finding everything. He cannot be stopped. Again, the perfectness of the play. Get a couple kills, get out of dodge. There's the first, and there's the gunny for the second. Shout out to Simp, helping him out just a little bit for the final one, but the big plays, talk about chaining that together. You clutch up next round, feed your team all the information, and clutch the 2v3 that quickly. I mean, I don't even care about the 5 spree that he's on. Atlanta FaZe 1 round away, and they got the game. I mean, as aggressive as New York wanted to be in this game, I mean, they've just getting punished in these past few rounds. And
okay. Do you want to play aggressive? No one does it better than FaZe, but HyDra's got a thing or two to say about that. The 5 spree still for Arcitys, the 5 rounds now. This is map point for FaZe.
And keep in mind, he is the bomb as well, right? This is, you're getting close to some score streaks, get a kill, maybe get the bomb plant, get a little bit closer. But at the same time, if it's your main AR with that bomb in hand, 50 seconds is a lot of time to work with, but less so on Miami and Simp. He's going hunting.
Here he goes, up the stairs, tippy toes, finds one, 45 seconds on the clock, and he's just going to dip in and out. See you later, mate. I'll take one of your teammates down, make it a 3v3, and let you come to me. HyDra. Oh boy, tags, long range. Mack saying, shoot Clay. You find it, and HyDra now makes it that bit more interesting. B-bomb site all safe. The remaining 2 members of FaZe now over towards A. Oh boy, but they're making it a little dangerous. 25 on the clock now. They've got to go. Arcitys and Cellium looking to get the bomb down. But here comes HyDra sprinting through mid-map as loud as you like, but it may not matter. Here comes the engagement. FaZe, they answer back, and now it's a 1v1. Cell can't get it done, and the Subliners stay alive.
Mack, the saving grace just for a moment, and I don't quite know if Arcitys was able to get the artillery. I know we got the 6 kill. I don't believe it is going to be enough. And shout out to Mack, again, the savior in that situation. HyDra just a couple shots at giving away the game just a little bit too soon. It could have gotten dicey, but New York is still alive, and obviously no artillery for Arcitys. New York, they are working from the 5-2 hole that they were in. They got to win 4 in a row. They've gotten the first. And on attack, they're going to be, but just look at the stack. I mean, again, just top piano control Simp. He'll do it by himself. He's got a little bit help down low. They control piano. Arcitys finds the first one. Arcitys finds 2. Win them the round, why don't you? Clayster and HyDra 2v4, the game on the line.
This is not the situation they wanted to be in. It was a 2-2 split, but they ran into the great Arcitys on the outside of the beach. Okay, and now it's a 2v2. It's Cellium and aBeZy. It's Clayster and HyDra. And for now, it's an open bomb site, but you know FaZe are pushing it. That trophy system was still alive, and it's going to stop that. A bit of lethal as the bomb goes down. And 2v2, New York with the setup. It is now their map to lose.
And one of the most difficult setups in the game to break. You get over an AR over towards Doc's Heady. Good luck with these gunfights. Someone can be ready for it. aBeZy trying to bait it out. Now they know the game. Over towards Doc's Heady. You gotta kill Clay. And Cellium, he's looking for the kills.
Oh, there's the one. aBeZy does get it. The pressure on! And that is the search. With 20 seconds to spare, aBeZy's gonna get over there and defuse that bomb. And with that, it is 2-0 up in the series, Atlanta FaZe.
And Arcitys is the hero for the team. He even got the two-piece, the first bloods, and he followed it up just to start that final round. He got the clutch in the 1v1. He went into the next round, clutched again for the 2v3. Miami was the map pick that New York wanted to play, but FaZe certainly did their homework, and shout out Arcitys, 11-5, 2,300 damage to his name, and again, the clutches to boot. Phenomenal performance in the game number 2 from the main AR.
Unbelievable stuff as Arcitys, the warlord for FaZe, 11-5. Go back and watch that one, scrub through the YouTube channel right now, find it. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Unbelievable scenes here as Atlanta FaZe go up 2-0. When we come back, it's Control, and look at these boys loving life.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust. A legend is born.
The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust.
Legendary indeed, as we now roll into map number 3 here as playoffs continue. Coaches on stage imparting their words of wisdom onto our brave warriors before they once again do battle. We're going to Control, we're going to Garrison, and so far, Chance, things are looking fantastic for FaZe.
I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, if one of the first things we see from Simp is he kills Clay once and spends a good couple clips shooting his body just to let him know, just to set that tone, that's the kind of energy that the MVP is coming with. And you got to say, on the flip side for New York, there has not been a response, but the overall, I mean, this is an SMG. It is bonkers how good Simp and aBeZy have been, that they have, like, inflated the stats, like, just to put such a massive disparity between the SMGs and ARs. They bumped the numbers up themselves, but across the board, top 10 in every single category. Most importantly, you see that number one in control, not just for Sims KD, but for everything that FaZe has done. I mean, look, you can make an argument that best hardpoint team in the game, best search and destroy team in the game, but there's a couple teams that you could say maybe Toronto for the search, for example. When it comes to Control, there is no other. This is their bread and butter. This is where they have truly set themselves apart, and enough so that they can giggle, because we're going into a Garrison Control. They've played against New York 3 times on this map. They've 3-0'd them twice. They've beaten them all 3 times. They have just smacked teams around on this map, in 18-4 record overall. I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, this situation, this map, this moment does not get better than this. Especially when you got Arcitys flushing, Simp having the time of his life, aBeZy still providing with the first blood, and Cellium, meanwhile, I mean, he might be going for the record of most headshots in a single game. Man was putting in some serious work.
Well, here's the major results so far for a quick sort of look back over the year. In Major 1, it was an explosive start. Major 2, of course, the rise of Toronto. 3 and 4, you know what happened there. Major 5, though, that's 7th place for both teams. Atlanta certainly looking to get the job done this week.
And keep in mind, right, for that Major 3, you saw the first place for Atlanta, the second place for New York. It was FaZe that took them down. It's been mentioned a few times, right? The winning record with this roster that New York has against FaZe, that one loss just happened to be when it matters the most in the finals. And, well, not a lot matters more than here at Champs in the winner's bracket, where I don't know if you've seen the rest of the bracket, Miles, and obviously a devastating place to be. Not fun for any team at this point when you got guys like the likes of Toronto and OpTic down in the mix, with Røkkr waiting in the wings. You got to stay on top in this tournament. It is not a fun place to have to make a run in just, again, 18-4. That is almost painful to look at if you're a New York fan.
Yeah, we've joked about it for a couple of majors now, where you look at the series and you see their middle game mode, you see Control. It's almost a freebie for Atlanta FaZe. You almost put them up by default 1-0 in the series because they are so dominant at the game mode. For now, for the New York Subliners, you have to do the unthinkable. You have to ascend, transcend even. Got to be better than you've ever been before, just to push this series to a map number 4. But here we go. Garrison Control. It's first to 3. Let's get it.
Already, you just got aBeZy. 0 time wasted, goes through the underground portion of the map, and just like that, out like a ghost in the night, he's back towards his teammates. And already, if you're New York, you got to sit here and look around for aBeZy, worried about a big in your spawn, but there he is for his second kill. You get Simp up top, and this is why they are so good on Garrison Control. They get that map control right from the get-go. They can play at whatever pace they need to, but aBeZy does get caught. Cellium, the next player in line.
Cell playing it slow, playing it steady, keeping it all together. The clock keeps ticking away, and it's Atlanta FaZe who want that to run down to 0. 40 remaining now. Cell still holding the middle of the map. There are players everywhere as the New York Subliners swarm forwards, looking to get a player onto B. Stop the clock, 33 seconds. The capture begins.
And Clayster, off respawn, goes on a 5 spree. So you talk about a man that really, honestly, at this point, needs to step up for his team. It's got to be Clayster, right? The veteran, to try to get some momentum going. But while he's on a 5, he gets caught. No streaks, no love, and now no more map control. Simp does get taken down, but aBeZy right there with him for the trades. Communication and coordination, if you have that from FaZe, they look simply unstoppable. And right now, 16 seconds left on the clock. New York, this is the desperation effort. Get to this point, get the trophies down, and just try to stay alive.
Yep, try to stay alive, contest in. Mack's got to win these fights. Have to watch the player in the vents as well. That's on HyDra. Wins the fight. Asim wins one on the front. Mack gets his as well. The contest continues, and Cellium, in and out he goes, finding one. trying to keep the play alive. 13.5 on the clock. Second segment in progress, and we're looking at capturing B.
I mean, hell, 13 seconds left on the clock, but now they find a way. Asim's broken out over towards A. You're going to be able to capture B, and now just look at the life lead. 6 that they have in the advantage. They got the response they wanted. Asim does get taken down, but even HyDra, the next SMG, to be annoying. He drags at least one down with them. And right now, it is about the TDM for New York. Only 8 lives remain. That is 2 waves of kills. Every single death for FaZe can be dire.
Team deathmatch now, friends. We're just going to slay them out. 7 left of Atlanta. 11 lives left now for the Subliners. Better make it 10 as Arcitys gets his first kill of the round. 45 seconds remaining. We should see it come down to kills, but those kills are getting closer and closer. 7 to 9 now. Right there, smack bang in the center of the screen. Watch those numbers dwindle. As aBeZy, HyDra, they go toe-to-toe once again. Out we go! Arcitys, he eats the pair alive. And now it's 6-6.
7 life lead just disappears before your eyes. Now that time just draining away from the clock. Only 24 seconds, and now you've lost map control. You've lost power positions, and Clay looking for a couple pop shots, but Arcitys with a gun like this, he hunts him down and drops him. The life lead falls apart before our eyes, and even the flanks coming through. You got battles and breaks, everything. Arcitys, you talk about Clayster off spot, he goes on a 5. Arcitys does the exact same thing. Slow start from him, goes on a 6 spree, and completely shuts it down.
Man, he is not playing around today. Arcitys came to eviscerate players. He's going to end careers at this tournament. He is on one right now. You play that best play, and that's all good and well, but so far, I mean, 6 and 7 for Arcitys, 7 and 5 there from Simp. I mean, it's just been non-stop action so far. Atlanta FaZe pull away that first round.
And again, that is a 6 life lead. I think FaZe had 8 left on the clock with 1 minute and 13 seconds, and then every single kill at that point, Atlanta just collecting them. Nice round on defense. Admittedly, as Garrison, that is the way it goes. Atlanta now back on the attack, looking to see what happens off the opening break. Standard stuff so far. Just waiting to find some of these kills as Simp. Well, he reads the situation, gets the call out, goes hunting, finds at least one, but the trades are there. You got the Tiny Terrors working together so well today on Friday.
Certainly Friday, and they're looking this dangerous. Arcitys once again picking up 2s all over the place. Quick contest there. Oh, Cellium cut down by those 2 attacking players there from the New York Subliners, looking to take control of mid-map. No easy feat right now, as again, the pressure from Simp in mid. HyDra's now going to try to go toe-to-toe with the regular season MVP. Lands it, gets another. Cell from the top rope finally puts him down.
And aBeZy, by the way, by himself. That's a 5 spree for him. It can't make it 6. Clay shuts him down just by a bullet, but even still, you're going to the harder zone. You're Drazah and Cellium with the ego that he has. He's looking for some more kills. It is going to be the harder point captured first, unless Asim can find his way out. The sides are in, but that is a kill funnel. A secured, and now you get 2 minutes, the sweet spot to capture B. This is the best case scenario. This is FaZe at their very best.
FaZe with the switch up. A zone being the harder point to capture here on the map. Over to B now. They've got themselves a lot of map control. Cellium 10 and 8, currently on a 2 spree. Looking to cut those players out from spawn. What can Mack find? Currently just information. Now he's going to find an early grave. Tough scenes right now as the players from the Subliners start to drop, and on to B we go. 1 minute 31 on the clock, and ample life count to work with, a 21 to 15.
Maybe a couple more fall. New York looking for any sort of stabilization. They got to find these kills, and hey, there's a big 2 from Mack. An unfortunate team kill, but at least you've cleared out the area. aBeZy trying to make the hero play, and hey, he's going to find it. Explosives the whole way around. You still have players from New York in the middle of the map, but again, it's just about the time. 1 minute and 15 is so much to work with to capture B. FaZe pouring the pressure on.
Still maintaining that pressure. Subliners need to now buy some space. Get some air back in the lungs, because they are being winded by the constant pressure, the onslaught now from Atlanta FaZe. 16 to 11 in the life count. FaZe leading this one. Arcitys pushing it forward. Simp, sweet Jesus, what are these kills? Forward they go, kill after kill, slide, shot punch, you name it, headshots. They're doing it all. 2 spree right now for Arcitys, and he's capturing B all alone.
Oh, he's just stopping the clock, right? You can honestly just start winning this on lives. There's another 3 in the feed. Mack, last man standing, and there he goes. Arcitys drops him, takes him down. B point secured, and the control game still perfection coming out of Atlanta. how bad of a situation it has got to be down 0-2 in the series. And this is the moment, by the way, of aBeZy one shot. He's making the best play, opening up the A point. And it takes plays like that to make it happen. He got 2 more even before that best play started. Running the show. They simply, at this point, can do whatever they want. FaZe can do no wrong. And they are just completely setting themselves up for the hot 3-0. You talk about a response from your Major 5 performance. Well, you asked, they deliver.
17-9 for aBeZy, 12-9 for Simp at this point in time. It seems to be a kill race between the two of them. One final round is all they need. Defending will be Atlanta FaZe. And as I said about the New York Subliners, they need to literally transcend themselves. The best performance they've had in the game mode. They need it now. There's the defense from FaZe. Man alive, it is just so strong. New York starting to fall apart at the seams. You saw the discourse there, you know, in between rounds. It is not an easy scene to be in, and the Subliners are really getting strangled so far.
I don't even know where you go. This is what Arcitys love to do. Give him a power position, let him hang out. You got Cellium covering the other side of the map. It is tough just to work yourself out of this spawn to the point where Cellium with the AR is going on flanks. You're getting flanked and shot in the back by him. It is just dire. At least he gets taken down, but look at the map control. It's taken all of this. There's 30 seconds left on the clock just to get to that 50-yard line. You get top green control, but I'm just looking at that time ticking down, 25 seconds. You got to make something happen. You got to pull off something magical.
Oh, you got to go, man. And Arcitys just walking forward, trying to find these kills. At this point in time, confidence supreme for Atlanta FaZe. Still looking to stop that first segment. Here comes the contest. Simp sliding in and out. First segment gone. Simp holding the line. Can Mack find the kill? The answer will be hell no. Simp flies forward, gets it. Teamwork once again from FaZe prevailing. And chance there is 20 seconds, and this is a 3-0.
Last ditch effort, get a body on the point, trying to make something happen. Someone right now was on a 5 spree, but I think he got taken down immediately. HyDra's gonna fall as well, like dominoes, dropping one by one by one. And where's the teamwork, the coordination? They can't buy a trade with the money in their pockets. And FaZe, again, they can do whatever they want, man. The bounce back from Major 5 is in. The hot 3-0 is in. Atlanta FaZe, a lot of teams might have been hoping that they wouldn't show up, but they have shown up in the best way possible. An incredibly quick series. And right from the jump, man, Simp shooting bodies as fast as he was. They had their foot on the gas, driving 60 the whole way through.
Things certainly starting to heat up here in the Galen Center as FaZe display the usual dominance we'd expect from them. They start their run here at Champs the same way they started their look on this game here in Cold War. Absolutely disgusting. 3-0 over the New York Subliners. And those stats, they are not going to be pretty. 23-12 for aBeZy. Sim slowed down quite a little bit there, man, at 14-13, but nonetheless, what a performance from Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, just a showcase, right? Even with the game plan, you knew New York was going to pick Miami. The amount of prep work they probably did to get ready to go on that map in FaZe, it took them, what, maybe 4 rounds to analyze the situation and just started dominating. After that, you got the clutches when you need, you got the dominating performances when you need, and again, that is a scary team to watch 3-0. That is a wake-up call again for anyone that thought they would struggle after Major 5. There's your answer.
They didn't struggle one bit. Now it's time to hear from the Warlord himself. Arcitys is on stage with Jess. Jess, what a monster performance he had. What's he got to say?
Thank you so much, Miles. Yes, that's right. We are on stage with Arcitys for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. What a performance your team had. What a performance you had. Can you tell us what you were thinking when you took down Asim in that 1v1 during that S&D?
I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to do it anyways. You got shit on, so I don't know.
You'll get in trouble, I won't. So you guys struggled a little bit during Major 5. What did you learn about yourselves?
That everyone has weaknesses. We got exposed that Major, and I'm mad that was my brother that did it, but screw it. I don't know. That's how we're supposed to look, and that's how we are looking right now, so hopefully we can keep it.
Well, at the beginning of the day, you know, we named Simp MVP, and we asked him if you guys are going to take home the title. He did not hesitate to say yes. What do you think?
I mean, I got 3 MVPs right next to me, so hopefully.
All right, well, thank you so much. Once again, let's give a round of applause for Arcitys and your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Back on over to the casters.
Arcitys truly a class act in and out of game, and look, he ain't wrong. That was how that round went. I mean, we'll see that in just a few moments. But Chance, all the haters, all the doubt, anyone who questioned Atlanta FaZe coming into this tournament, I'm pretty sure you got your answer there.
I mean, I don't even know how many haters there were, to be completely honest with you. That is almost the expectation from these guys at this point, to be able to put performances together like that. And Arcitys, a major factor to the success of this team. Again, that's what he's there for, right? The leadership. When you need the clutches, he can deliver. Arcitys is a machine on the map.
Scott, play the game. It is, of course, going to be that infamous round that Arcitys won there, that 1v1 against Asim, a seemingly unclutchable situation to be in. Chance gets it done.
And again, it's really just about the time that he's going to end up with on the clock, right? You had that ring around the rosy game, but by the time he gets the information on the scene, well, he's going to be over towards the best heady in the game. You got to clear out Dox, and he's only got 12 seconds left when he gets the information, and he knows, what am I going to do? Try to plant the bomb, play it scared? No, he sprints at him with the 74U, and well, he said it better than I could, but he just guns him. And again, that is the momentum swing. He carried that to the next round, and that is the momentum shift in that game that they made the best use of. They never slowed down.
A disgusting display is Atlanta FaZe 3-0 the Subliners. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more COD goodies for you, friends. Don't go anywhere.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go! Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne. Up from the ground, and out of the gates. I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane.
Hello and welcome back. Maven, Merc, and Nameless here to break down the match we just watched. It was a quick one. I've got some questions for you, and I want to hear your opinion, well, from both of you. Nameless, for you first. Do you feel like with FaZe, the fact they lost, like, what, 3 out of 4 coming into this, were they a bit underrated kind of coming into this weekend for some?
I mean, yeah, right? But for kind of a good reason. They did not have a good month of July, and then right there, it just proves like they can just turn it around in a matter of seconds, right? Like they had a week to go, and they look like a brand new team. They dominated that series, all above a 1.1, just flying the entire time.
And Joe, maybe not for you, but like you didn't get that vibe at all. Like
I think people were just hoping that. I think that was about it, right? I mean, I think they're just hoping that they stayed that week, but I mean, that is just a statement, right? A 3-0 right out of the gates. They haven't even played a match, so to play that well, I mean, just against a very solid NYSL team right from the get-go, that was, hey, we're still here.
Yeah, it was like Empire Røkkr. Like, it was just dominant. There was no question who the better team was throughout the course of that. Now, Ant, we're going to go through some of the plays, some of the big moments from, I think we're going to talk about the search and destroy a little bit and what stood out for you, but FaZe looked good.
Yeah, they did look good in Search and Destroy, and that's one thing that, we're looking at them throughout this tournament. They're going to have to be on point with, as there's some opponents that have given them trouble in Search and Destroy in the past. But yeah, I mean, during this round, you see they do that. They try to get a blind push here over towards B. Doesn't work out, but they're not afraid, so they decide to push through it. It's always Simp and aBeZy who are together, and Cellium and Arcitys, they just do a fantastic job of slowing down the push. Cellium's able to pick up a kill on Mack, and this is what FaZe does that's so great. Every time they figure out where the team's pushing, they're able to trap them, get those kills that they need to in the one-on-one gunfights because they're extremely talented, and it goes in their favor.
Well, before we talk about maybe NYSL a little bit, Joe, for you, what was the most impressive thing you saw at FaZe?
I think that Search and Destroy, even just a round like that, it's their ability to stay alive. And I mean, you look at Raid Hardpoint, maybe, we still had map 4 Garrison, which is probably their go-to. So the fact that they're winning teams Hardpoint picks, I think is huge for them. That's where they wanted to show a lot of that improvement. But in the S&D, that's where they know they can be the best team in the world.
Well, and I mean, over that little slide they had at the last major, I mean, when you think about it, that's really the only time they were vulnerable. Outside of that, they looked like the best team in the league throughout the course of it. I know it's one match, but they seem to be fixing some of the mistakes you saw over the course of that stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Hardpoint for me is what I was looking at going into this one. How good were they going to be in that mode? And, New York's a team that's given them a lot of problems in Hardpoint in the past. And I know that this isn't that New York that was on that stride, but still, they made good work of them on that map. And Simp, especially the MVP, coming in, showing us that type of performance. You got to expect them to continue it throughout.
Well, now, Joe, I want to talk a little bit about NYSL. You get a big win yesterday. It's a hyped up one. I saw Clay afterwards, and he was like, yeah, it's just, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, told you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, they get that win, but then you come in getting smoked. What can you learn from that?
I mean, they just got to forget about it. You play a match later on against Minnesota Røkkr. That is the goal now. Try to prep for that. Hopefully this goes 5 games so you can get a little bit of extra VOD reviewing if you're the coaching staff. But it's just, we got smoked by Atlanta FaZe. Everyone in the league can say that at some point. It is what it is. We're still in the tournament. That's the goal.
Okay, well, before we start to talk about our next match, and quickly, I want to talk about the Winners Bracket Final. It's now set up for FaZe and Empire. Inaugural season of the CDL last year. What was our Winners Bracket Final?
It was FaZe and Empire. And Empire knocked FaZe down to losers bracket in a 3-2 win. And FaZe came back, played them in the finals. And what happened? Empire dominated them. Is history repeating itself? I don't know, but it's set up for that.
It's pretty cool, though, right, Joe? It's like all the team changes from 5v5 to 4v4. But here we are.
No, I think it just, you got to give credit to the organizations. Obviously, all the talent on Atlanta FaZe, they kind of built their dynasty team, right? They knew what they were doing, getting Arcitys on the roster, just making sure they had their pivotal pieces. But on the Empire side, the year they had to be back in that position, I think Stro said if they win that one, they'll be in 6 of 9 World Championship finals.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I saw that HyDra tweet. Yeah. I was like, that is a very impressive stat
yes,
line.
It is.
We were in one of those.
It's true. That's true. You made that
crazy
run. I don't know how you did it, but you did it.
Finals, though.
You were so good in search that weekend.
Yep, I was.
You were frying.
It was good times. I missed those days. I would
now
get
we're on the
smoked
desk.
by these guys, though.
Yeah, right. All right, well, let's start to talk forward a little bit. We're going to begin to discuss OpTic versus Ultra. Now, before we get into it, the main thing I do want to look at, Scump was in an interview yesterday. He was asked who he would rather face. Let's take a look.
So tomorrow you're going to face the loser of Ultra versus Empire. Is there a team that you think that you match up better against?
I mean, probably Empire, because Ultra has our number. But
we didn't need the latter part of that. You got the point in the beginning. Would rather face Empire because Ultra, Ant, talk to me about that matchup. It has been a very tough one for them.
It's a nightmare. I wrote down some numbers here. I mean, Ultra's 4-0 against them with Insight, 5-1 in S&D against them, 3-1 in Control, and then even in the hardpoint, it's split at 4-4. So OpTic has not been able to do much against Ultra whatsoever throughout the season.
I think that's a big thing. When you talk about those stats, 4-4 in hardpoint, that has to be better for OpTic if they want to move on. And then 3-1 in Control. I think I saw the maps. I think you're going to have that raid control. That's where they've been, so good throughout the year. And that's great. That's great for them. But the hard point here has to be better because Search and Destroy, with what we saw yesterday, it's tough to believe if it goes 5 that they'll do it.
Do you think it helps, OpTic at all, that Ultra are coming off a recent loss, like a tough Game 5 battle, Ant?
Well, yeah. I mean, one, Ultra's coming off of a loss. Not only that, I mean, what we saw at the very last major was not great for Ultra as well. And then Ultra and Hardpoint not looking good. And that is where OpTic can be very good going into this one. So I think OpTic is going to have confidence. You know, obviously they've had some series where they could have beat Ultra. At the very end, Game 5, Round 11, I always go back to it because they had the opportunity to win it there. So it's possible.
Okay, well, Joe, if you had to pick one player on OpTic, I know it is a group effort, but who has got to step it up in this particular matchup?
Envoy for me. I don't think you saw the best Envoy yesterday. I believe that when the Submachine Guns of Toronto Ultra are struggling, we just saw it earlier. Scump is playing COD champ Scump, right? Yeah. He's got to keep that level up, but that duo can take over this series. I'm looking at the subs.
All right, let's get to the picks. We know Ultra have dominated it. This matchup they have crushed, but OpTic or Ultra, who you picking?
I didn't like what I saw at Ultra earlier today, especially in the hardpoint. I am going to go with OpTic 3-1. I think that, you know, it's just been too many times they've lost by now. They're going to end up winning this one. They look good. I'm excited to watch.
You just wanted the crowd to cheer for you, didn't you?
No, I seriously do think.
I know.
Ultra has looked weak.
It's just, it's hard to pick them with how this has gone. Joe, for you.
Well, I went OpTic 3-2. I just think sooner or later it has to happen. 4 matches in a row. They have to learn from every single one, correct? So there's a little bit that you can learn from. The big thing for me is communication and search and destroy. How quick are they to react off one another? Yesterday, too many mistakes. Make sure they are together and don't allow those mistakes to come through. It's got to happen, right? I mean, just that's sooner or later, it's got to happen.
It's got to. I mean, it's always been said in sports, esports, it's tough to beat a team and dominate them all year. That is what Ultra has done to this point. Is now when OpTic is going to break through, but. That's going to do it for us on the desk. We've got a big matchup coming. We've got Ultra, we've got OpTic,
Legendary.
Lando and Standy to take you through the action. We'll be back after this quick break.
You know, I'm legendary. You know, let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born.
There is a status reserved for a select few throughout history. For those remembered for more than just a name, it's a title even kings die in vain for.
Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne.
Time gives us all one simple choice. You can be forgotten or become immortal.
You think he's done now? You think he's gonna stop here? You think you can stop aBeZy? Oh my God!
Let's go!
You have to get through Skies! His name is Caesar Skies Bueno, and he chose to invest in his game.
I'm legendary.
PaulEhx has just been straight up the best player in the world.
Why has no one killed him?
To be remembered is not enough, because anything less than legendary is failure.
Accuracy, though, they line up! They line up for accuracy and he wins it! Are you kidding? Accuracy with thighs!
I'm legendary. I'm taking the crown. That's why I came. I was born ready. I'm legendary.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CDL Playoffs. It is day number 2, and it's time for our elimination match here at the Galen Center. It has been so amazing to be with you all, and we cannot wait to guide you through our next match. It's Lando, it's Study, and boy, do we have an excellent matchup ready for you. Stud, it's OpTic, it's Ultra. We've been here before. The desk just broke it down. We've seen this match so many times previously. How do you expect this one to go?
I don't know, man. So far, Toronto, they've had their number the entire year, man. Ever since picking up Insight, they're 4-0. They win a majority of the series 3-2. Well, at least they split them. 3-2 and twice. Right. And then 3-1 in the other 2. But I just feel like if OpTic want to have a chance at winning this tournament, this is a hurdle that they have to get over.
Yeah, this has been, the hurdle, the one plague for them they have yet to overcome. Yeah. We talk, so often about how this OpTic team, they have potential to win majors. Well, this has been the team that has been in front of them every single time. Well, you've heard a little bit from us. Now it's time to send it to the stage. It is Golden Boy to introduce us to our teams.
All right, everyone, it's elimination match time. Ho, ho, ho. And we got ourselves a great matchup lined up for you guys. But you know what, folks? I don't want to waste any time. You know how I roll. So let's go ahead and bring out your first team representing the Windy City. It's OpTic Chicago.
Mighty Crimsix going in. Normal, looking fantastic. Envoy slaying his way through. Scump from up high, the king.
I'm out here doing what they thinking is irrational.
Really starting to run that score, Robin.
I'm gonna make it bad, make it back, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, OpTic game in a back. Chicago are a force to be reckoned with.
And welcome back to the stage, OpTic Chicago! It's last chance saloon for OpTic as they are going up against what many could claim to be the boogeymen of OpTic Chicago with Toronto Ultra. This team has a lot on their shoulders, but they have broad shoulders indeed, because you got Scump leading the charge, the king, looking to lead this team to victory. Formal, a legend in multiple FPS titles, but has cemented a legacy here in professional Call of Duty. And let's not forget about Envoy and Dashy. They're looking to bring it here today against a squad that has been a thorn in their side all season long. But now it's time to bring out their opponents. We saw them fall just a little while ago. Can they bring it back? It's, of course, the Toronto Ultra.
Me, the cheap frames these days. I don't put my trust in no but the teammates. Boogle no taking no recess, no beaches, the THC till we make it proper. Kim in this to be the best and feed the
10 seconds left, nades are up and about. Bounce gets the kill, but there's the one. Oh my God, Danny. Horrific action. Danny, he's able to play his life. So much with Dax from Toronto. 5 in a row. Why is PaulEhx still alive? Why has no one killed it? Insight now to save the day. There it is. The trap still set for the kill. Get out right now. They go to the other side. It's like that when he's
To be the best and feed the rest. Just need a little bit of knowledge.
Making their way to the stage, the Toronto Ultra. Ultra receiving a hero's welcome from this very, very lopsided OpTic fan base here, but the Ultra have looked clean against this squad, and despite the loss, despite some of the setbacks, I think it's safe to say that the Toronto Ultra are poised to try and move forward in this competition. They finished in the top 3 in 4 out of 5 majors. This is a squad not to be reckoned with. But for this EU roster of Vance, Cammy, CleanX, and Insight, one has to wonder, could they be going home here today? But now it's time to start your third match of the day. You got OpTic, you got Ultra. Let's get it on and send it over to your casters, Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. A wonderful introduction and a great storyline now set up for this match that now sits before us. As we mentioned, an elimination game. Loser, you're sitting home top 6. Winner does advance in the elimination bracket to at least see another day. But oh boy, we got to talk about what it takes to get this job done, and we're taking a look at our game fuel keys to victory. Stud, walk me through Toronto.
Yeah, so you've had their number the entire season so far, especially in Search and Destroy. They are dominating them 6-1, and this is something that Chicago, so far throughout playoffs, this is their struggling point. They have to get better at Search and Destroy, and then also, the tissue has been, he needs to be an issue. CleanX in that series versus Dallas didn't really have a hot one. 0.65, -30 with the kill department is just not acceptable. You need him to step up, especially as that main aggressive SMG. And then Hardpoint is where Ultra can really rain on OpTic's parade. They're 4-6 versus Chicago, and they didn't really look good versus the Empire, dropping both of them there. So they really need to step up in their Hardpoint early into this one.
Yeah, oftentimes you ask yourself, you know, how does a team really begin to rebound? Just hours ago, off of that Game 5 Round 11 loss that they suffered to the Empire. We'll see how they look to try to change things up coming into this match. But now, our game fuel keys to victory here for OpTic Chicago and playoffs this year. 0-3 Search and Destroy record up to this point. The only way that they improve in that mode is using more teamwork. You heard Joe mention that on the desk constantly. Communication is so important in that mode for this team. Also, Scump needs to continue to be the man on the mission. The king has reclaimed his throne, if he didn't already previously have it. A 1.28 yesterday, and we look at him oftentimes to be the player for this roster, and so far here at playoffs he has been so dominant. A 1.28 KD stud. It feels like we've kind of wound back the clock a little bit.
Yeah, man, like the guy's just Mr. Consistent, especially Scump champs. Like, this is what he lives for. The guy's trying to go out there and get his second ring. He's the king for a reason. So far, he's leading the troops in the right direction.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, our maps and modes for this series: Checkmate Hardpoint, Moscow S&D, Raid Control, Raid Hardpoint, and if it comes down to it, all the way to a Game 5, it would be an Express Search and Destroy. We circle that one. We put some hearts around it. We hope that we can get there. Also, map vetoes listed below. Stud, we take a look at this first map, Checkmate Hardpoint. We've seen this one, a fair amount of times between these two.
Yeah, we definitely have. I'm pretty sure every single series that they've played has had a Checkmate Hardpoint in it. So this is going to be a big point because, at least in the opening Hardpoints, this is where OpTic see a lot of shine. They are 4-1 versus the Toronto Ultra team. They're usually getting off to a good start, but if they do not bounce back in that Search and Destroy, that's when you let Ultra back into this series.
Yeah, that's a great call. It's been OpTic, playing well off the start, which is what you want to see them do, but it's about that consistency, getting into the Search and Destroys, getting into the controls. Ladies and gentlemen, this is elimination match. Let's make some noise. There we go.
There we go.
All of us incredibly interested to see who will progress and who is headed home in top 6. As we mentioned, elimination game. And we start things off on Checkmate Hardpoint, as you mentioned, Stud. Pretty much a classic map between these two. Battled numerous times, and actually the first time they faced off, which it was in the very, very beginning of the year, it was OpTic who started off like 200-7. A much different story now all these months later. But you hear the crowd already in Chicago's favor. One of the keys to victory, mentioning how do they feed off of that energy. And we're about to find out. Toward the top plane we go, and not the best way to start off a team kill.
Definitely not the best way to start off, so that's going to be an early 3, make it 4 dead. You have 3 players from OpTic already spawning all the way at P5. It's all going to be on Envoy. Try to make a play happen. He's able to find one, taking his time, and unfortunately, he's going to lose that gunfight. So right off the rip, Ultra able to get into this P1 hardpoint and immediately flip these spawns. This is not the best case scenario right now for OpTic.
Yeah, that is not the best case. That is the worst case scenario to possibly be in if you are an OpTic fan, considering, hey, we got preferred spawns. We're trying to fight, contest for P1, and it's been exactly the opposite. Spawns flipped now at the hands of Ultra. 29 uncontested points so far for the boys in purple. But now the race begins. 10 seconds left at P1, but the focus is going to be now at our money hill toward yellow crates. Formal looking to try to make his way up toward this far bottom side of the map, but he gets met with the nade from Bance.
So now the spawns are coming in. Toronto still have control, but Envoy, he's able to sneak through and get one. Scump also finds a second, so that's going to be enough pressure to spawn a couple players from Ultra all the way across the map. And just when we thought Ultra had control, OpTic break in, and now they're going to be set up.
Yeah, that doesn't happen all that often considering how P1 goes, but there you have it. OpTic break right back on in and put themselves where you wanted to see them at the very start. Scump, the player to look out for, unfortunately does drop at the hands of Bance, but it's Dashy to pick up right where he left off. As we said, Stud, Scump has been so great so far throughout this weekend. We look to see him continue to put on performance like that, but you cannot forget a guy like Bruce. 5-2 on the 5 spree for the time, and streaks very well. Could be in his future. That's now going to be 6, one more. And that's going to be huge for Chicago if they're able to earn it. You want to play around these. You've got the last 10 seconds wrapped up. Takes down Cammy, and that's the artillery. One more away from the cruise, and how great could that be? Last one right in front of him. And that's going to be 8 in a row. Can he make it 9? Having somewhat of information in terms of where CleanX is, but great coordination, gets taken down, but you're happy with that. You got both streaks.
Definitely are happy with that, even though it is checkmate. Streaks aren't really going to be useful, but just starting off hot for Dashy, you can just tell he's such a young player. Getting that early momentum underneath his belt is going to be great, and that's going to be 3 down. Toronto now spawning out towards back P2. OpTic are on point right now. They consistently are just flipping the spawns when needed, and with 30 seconds remaining on this P3 hard point, they can set up properly for that P4.
Yep, sitting pretty right now. A Scump shuts down CleanX toward the top side of the plane. In moments like these, you always wonder, what do the comms sound like with this roster? They've got the crowd behind them. How do they react? Let's go to Liston now with OpTic Chicago.
This was playing to me. I don't know where about.
Help right. I'll help hold. Yo, is it P5?
Yeah, two turning. I know. One more ring. Cammy.
Nothing new.
Nice, 2.
Inside P5 and 1 top plane, right?
Yo, he stopped playing CleanX. Top plane P5.
One still P5. Spawn quick, guys.
No, we spun. Yeah, he's backward. I'm one shot. I need help, Bruce.
He's hitting mid point, Matt.
Bruce, I need help here.
Top plane. Inside, watch out. One bullet. Top plane. Their side, absolute Bance.
That's dead.
Bance is at midpoint.
Yeah,
you can cruise it, yeah.
Cruising.
Put it our side. Put it our side.
I don't see my wing.
Top plane.
Top plane, CleanX weak.
Looking left wing.
Putting it our side.
Our plane dead. CleanX still top point.
Maybe one more side.
Yeah, exit. Let's go. Hit him out.
Absolute wallbang box still. Nice.
Alright, all their side.
Is it already in dead? Another one midpoint. Yo, midpoint. Midpoint one missing.
Yo, they're tractor. Watch out. I'm naded. I'm getting naded. Yeah, I'm dead.
I'm going to.
Bottom bricks. Bricks.
Yo, one's bottom left wing.
We need to hold, guys.
They're hitting graffiti.
Get graffiti. What's up?
Front time.
You just get that spot.
Graffiti Bance.
Yo, front tower. He's weak.
It's absolute.
Nice, 3.
Look to me. Yo, it's Cammy. Cammy's on new. He's on new. He was.
He's on new.
Yo, block, guys. Block.
Yeah, we're good.
Yo, garage.
He jumped over the wall.
Inside garage is weak.
What's A control Bance.
Roger is dead. Front out. CleanX weak in time. He's under wood wall. 3. Last guy. I'm staying alive.
20 tower.
Mack Jets, 2 tower, maybe 3 red crate right now.
Jets. Oh my god.
Just stay down. HyDra across the hill.
Yo, one wood, one gents.
Yeah, right side wood.
Let's see wood. Gents with hill. Cammy, absolute time.
Wood, side wood.
Cammy's absolute time.
Nice, good job. Drop our nades.
Drop nades.
Drop nades.
He has no trophy now. I'm hitting right.
I didn't hit him.
Give me time still. They're playing steps. They're exit inside. Just holding.
I pushed right.
Inside the exit, guys.
I heard that. Side wood, Bance.
Yo, they got me 2-0.
Side wood, Bance.
Let's go in their steps right now. Steps right now, CleanX.
It's small.
I'm hiding.
Side. Playing stacks, playing stacks.
Next stairs dead.
He's up. One's in new, one's in new.
Low left point cam. Yo, in small got me. He's weak inside. Inside weak small.
All right, and got to check in with the comms there toward the end of our first set of rotations. And really, Stud, like I said, it was OpTic kind of leading the way, but Ultra, a good P4 and great control P5 did not allow for those OpTic spawns to do all that much.
Yeah, they did a great job, especially at that P4 hardpoint, because OpTic, they were able to break in with about 30 seconds left. And when usually you're having that spawn for that P5, you're able to get a good chunk of time off of that P5 hardpoint. But with Cleanex being in there, in that position early, he was able to shut down 2, but Envoy, he answers right there with 2 of his own. Make it 3 as he takes control of playing by himself. He's the pilot now.
He indeed is the pilot, and the destination is now under his control. A few players enter in toward the perspective, and while he does in fact drop, the presence is without a doubt felt, and that's a play that you want to see go off. Had somewhat of a slower performance yesterday, Stud.
Yeah, but right here with OpTic, only 10 seconds remaining on this P1 hardpoint, you do not want to mess up once again. You need to make sure that you're holding this, because they got a full 60 last time. Toronto were able to immediately get flipped out. But the pressure's starting to come in. Scump is going to drop. Bance actually wins one from the front side as well, but he's immediately going to get traded. OpTic are holding still.
Yeah, good crossfire despite the early contests out of Ultra. The SMGs trying to be incredibly sneaky. Cammy fighting himself toward the back. That's going to be 1. So with that, OpTic's focus instantly becomes toward where is Cammy hiding? Where is he located? Takes down Formal once more. So the push, as you see in the bottom left of your screen, starting to formulate, while OpTic is also spotting out. Cammy has yet to drop, and just like we saw on the first set of rotations, it is now this time Ultra claiming control here at P2.
And that's great work from Ultra, because this 30 seconds is so huge. You're going to go to the middle of the map and just pay attention to the mini-map. Look at what Bance is doing. He's immediately trying to flip these spawns. Kills going back and forth. Cleanex with the big 2-piece, but with OpTic dropping a couple players, they're going to start spawning all the way across the map behind that P2 hardpoint. Ultra, you're not really mad about this. 10 seconds remaining here. They're going to be able to get set up for that P3.
Yeah, and that has to hurt if you're OpTic, given the situation, given the circumstance, but going to be down by about 40 points. We'll see how they begin to try and regain. Nice long shot coming through from Envoy, as it's Ultra already at the next rotation toward bottom plane. Not a hill that you often see a ton of time really get accrued. It's about that positioning, where you want to be located on the map for A Street and that upcoming P5. But great clearance to start here from OpTic. That's going to be 3 to Ultra's 1. Trades, the 1-for-1s without a doubt favoring OpTic, and Scump having Cammy run right into his lap as they jump on in, and now they've got control of bottom. Happen to be aware of who could be on the flank. Bance, as always, trying to be incredibly annoying, be a thorn in the side. Formal's there to take him down.
But this is good work overall by OpTic, even though they haven't really got a good chunk of time here, only being down by about 35 points. Dashy and Formal still picking up kills left and right, but now it all comes down to this P4 hardpoint. That's going to be 3 dead, so OpTic are going to be here early. With that player dropping though in Envoy, Dashy finds 2. No one's going to be on this hardpoint, and just look at the minimap. Ultra are starting to spawn out towards back P2.
Positioning for Ultra could be quite good here. We'll see as that starts to change, and just like that, the read. Communication from OpTic is stellar. Great work to notify and be aware of that split spawn. You had players looking every single direction, and how important this time now is for OpTic. Down by 20 points as Cammy and Insight currently holding it down right now inside of the HP. Dashy goes for the challenge. He gets dropped, and that's a few down for OpTic in a row. Ultra now reaching that double century mark.
And Cammy just made an unbelievable play. He was the only player on this side of the map. He was able to win not 1, not 2, but 3 gunfights on the hardpoint. He's unfortunately going to get stuck by a nade by his own teammate in Benjamin Bance. But still, Ultra have the spawns for that P5. With only 45 seconds from closing out this game, they can get a good hold. They have the potential to close it out.
Yep, Toronto in the driver's seat. Insight with a major kill there versus Formal, as it's Envoy who really wipes away the point. But current rotation now at the hands of the Ultra. And now the focus comes for Chicago. How do you want to try to break this? What is the focus for how you begin to do this? And well, the streaks are without a doubt going to help out. See what the artillery can do. Make some noise at the least. Explosions aplenty, but nobody from Ultra getting taken down because of them. Envoy trying to make some noise happen, and the backside, but nades being stuck everywhere right on the forehead of young Dylan. Envoy is now less than 30 points away from Toronto, closing out this first hard point.
And OpTic, they need to get in. They cannot allow Ultra to get all this time or the game will be over. But the pinch is going to be set up. Benjamin able to jump from the top, able to get 2. Trying to get the third onto Scump, but he's able to win it 10 seconds away from closing out this map number 1.
10 more seconds. Can anybody from OpTic get there in time? They at least have to contest Kleenex with some major shots there off of spawn. Dashy can only even see the hard point, and he's lucky to even be able to be there. Cammy takes down one, and with that, it is an ultra victory. We talked about coming into this, how important it was for OpTic to continue to walk away with these opening hard points. They've been able to do it a majority of the time. A 3-1 record now goes to 3-2 without a doubt. That one has to sting, Stud.
Definitely does, man. And if you just look at the little things that Toronto Ultra were doing right, they were flipping OpTic on the opposite side of the map at the right time every single time. Like when OpTic were able to get 3 kills towards that P4. We got to go back to what Cammy was able to do. He was sitting all the way in the back of A Street. He finds that 1 kill and then proceeds to go to the hill, wins the second, turns around, picks up the third, and that allowed them to eventually flip that spawn. Cammy had an unbelievable game, 30 and 19. Oh man, he was going off.
Yeah, nearly 5K damage there from the Scotsman as the Ultra are going to wrap up game number 1. And now OpTic are going to be staring down a Search and Destroy, a mode that they have yet to win so far here at playoffs. We'll see if they can turn it around, or will they go down 0-2 in this elimination game. When we come back after the break, it's time for some Moscow.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go! Out of the dust, a legend is born for the game.
The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to day 2 here at playoffs. If you're just joining us, we're now getting ready to hop into game number 2 of our current elimination match. It is OpTic Chicago taking on the Toronto Ultra, but let's keep it here in the camp of the Green Wall, Stud. I mean, what, man? It's been kind of an up and down playoffs so far here for the Chicago boys. We're taking a look at their numbers in both of their matches. What do you see here versus New York?
Well, obviously, Scump was having himself a day. 1.33 in the hard point, 1.35 in the control. The guy's just a different beast when when it comes to the respawns, but you can just see at least the stats from Envoy. 0.8 in the hard point and a 0.69 in the controls. That's what really stands out for me because he's a guy that can really take over games for this team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And here versus the Mutineers. Oh, how the numbers begin to shift around a little bit. When you're taking a look at hardpoint numbers, you're seeing Dashy go for a 1.37, a 1.38 in the control, but now we focus our attention towards Search and Destroy. The numbers don't really change a whole lot for the King, and as we talked about it, Search and Destroy, this has been his mode all year long. I know we watched a number of different content pieces coming in from OpTic, and he's always talked about, hey, you know what, I really cater myself, I really enjoy my Search and Destroy. I feel like it's a mode that I am the most comfortable with, and he's going to be a player that has to be big here versus the Ultra, a great Search and Destroy team versus OpTic throughout this year. And as you mentioned, OpTic 0-3 so far here at playoffs in this very mode.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy job to get done, man. But if you're OpTic, this is how you get back into this series. If you lose this Search and Destroy, basically you're going to end up in the control that you played these guys 5-6 times straight on, and it goes back and forth between them, but Ultra have a positive record there. So OpTic need to come out and just use their teamwork on this Moscow Search and Destroy because that's something that they've been lacking throughout all the playoffs. They're sitting at 0-3. When you sit there and you watch them play, especially on a map like Standoff yesterday, they always had a numbers advantage, but as soon as that happens, it was immediately traded, and then they lose the number advantage because someone is over-challenging. You cannot have that today. You need to have your teamwork on point.
Yeah, without question, teamwork has to be there. Communication has to be there for OpTic. So many little mistakes now have to be ironed out. As here we go now into the Search and Destroy, just 4 seconds away before we hop into this round. And it will be OpTic starting things here off on the attack.
So on the attack, are going to have 4 players just immediately pushing towards the safe bomb. They know that no trophy systems are going to be in play, so the aggressive offense is going to be the answer. But Cammy's going to open up the first blood. It's going to be immediately traded. And just pay attention to where Cleanex is on the map. He's going to be in the outskirts. That gets traded. Both players from OpTic trapped in this corner. 1v1. Envoy versus Bance, and Bance is going to walk away with it. Just such a fast round between both of those teams. Just the trades went a little bit better on the Toronto side.
Yeah, Toronto says you want to play aggressive? Fine, we'll do exactly that. Envoy, best play of the round, but we'll get to kind of watch it from his perspective, the way that final 1v1 begins to iron out. Takes down Insight, but Bance able to shut him down to go ahead and give Ultra the 1-0 advantage in what kind of a team ace type of situation if you're Toronto. Everybody walking away with the kill. But as we said, OpTic saying, hey, we want to play aggressive. Toronto saying, absolutely, we're happy to do that. Let's go ahead and match that. But here we go. Now taking a look at Ultra here and their opening attack. Somewhat of a different strategy. And we know this Toronto team stuff. They like to utilize all 3 lanes in Moscow. And with FOMO using that flash right there to pick up some information, he's going to realize that a couple players from Ultra are trying to be aggressive in towards the middle of the map. So now you see him and Dashy backing up a little bit because the rotation might come in towards A, but Ultra have full control of middle courtyard. What do they decide to do with this bomb? You're having a couple players from OpTic deciding to wrap this back towards A, and this is going to open up that B bomb completely for the Toronto Ultra. Toronto just so good, as we mentioned, at making noise. Over at A, over at B, and Dashy. Could play spoiler here. Bomb making its way over toward B, and you see Dashy, the mini-map, so close to Cammy right now, literally just right above each other. You gotta think they've got to be hearing each other at some point. If somebody makes a slide, if somebody makes a little bit of extra movement, something could happen. But the indicator on the screen, Dashy decides to come around and says, oh, that's right, Cammy. He's hiding exactly here. Early first blood going the way of Chicago. Man advantage, now it's time for the retake. 30 seconds left in Insight, already weak. Brought down to 38 HP, hanging out toward the boulevard. Only himself and a trophy to try and hang on with as he'll rejoin his squad mates. The time continues to tick away. Could Envoy play big? He gets dropped. It's a 3 versus 3, now in a 2 versus 3. OpTic have to go for the defuse. Dashy's on it. Dashy's on it. One player's going to be inside, and he gets dropped as well. Not a whole lot of time to work with, but OpTic successful in the retake.
I think it was just great plays from OpTic to make sure they secured that bomb site. Once Ultra gave up this B bomb room, if you trap yourself in this little cubby room by the windows, it's going to be a really difficult round to try to clutch up. But OpTic, they just make sure they have a couple bodies there so they can always get the trade. Scump with a huge 2-piece to close out the round.
And I forget, I saw this on Twitter from somebody. It was about like the amount of multi-kills that somebody has in Search and Destroy, and Scump was like easily at the top of the list, and you could add another one there. Just so great at holding down that trigger. 3-1 start for the King. And so without a doubt, have his stamp in that round. Walks away with the hat trick and gives OpTic
The 1-1 scoreline as they'll now head back to attack. Scump says, you know what, I'm going to put the bomb on my back, no problem. I'm happy to have the objective. Clayster and Envoy are going to spot each other. The tissue is aware, but Vance there to watch over him. Great first blood out of Toronto. They clear out A, and they're fully aware that, hey, they're not going to be on this side. They have to be going over at the bottom side of the map, which is in fact the case. Scump landed down.
So now in a 4v3, Toronto have to try to set up this retake. See number one, and Vance, he's thinking that another flank is going to come in, but still a 4v3. You want to be able to play these trades. Formal's going to back down. It's actually going to be Dashy from the street side, but pressure starting to come in from the Ultra. From the side door, unfortunately, that nade is not going to pick up the kill. But Insight's able to find one, so now it's going to be a 4v2. And just like the previous round, when you trap yourself in this room, it's not going to be an easy task to get done, but Scump is trying to do his best. Now it's all up to Formal in a 1v3. He finds one. 17 seconds left. Ultra already on the defuse. They're able to clutch up.
Yeah, we've seen that so often this season, especially on a map like Moscow. Teams just say, hey, you know what? We're going to go on the rotation. We have the man count advantage. We have control over this bomb site. Let's just go and hop on the defuse. OpTic doing everything they can. T2P left in the 2 versus 3, but not able to get it done as Ultra will take the advantage now at 2 rounds to 1. Really, players going off so far. Vance 3-1, Insight 3-3. As we'll see what Toronto have cooked up. We've seen A, we've seen B, a good mixture so far at Moscow, but as we said for Ultra, you never really know truly what to expect, and neither does Vance. It's hit with the haymaker. Head clean off there from Dashy.
So that's going to be the first blood. Just great adjustments. Dashy's usually that player that's going to be playing the street, but he gives it up this time to be a little bit more aggressive towards the middle of the map. But Cammy, being that island player, is able to watch that flank. He also spots Dashy. He's going to be able to find 2. They know the positioning of Scump. Now it's all on Scump, the king, in a 1v3.
We'll see what he can do. 50 seconds. Going to see Cammy to start. Decides to go for the challenge, and he will take it. Now into the 1 versus 2. Bomb planted at B. And he's not got a ton of time to work with. As we mentioned, the objective is down, so Ultra instantly focused the attention now toward him. Insight spots him already at top PD, picks up the Krig, but it doesn't matter. Ultra grab another.
Just a great round right there from the Ultra. They put a lot of pressure in towards that right side of the map, but Cammy, the island player, makes such a huge play, finds the first one. He knows the positioning of Scump, but then he turns around, gets great timing on Dashy, was able to get the second, and then at that point, 1v3 for Scump all the way across the map. It's going to be really difficult to try to get back into the play. Toronto clutch up.
Yeah, big round there from Ultras. They'll now be in the driver's seat 3-1, and it cannot be understated. As we mentioned, OpTic Chicago 1-6 versus Toronto in Search and Destroy so far throughout this year. And that is with this very lineup that you see on your screen. Since Insight has joined this group, they have been the problem. That has been the issue. And with OpTic already dropping that opening hard point, it only emphasizes more this Search and Destroy. More of a headbutt situation, potentially coming into this round. It was Ultra shutting that down previously, since we saw it, but Envoy may in fact have found the lane. It's the first blood for OpTic, but the trades overall favoring them. As now it's all up to the rookie. A 1 versus 3 takes down Formal, and not an easy shot to take, but he will grab it. OpTic do not decide to go for the chow. They wait, they play patient, and they take the rookie down.
Yeah, they trapped him right there. Scump was like, nuh-uh, not a 2v1 today. I'm getting off this bomb. We're going to trap you in towards this back alley and most likely win the round. But just early aggression from OpTic, especially Envoy, opening up with the first, and then Scump following up right behind him with that trade. Just great round with the aggression to close it out for OpTic. Now 3-2.
That's what you want to see out of this SMG deal. As we mentioned, especially in a mode like Search and Destroy, we talked about how great Envoy was, especially last year for this team. Those two really start to go off, and who knows what could happen. As we mentioned, kind of odd to see the Search and Destroy struggles as of late for this OpTic team, but there is no question the ability that exists there. But Toronto on the other end is so solid across all modes. Hardpoint been the problem, but currently in the lead right now. And much like we've seen previously, taking control over that middle lane and just really hunting for information, Stud.
And they got it. They got it right there because they were able to spot Formal towards top window and Dashy as he was trying to cross back towards that A side. So they're immediately wrapping this towards B. It's got to be another free bomb plan. Hopefully they do not give up bomb site this time around. You need to have a couple players in here because it's going to be an easy retake for OpTic.
Formal laying down a few shots toward the boulevard early, getting a few extra tags. They're into Insight. As Dashy looks for the chow, Clayster does take down Scump. So now into the 3 versus 3, 30 seconds left. Dashy and Envoy set up for the crossfire, but the Ultra, they're not even inside of the room right now. OpTic clear it out, but it's the outskirts, in fact, where they are challenging from. Another 1-for-1. Now, into the 2 versus 2. Only mere seconds to go forward with, and both of them picking up kills on cue. The Young Guns going big, putting in the defuse, and now bringing us to 3 rounds apiece.
That was a great play from Ultra, but just those 2 one-on-one engagements going in favor of Dashy and Envoy. If one of them loses that, then Ultra are able to walk away with the round. They both clutch up towards the very end, winning huge one-on-ones, especially Envoy. This is a great play. Remember, he gets his kill towards side door. He knows that inside is back window, completely wraps the entire side, and just finds this kill with ease, man. Great work from OpTic to not rush it and eventually take their time to close it out.
Yeah, he may in fact wear his headset backwards, but hey,
it's all good.
Aware of
Sorry.
where everybody happens to be, so you'll take it where you can get it. Whatever works, indeed. But 5-5 now for Envoy, and speaking of even numbers, we're all tied at 3-3. So far in this Moscow, it's been all about the trades, all about those late game heroics, Bomb getting down multiple times up to this point, but we got at least 3 to 4 bomb plants through our very first 6 rounds. And Insight tagged up again, Dashy for the first blood.
And that's huge, man, because now OpTic have the man advantage. You see what number 8 is doing, which is going to be formal. He's that island player backing these players up from that A site. So OpTic, they have the opportunity to just cut this straight up the middle of the map and solo out this player at A, but they're just taking their time. They're going to commit towards this B bomb, so it's all going to be on Cammy. He's in a pretty comfortable corner here, but if a couple players from OpTic jump at him, it's going to be hard to pop this 2-piece.
It's not going to be easy. Go for the trade, Cammy hanging out toward the carpets. He actually finds the first and also manages to back it up, goes for the challenge. Cammy having a round to remember, as that'll be 3. Can he find the ace? Oh, Dashy there to take him down, but 25 seconds left. Cammy making things so difficult. And Toronto there to shut Bruce down toward the boulevard. We'll have to watch that one again. An excellent round for Cammy, given the fact that literally 2 players are there, 2 players ready to challenge him, but he manages to walk away with both, Stud.
I think it was just Cammy's play in his head, man, to not sit this corner, because he knows if 2 OpTic players fired him, he's only able to get 1. He takes the challenge on himself. He wins the first gunfight, backs Envoy down with the nade, and then just lays down, catching him off guard, man. Eventually turns around the street and gets the 3rd. What a tremendous solo play out of Cammy to secure the round for Ultra.
Yeah, it's no question this guy was obviously in that MVP, or rather it was an MVP candidate in that conversation. A lot of people on social media talk about how, hey, you know what, Cammy should be probably top 2, top 3 in that debate, but an excellent round for him. The Cammy man can in fact do it. But the objective, once more in the hands of Bance, continuing to make some noise through the middle side of the map. Nobody from OpTic there. 3/4 of the roster happening to be toward the backside of A, but once again, it is this Ultra team making some noise at A and utilizing that mid-map. Dashy going to be the only one here to read this play potentially. But if you're OpTic, you're thinking, hey, it's a little bit quiet, maybe a little bit too quiet.
It's going to be a free B bomb plant. Ultra just doing such a great job of just causing so much noise at the opposite bomb. They're able to get this B bomb down, not once, not twice, but 3 times for free. So now in a 4-4 retake is going to be OpTic. Formal. Trying to spot any players from the street side, but just pay attention to the mini-map. Look at where Inside is coming from. He's pushing through that A-bomb. He's going to be able to come up behind a couple players. Cammy's able to find one, but it's only a matter of time before Inside is able to get into this play. 3v2 now, as CleanX finds Envoy, Inside finds Scump. It's all on Dashy in the 1v3.
And Bruce getting picked apart again. And as we said, it's just this team. I mean, it's no surprise. It's mind games. It's this Toronto Ultra team getting mid-map and just allowing for themselves to have some flexibility, right? It's challenging over at A, challenging over at B, getting information, and they're putting themselves in the ability to make the decisions.
Yeah, man, OpTic are just giving up mid-map control. It's making it way too easy for Ultra to rotate this bomb wherever they want. As long as they pick up some kind of information of where they think a majority of the OpTic players are playing, like when they rushed right up, Eskies right there, saw at least 2 or 3, they immediately, no hesitation, go straight to that B bomb, and it's just been easy for them. Straight mind games.
Absolutely, and now from this point forward, OpTic gonna have to win 3 straight rounds. Ultra looking great so far in the search and destroy, as they have versus this very team all season long, as they have in the CDL all season long. But what can be done? Bance left to have to reference on back. CleanX, now the farthest pushed up player toward outskirts here at PaulEhx. Formal, clear there with the information, but how about Cammy? Goes to the flank and once more utilizing the middle side of the map. There goes Dashy, challenging without his teammates.
Yeah, don't really accept it. So now it's all left up to Scump in a 1v4. He's able to find one. But now with 45 seconds left, it's all on him.
All the pressure now on toward the King. Are they going to go down over to 2? Or will we at least have another round? This is not going to be an easy time. Granted, it has the bomb, but that's really the only positive. I think one player spotted him. Insight gives the call out, and the Ultra are there to lock it up. Search and destroy, clean from beginning to end. And as we said, Stud, the flexibility, the decision-making on point once more from Toronto.
It was literally the mind games, man. Like OpTic, they were just giving up mid-map control way too much, and Ultra just kept on capitalizing on it. We saw in the beginning, the early aggression came in, but once Toronto were able to settle into the map, it's all coming down to those mid-map adjustments, and they just went away with it to close out this map number 2. Now put them in a commanding series lead at 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, do you see more of the same, the little mistakes coming through from OpTic?
I feel like OpTic just left way too many openings in their setups. Yeah. You have Formal who's camping all the way top bank, so all he can do is watch it. They push up towards the middle plat, but that's not what happened, man, and unfortunately, it cost them the map.
Search and destroy woes only continue. One map on the brink of being 3-0'd. Will OpTic wake up, or will Ultra continue on with the 3-0 sweep? We will find out as it's raid control up after this.
I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust.
Mountain Dew Game Fuel is the official beverage of the CDL. Buy now at gamefuel.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, tune in on Championship Sunday for the chance to receive Vanguard beta codes and a sneak peek at Vanguard multiplayer. As we said, so excited for the new title, and really, if you're OpTic, you're one map away from that having to be your focus now looking forward, but they want to stay in this current mindset. They are going to be in the midst of trying to make the reverse sweep as they've got to play perfect from this point on. But what a series it's been up to this point, so that as we mentioned, that early hard point, how important that it was. OpTic drop it, and from there, the story has pretty much remained the same for what we've seen between these two matchups throughout the year.
Yeah, that initial hard point was basically everything, because OpTic, they've had that ability to really step up and take that map number 1, but just look at the stats that Kemi has put on. Sitting at a 1.44 on the series, the guy is going off. He was an MVP candidate for a reason, and he's showing out, and he's showing why.
Yeah, absolutely, Kemi, one of the many players that you look out for when we talk about the entirety of the CDL, but a guy who can just take over in maps, and so far far. He has had an excellent, excellent series, but we talk about players from the Ultra. Now we'll talk about some players from the OpTic Chicago side, and I think specifically, we're looking at somebody like Dashy, the numbers that he's able to put up, the ability that he has to take over maps. And so far here at Championship Weekend, so far here at playoffs, he has been so good. Obviously, these are his numbers so far throughout the season, and those cannot be understated. But you got a few, in the top 3 categories, Search and Destroy, just barely behind. But so far here at playoffs, he has a 1.4 KD in Control.
That's unreal. That's unreal, man. 1.4 out of Dash. He's going to need to have that right now because this is a winner-go-home situation. If you're OpTic, backs against the wall, this is where you need to have your best Call of Duty. This is where you need to present what you're all about and really show that you can fight through anything. We saw Minnesota do it at the Major. Down 0-4, anything's possible at this point. They just had to have the right mindset.
Yeah, they absolutely do. We've talked about the blueprint, we've talked about the formula, what it's going to take from this OpTic team. But again, with losing that early respawn, with losing that early hardpoint rather, this is where it gets to some more unfamiliar territory. Now, has Control been a bad mode for OpTic all year long? Of course not. But they played Raid versus Ultra every single time. And it's a 1-3 record in this very map and mode throughout the season.
Yeah, it's not good, man. Ultra have their number on this map. And obviously, when you think about the vetoes, Toronto's auto veto is going to be checkmate. You don't want to play OpTic on that map. And on the opposite side, Garrison for OpTic doesn't want to play Toronto on that. Yeah, exactly. So they're going to just go head-to-head on Raid every single time. This is going to be like the 6th time that they play this one. So OpTic, they know what they like to do. They just have to perform well to keep their series alive.
Yeah, and that's the thing, obviously, for OpTic. It's a do-or-die type of situation. And I guess from the Toronto side, I mean, you really want to get it done here, right? Yeah. You do not want to allow for hope. You don't want to allow for any little bit of spark of momentum to get toward the OpTic side and to really get involved with this crowd as well, because when they start to erupt, that's when things can start to turn around, as they are going to need some magic. They're going to need some fans to get hyped, because this very well could be their final map of the year. Raid Control. Do we end it here? Or could this be the beginnings of something special?
Green Wall, I promise, OpTic needs you now more than ever. You gotta get loud. They need a battery in their back. You gotta spark it. Let's go, Green Wall. You gotta get loud, fellas.
See if OpTic can reply, or if this Ultra team can put them away in 3. As what Golden Boy mentioned earlier, they have been the boogeyman all season long. But here we go, into Raid Control, map number 3 of this series. Will it be the final one? OpTic starting things off on the attacking side and instantly focusing their attention toward the ring. 2 players go down off the start. Not feeling the greatest, but there we have it. Formal, right on cue, answers with 2 of his own.
That's a good response. That's going to be 3 dead, so now the opportunity for A starts to open up for OpTic. We just have to pay attention to that mini-map. Cammy, the playmaker for the Toronto Ultra side. He went all the way through that B Street, and slowly but surely, he's approaching towards this 8-point. The pinch is going to come in, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be 3, make it 4 dead. OpTic find every single kill. The second segment is about to get complete. Time is about to get extended by the minute.
All right, Dashy just trying to slide off the ledge. How about that? We do lose Scump and Envoy in sequence, but still, it is Dashy locking things down, holding down that A objective point. Only lost 5 players really in that early exchange. As Dashy continues to light it up, that's now going to be 5 in a row for him. And he'll look to also try to lead on for this rotation. That's going to be a few down. Blood in the water starting to be felt, but once Envoy drops and the SMG duo line starts to fall, OpTic then have to reference back and begin to collect themselves. But Dashy, keeping in mind on that 6 spree,
these streaks are huge, man. You have to try to pick these up if you're Dashy, because they are such game changers. But unfortunately, he's going to lose that gunfight to CleanX. But still, OpTic already have a 6 live advantage in this Control. That's going to be another 2 dead. Still not being able to get on that point, though, because 3 players are coming off spawn.
How tricky has Envoy been in situations like this? Putting his feet up, grabbing a drink inside of the Tiki, is inside, trying to make some noise happen to the middle side of the map. He gets cut down, and an accidental team kill. Cammy sticking Bance right in the back of the head, but CleanX responds on cue. How about the play from the Tissue? What seemed to be a horrible spot for Toronto, he saves them again.
That's going to be 3 dead. Formal's going to drop, so now you see a couple players from Ultra starting to get a little bit more aggressive. There's a minute on the clock, so OpTic still have a lot of time to work, but that's going to be 2 dead in the feed. They have to try to eliminate CleanX from this water steps area. But immediately, as soon as OpTic answers a 2, Toronto respond with 2 of their own. Time is still starting to wind down with 45 seconds left. Ultra only have 1 life before the respawns are no longer.
Just cannot get over that crazy play from Cleanex. What seemed to be such a great moment from OpTic to finally get a little bit of time over at that B objective point. As we said, they start to smell blood in the water, but that is all over now. All of that progress having to be started over. Back to the drawing board they go, but keeping in mind, Ultra, as you see at the top, no more respawns, but we'll see what OpTic can do with that. 20 seconds left, and this opening trade, or rather this opening engagement is gonna be huge, and Envoy able to take it versus Cammy. So now into the 8 versus 2. Formal dropping Cleanex, Vance able to reply back as he and Insight combine for 2. Keep in mind, OpTic, they have got to hold on to this objective. They cannot afford to get off beat for long. As Dashy drops, it's now all on to Insight. All on to the rookie, a 1v5. And with OpTic beginning to stack on up, it gets much more difficult. Formal takes them down. A back and forth round. But OpTic are able to take it on attack.
That was such a huge round for OpTic, especially on the offense. It all started with Dashy popping off with that 5-3 right off the rip. They secured A and were able to extend that time to an extra minute. But just take a look at this play from Cleanex. He's able to find one, snaps onto Dashy for the second. I thought he was losing that one, but then it even gets even more nasty because the guy just goes straight down middle water, steps, turns around, and just burns onto Envoy. Unbelievable plays out of Cleanex.
Yeah, great plays from Cleanex, and but we kind of talked about it. I mean, it's really based off of that early life advantage over toward that A objective point over at Ring. OpTic only lost 5 players to Ultras. I think it was like 8 or 9. You cannot ask for a better attacking spot from there, but Cleanex off of that highlight play looks to try to make the early flank opportunity toward backside Laundry. So points going to be cleared out. Really both duos from both Toronto and OpTic doing their job. An even split all the way through as one tick already in at A. Cam and Insight combined for 1 inside of middle. Another nice 1v1 taken there from Cammy, and that A objective point continues to roll as the ARs feeling good in round 2 from Toronto.
It's just great pressure right now from the Ultra. They're slowing down their game, making sure that they're picking up these kills, not letting anyone slip by, but Insight picking up that one. Scump with the trade. A point is about to be captured for the Ultra. They have a forward live advantage, and they have bedroom control. So if you're OpTic, you just have to find a couple kills, but Formal, he's gonna drop. Still bedroom control going in favor of Toronto. And with them picking up those 2 kills, they have the ability now to push out.
They do indeed. Envoy Dashy finding 2. Cleanex still just being a thorn in the side as Cammy takes one down toward that side water. So with that, Toronto, their first look at this B capture point. And Cammy's not just happy with the objective, he wants to try to force the issue. He and Vance really just kind of see the connection starting to be earned as Vance on the flank does get one. Wanted to get the double kill, but Scump there to thwart any progress that he could. And Cammy basically looking like a fish out of water. No real teammate support as the farthest pushed up player was not in a great angle to try and challenge, but still 1:30 minute on the clock. No ticks yet for Ultra.
Pay attention to what Vance is doing once again. Unfortunately, he's gonna get red, so that's gonna be another 2 dead. OpTic are still holding on the defense. Insight gonna be sitting in towards Tiki. Cammy right behind him towards water steps. He's able to find one. You gotta back down. You do not want to drop if you're Scump. But so far, Toronto doing a great job of just taking control of Kitchen, and they're gonna have 3 bodies on the point. It's gonna go super quick now. First segment already complete.
And watch that progress begin to roll. Somebody has to try to make it on in. You're gonna see Scump try to go for the slide, but he doesn't get the opportunity to. Ultra get their chance, and as we mentioned, you can kind of notice it. Like certain players, they'd start ADSing and you'd see other guys on the other side. Ultra making connections and really starting to get a good idea of where the map sits at the moment. And it was just a matter of time. Really the early, the A capture point has kind of been dominated from both teams on attack.
Yeah, just right off the initial, man. When you catch it, we capture that A point nice and early and extend that time by 1 minute, you're only down by like 1 or 2 lives with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. It's only one good push that's gonna rely on for them to eventually close out that round. And Ultra, once they took control of Kitchen, because OpTic, I felt like they were just playing their defense in their base. You wanna get pushed up more farther to their side, get control of bedroom, get control of middle zig, so the game's a little bit easier for you, but it doesn't happen. Ultra walk away with the round, but back on the offense we go for OpTic, once again going towards that A point.
Yeah, a lot of times you say, okay, cool, defense, we got that up next, but so far it has been 2 straight offensive victories, and that dominance only continues to roll. Ultra Only 3 total engagements now make that 4 have gone down. Like we said, it's just really been A being totally dominated from either side. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Now for OpTic Chicago, it is a battle back and forth. Who can be more dominant off the rip, trading blow for blow. And a 1v1 that's gonna last a decent amount of time. Ultra trying to get up in that mansion position just to make OpTic's lives that much more difficult, but Cammy, he gets found out. Scump toward the middle side of the map, somewhat aware of where Bance happens to be positioned. So with that, OpTic looking to just really get out of their base, get some map control, and work on improving a little bit of that real estate. But with Scump dropping there, it makes issues that much more greater.
Yeah, but if you're OpTic right now, you have better control. It's all about fighting through this middle of the map, though. Dashy's winning huge ones-on-ones across the map from bedroom, and that's going to be 3 dead. It's all going to be on Insight. This is going to open up OpTic to try to push up through water side, but Insight's going to find that player in towards middle map. Currently on a 5 spree, trying to work towards some streaks. PaulEhx is going to help him. That's going to be 6, looking for the 7th. Unfortunately, he's going to drop there, not able to pick up some streaks, but Ultra, they hold on, and then once again, take control of bedroom.
Great play from Insight. As we said, just the door seems to be open for a moment, and Ultra swing it right closed. Insight going on the spree, and now it's PaulEhx's turn, sitting at 4, make it 5. Does get cut down, but as we like to say, presence without a doubt felt. But take a look at player 7, Envoy has made his way around. The problem being is that his teammates cannot even get out of spawn. The pressure from Ultra, so difficult. But what can Envoy do in this position? Bance, Ultra continuing to cause problems. You see the life disadvantage, and with Envoy being in this spot, again, he's just waiting for somebody to come off of spawn, waiting for somebody to be in a position to join him, but he has yet to have that. 25 seconds left, and OpTic, no more respawns left. Envoy makes his position known, and that play that had been waiting for so long to develop never gets the opportunity to commence, as Toronto too dominant inside of the base as they'll claim this round and go up 2 rounds to 1.
That was Bance is actually still in that 5 spot. I thought he was going to be able to drop there, but Ultra, they just did such a great job on the defense. When the engagement was going down towards the middle of the map, they were trading back and forth, but one thing that they did when they got a clean 4 dead was always keep bedroom. Once you keep bedroom control, it just spawns all of OpTic towards the right side of the map. They have to overextend. You have to go through Zig, or you have to push through Raid. And unfortunately, Cammy's just eating them alive, spawn killing them in their base. It wasn't easy for OpTic to try to get out, and it was just too easy on the defense right there for the Ultra.
All right, Stud. I mean, how do you do this, right? I mean, you're looking at the scoreboard right now. If comms have never been ladder, if no one has ever stepped up as the in-game leader, now is the time to do it. You sit on the other side, you're looking at series point right now from Toronto. You get Bance 1 kill away from streaks. Insight already has some. What needs to be said, what needs to be done right now from Chicago, given the situation they find themselves in?
You gotta put it all on the table. You gotta leave your hearts on the, you gotta wear your heart on your sleeve and just play like it's your last day on Earth, man. And that's a good way to start with 3 dead, because it's a winner-go-home situation, man. As long as you can take control of bedroom on their defense. We've seen it on so far 2 defensive rounds, but that's gonna be another 2 dead. OpTic right now, they're holding, and so far, Ultra, they haven't even been able to touch that A point.
Yet to grab it. As we mentioned, attack has been the story so far. And right now, Toronto being silenced, but as we said, those streaks could be huge. Bance earns them, or at least decides to ping it, so goes for the information, and that's something OpTic's gonna have to deal with, whether this round is the last one or even into the round 5. Streaks at the hands of Toronto, that's gonna help them clear out that A point. As Bance getting comfortable right in front of OpTic's faces, they finally cut him down. And for a moment, Ultra getting a second to breathe. It's not just Bance, but now it's PaulEhx again. Some great control from him. Overall trades, the SMGs from Toronto trying to make OpTic uncomfortable. And really, this is what started it off. We talked about Dashy potentially earning streaks, now sits on 5 in a row. How great this could be coming into a round 5, if we even have the ability to get there. Potentially 1 more push left from the Ultra boys.
He needs to get this. He needs to get these streaks. If they can change the game, this is how you can get your teammates back into this with the utmost confidence. And with Formal shooting the way that he is, that's going to be a 3 spree. He shuts down both players from the Ultra on that A point, make it a 3rd. Formal working on some streaks of his own, and OpTic, they are on fire. Formal is starting to warm up. That's going to be a 5 spree. Only 2 kills away from picking up some streaks, and that should be the round of OpTic.
A 14-team streak
to lock up the round where we said could be their last, but they're at least giving us a round 5. And like we said, so they very well can have some streaks, not just on one player, but 2 players. Dashy sits on 6, Formal sits on 5. It's going to be an explosive battle, most likely in this final round. Fireworks.
It definitely is, but for the Chicago, they are 12-6 in these round 5s. So they got a little ice to them. And especially if Dashy and Formal can pick up these streaks, they're so impactful, especially on the defensive side. You know how strong that can be. Toronto on the offense. You got to keep in mind that Bance has that artillery to work with, but he's not going to have any information because he already used that thing.
Here we go, into the round 5. Is this the 3-0 or is it the start of something special? Into the attack for the Ultra, as they've already made some great progress today. They've set up shop and they've set it up quite well. But you still got the 2 players alive who were hoping to get those streaks. So Dashy and Formal still alive, and they've got to be careful with their lives. Dashy gets cut down, and that is a massive kill to take. Meanwhile, Ultra do grab that A objective. Cleanex does get taken down, so a nice 3 wipe. And with that, Formal now sitting on 6-0. He realizes now is his time to challenge, but he gets brought down to 50 HP. They know exactly where he is, and he can't win it either. 2 players that could have got streaks 1 kill away for both of them. And now 2 minutes to work with if you're Toronto.
But what OpTic are doing so well is just keeping this bedroom control. The duo of Envoy and Dashy right now keeping this pressure towards this bedroom side. You have a couple players from Ultra playing a little bit slower, but Insight's able to spot him. Huge one-on-one engagement from Insight. And just keep in mind, he has the artillery and the cruise missile. And also, Bance has an artillery as well, so it's only a matter of time before all these streaks start getting rained down.
As we said, it's going to be fireworks, it's going to be explosives. How long can OpTic hold on? And as we said, these early waves, it's important. But when are these streaks going to come into play? That's something OpTic are going to have to be prepared for. So here comes the first, the cruise missile out of Toronto, and it cannot come in a better time. Cleanex takes down 2. The streak at least gets a little bit of information, but the stack starting to come in from Toronto. They've got 3 players on this point, but Insight, the 1 player, trying to watch out for all of them, does in fact get taken down, but here now comes the artillery. 1 streak down, now here comes the second. And they're gonna survive that 1-2 stud. Playing well off the start, and it's a trade back and forth, but a major fight for Formal to take. Bance does escape toward the back of the base, so that is something to keep in mind. Shuts down Envoy, but OpTic are doing the work toward the front side of Mansion.
You just got to keep in mind it's only a matter of time because Insight still has that artillery to work with. 16 and 16s in the life department, but right now, Cammy, he has control of Kitchen, and Formal's going to win a huge one-on-one from that basketball. So now it's all about on OpTic holding. OpTic are holding right now. But still, Kitchen control in favor of Toronto. This is a huge one-on-one, and Scump is able to win it versus Vance. Scump is able to find 2, and that's going to be 3 dead. 25 seconds left. Ultra, they have to pop this streak. They only have 1 good push left.
1 artillery remains. 1 more push here from Toronto. Is this where we call it curtains? They're going to need a stack. It's a trade to start into the 3 versus 3. The 3rd streak is in, but it's a team kill. Insight takes down Cleanex, and Scump is going to be able to find 1 himself. Still 8 seconds left. Insight goes for a swim. Hanging out toward the backside of Tiki.
Gotta get on it.
3 more seconds. Somebody from Toronto has to get on here to stop the clock. Panic starts to set in. Panic starts to set in. Could it be the hold of a lifetime? And it will be. Not just 1, not just 2, but OpTic hold off 3 streaks in this round 5 and keep themselves alive here at playoffs.
I just can't believe it, man. I can't believe it, especially with the way that the round started. Formal was on a 5 spree. Dashy was on a 6 spree. Those guys pick up streaks early into that round. They were able to close it out with ease. But at that point, when both of them drop, Toronto has 3 streaks to work with. But OpTic, they do such a great job at just making sure that they're getting these kills at the right time. And then in this final moment right here, it's all in this streak usage. Once Insight drops his 3rd missile onto Cleanex, he was trying to get that position in towards basketball. But once he drops, the double challenge comes in. Ultra are dropping like 5. Trades going back and forth. And with only 5 seconds left, you only have 2 players in a position to try to hop on this point. Just not enough as OpTic stay alive.
One of the best single round holds that we've seen all year long to avoid 3 different streaks from Toronto. And like you said, man, we had Dashy, we had Formal both sitting on 6, and not either of them were able to get them. Unbelievable stuff. And now what does that do, you think, for OpTic's confidence? As we said, that is a huge round for them to take, an incredibly long control game, but how does that change things up quick?
It's got to be amazing, man, because you're still alive in this series. You forced another map. It's all about bringing it for that next one.
The lifeline is there. OpTic able to bring it back here in the control, and we're going to be staying on raid for game number 4. Make sure to stay with us. It's only going to get more intense from here.
Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born.
There is a status reserved for a select few throughout history. For those remembered for more than just a name, it's a title even kings die in vain for.
Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne.
Time gives us all one simple choice. You can be forgotten or become immortal.
You think he's done now? You think he's gonna stop here? You think you can stop aBeZy? Oh my God!
To be remembered is not enough, because anything less than legendary is failure.
Accuracy, though, they line up! They line up for accuracy and he wins it! Are you kidding? Accuracy with thighs!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League playoffs. How crazy was that round? How crazy was that? Can we make some noise? That was pretty nuts, right?
Where the Graham all at? There it is.
There we go. Had to wake him up a little bit. You know, there's, honestly, all of us are just trying to wake up after how crazy. I mean, that put us all on our butts after how nuts of a round that was in that round number 5 on Control. OpTic just narrowly managed to stay alive instead. They managed to win the round despite Ultra having 3 different streaks.
It was insane, man. I can't believe they got that done, but it was just the pressure that they put on bedroom control. That's something that they weren't doing in the 2 previous defensive rounds. They were just playing back towards Tiki, towards Kitchen, just playing real safe. But when they were aggressive towards bedroom, they were keeping that map control, and that's why they were able to shut down those streaks and eventually close out the map.
Oh boy, and now we're going to stay on raid from Control now to Hardpoint. I know we watched these two face off a little bit in raid Hardpoint previously, but I guess off of that Control, right? I mean, does your opinion of OpTic change? Again, it's a round 5. You have to consider everything that we've witnessed.
Obviously, momentum has got to be in their camp for the time, but it cannot be understated that checkmate was well controlled from Ultra.
It definitely was, man, but you could just tell OpTic, they woke up, man. They were shooting different. Like, you had Dashy going on 5 sprees left and right, Formal with 6K damage right next to Dashy. Like, they were turning up right there. So they're going to need both of those AR players to really step up on a map like Raid because rotations are such a big part.
And without a doubt are one of the best maps in Call of Duty history. Having another one be played on its very ground. We'll take a look through the eyes of OpTic to start over at P1 Ultra with preferred spawns to start things off, as they will have kitchen control looking toward the future. But again, you just think, gotta dig deep, knowing that your life is on the line and what could be ahead of you. That's a great clearance just then out of OpTic. Dashy specifically getting 3 kills to start off those opening engagements. The ARs are frying to start. It's Formal from afar. It's Dashy up close. Toronto making a decent impact here to try to bring itself back on in as Clayster gets found out on the flank, but at the very least, his presence does free up Ultra for the remainder of those seconds. With 20 left over at P1, it's Scump and the boys of OpTic. They've decided to rotate through over at Kitchen, but it's flank after flank, both teams being aware of the positioning.
Yeah, there was a lot of spawns happening towards that backside of Laundry, but eventually Ultra were able to secure it, so now they're going to be able to set up for this P2 hardpoint. And this is a hardpoint that OpTic have been struggling with quite some time, this P2, on how they want to break it. But early aggression coming in from Raid. Now it's all about pushing out the backside and making sure you're winning these engagements, because if they shut down this push right here, you have to try to flood through the front. You have to do this before that trophy system come into play.
Oh, and that's a big two-piece coming in from Cammy, and now Formal up between a rock and a hard place. Does take down Bance at the very least, but just because of that Cammy kill, the double that he's able to find just instantly throws off OpTic's chances. That's not gonna be 3, that's gonna be 4. Cammy doing the work toward the backside of jungle, and with that, the front is gonna be handled as well. Perfect plays out of Cammy. I don't wanna say single-handedly shuts down the play from OpTic, but boy, was he influential in that.
He definitely was, man, just re-flanking those players that were trying to pinch her on the backside. It was a huge two-piece, and then he proceeds to go through the middle of the hill. And Ultra, they hold this for a full 60, so now off the rotation, you see the pressure's already here. Just pay attention to the mini-map, though, because Insight's already at outskirts. Dashy's gonna have a huge one-on-one. Formal's trying to help him, but the pinch is gonna be here. And Ultra, off the rotation, that was beautiful.
And how often have we talked about P2 to P3? At times, this OpTic roster in these money hills can really start to struggle. Kitchen has not been their best friend, and Garage, really not a good counterpart either. A wonderful rotation set up here from the Ultra, getting ever closer toward that century mark, but through Jim we go, and it's Bance being able to handle a decent amount of weight as Clayster is there for the trade. Excellent play so far from Ultra as they began this hard point with a wonderful showing, and if only continued to. Clayster, that's now going to be a 3-in-a-row streak for him. OpTic realizing, saying, hey, you know what, P2 didn't work out. Now P3 does not work out, but the best money hill is still ahead of us, and OpTic are going to need just about every single second of it.
You've got to stop the bleeding. You have to get a good rotation, and that's a good way to start. As they find 2 in the feed, going to have Ultra still getting some good junk time off of that Garage hill. And that'll put them at about up 100 points already, but you know how great this basketball hill can be to get right back into this game. They have full kitchen control, 1 player in the hill, but the pressure's gonna be here. Bance opens up with the first. Now the pressure's starting to come through the back, and that's gonna be 2 dead. There's only gonna be 1 player from OpTic on this point. Formal's trying to go big. He's able to find 2, and Envoy finds the 3rd. Last player from Ultra sitting in the back, but all of Ultra spawning out towards the top now.
And you saw a few players start to line up. Inside accidentally takes down Cammy, so it's a 1 versus 2 trade favoring OpTic in that situation. With 30 seconds left, Formal has been happy to accrue every single second that they can. Big engagement for him is at least able to get the 1-for-1. Insight now hopping inside of the hill. Again, a major hill for OpTic right now here in basketball as Cammy also getting dealt with. Like we said, P2, P3, not the greatest of performances, but basketball is where OpTic are gonna have, like we said, that was gonna be their opportunity to bring it back, and they've done it up to this point. A few extra shots there from Envoy as he ends up getting taken down. Now our last hill of the first side of rotations. Toronto are here. Let's step aside and go to a listen now with Ultra.
pillars. Water, kitchen. Water. One blue weak. Right side.
I have all the pillars.
Yeah,
They're gonna be kitchen, okay?
Big fucking hell.
Wait, Cam, I'm pushing that side now.
Okay.
Kitchen, really bad. I'm coming back, so we got two close.
Black man.
When they spawn, I'm pushing out. I'm pushing out now.
Yep.
Hit into new.
He's in the left
Could
side.
be water, there could be water.
Yeah, no.
I can watch where we got, Ben.
In kitchen. One shot dead. One more kitchen. Follow kitchen. Weak.
Yeah. Pillars.
Go.
Pillars.
You go, Ben. You go. Weak. Formal.
Pillars. He's flanked Zig. One blue weak. We're made to our.
What you got for me?
We got two. I got you water. You go. Nothing more. They're gonna be kitchen. I'm going
they're new.
all the way around, okay? Right second.
One shot, man. Formal. Absolute. He's in new. Well played.
I'm going all the way around jungle, okay?
Wait, I'm gonna do it. Listen, I'm doing such a deep pinch.
Okay, I'm jungle then.
What's in the kitchen? Scump, left side.
Take our time, man.
In money. When else? No, Dashy in the back.
Take our time, man.
Take a room.
Yeah. It's fine. One kitchen.
It's close right kitchen. Ready, I'm sliding.
We're gonna be to our left, yeah. I'm watching your kitchen.
Nice.
Kitchen. Scump kitchen. Really weak Scump kitchen.
Well, as the first set of rotations come to a close, it was a 100-point advantage for Toronto. Instead, the comms sound pretty good at Ultra.
Yeah, they're calm, cool, and collected, man. You hear Bancy say, I'm going for the super mega route to make sure I'm trying to set up this pinch. But OpTic, they're not worried. That's going to be another 3 dead. You have one player in Insight who's trying to hold this back laundry area, but unfortunately he's going to drop, and now OpTic, this can be the turnaround of the game. If they can chain this P1 to that P2, because so far beast off the first rotation, that's going to be another 3 dead. OpTic trying to bounce back into this one, down only 50 points now.
OpTic, welcome to Raid Hardpoint. They brought themselves back in the game after being down 100 points, and now this next hill could very well bring us even. Formal getting dropped, but again, it's everybody having each other's clearance. Dashy once more put on the 5 spree, getting cut down. How many times has Dashy been put in those spots to earn streaks and just happens to be 1 kill away? But at least for OpTic, you still have that spawn in your favor. A few start to line up. Dashy drops off the streak, but right off of spawn, having another big kill, taking down Cammy. Final player in the backside here is going to be Insight to deal with.
And this has been a great hold so far with 35 seconds. OpTic have the ability to try to take the lead here, but that's going to be 2 in the feed going in favor of Ultra. OpTic respond back with 2 of their own. Cammy with a huge one-on-one as well. And Ultra starting to spawn out towards the back. There's a good 20 seconds, but you see what OpTic are trying to do. They're trying to set up for that garage hill this time around. You got a good chunk of time here. They're not trying to give it all to Ultra. That's going to be 3 down, Scump on a 5.
And look at the spawn. Ultra do spawn toward backside P2. So if you're OpTic, you're happy to give away those seconds because now it's the race toward garage and you've placed yourself here. Wonderful awareness and really just in general, great timing here for Chicago. Pretty much a total reversal from the first set of rotations that we saw as P2, P3 handled from Toronto. This time, it's OpTic at least starting off things well with Scump finding himself on the 6. Can he find the streak? And he will! A massive streak to have, at least in your back pocket if you're OpTic, as you have brought this one back down from 100, and now Stud, they're 10 seconds away from grabbing the lead.
And the King has just been going off. Envoy finds 2 in the feed, but if Dashy finds that kill onto Inside, there's going to be 25 seconds remaining. OpTic are going to take the lead. Finally, for the first time on this hard point, you got to keep in mind that Scump has that streak to work with. He can break in towards this basketball hill with this artillery. The green wall starting to get behind. They can feel it. They possibly will force the game 5.
You start to feel it in the air. This OpTic team starting to get the momentum behind them. But a major hill up next. But Scump, having that streak, decides to call it in early, and we'll see what this can do. Finding a kill off of it on the Cleanex, and also finding a second one onto Bance. That's a 9 streak now for the King. Can he make it double digits on Bance? This is a massive fight to take toward the backside as his teammates are relying on him to go big, and he's able to do it. That's going to be 10 for Scump. Putting the pistol away and allowing for the 74U to go to work. Aware of the spawns, Toronto still winning the fights toward the front side of water. So this is great from Scump, finally gets cut down. Ultra have done the job that they need toward the front side.
But everything that Scump just got done, his teammates could not get to the point, so the cruise missile has to get invested. He's able to find one. Formal with the second. That's going to be 3 dead. 15 seconds remaining here. Ultra can no longer win it. They have to think about the rotation, though. 236, 222. OpTic, if they get this 8 seconds, it'll be 230 to 236. They have to think about the rotation. Dashy going big with a huge one-on-one versus Cammy.
We've got ourselves a 6-point game. Over to our P5 we go, and Bance, CleanX, Ultra with the early trades. They only need 10 more seconds. Somebody from OpTic have to get here off of spawn. Scump, he dies inside of Art. Envoy also falls. Everybody beginning to drop, and there goes Dashy as well. Can anybody from OpTic get here in time? And they will not. Ultra hold off the near 100-point comeback from OpTic Chicago. The crowd, the shots, everything seem to be favoring the green wall. But Toronto, as they have been all season long, they have been the hurdle, they have been the boogeyman, and they will continue to be that in their final meeting here at playoffs.
And it all comes down to that play with Scump, man. He was going on such a streak towards back jungle. If one of his teammates were able to find at least 1 or 2 kills, or at least set up the pinch, because he was doing everything in the backside, man. On a 10-3, it's not an easy job to get done, but his teammates just couldn't get to that hard point. Ultra were just holding so beautifully, even with the streaks getting called in. They were able to clutch up. They thought about that rotation to P5, and that eventually closes out the series for them.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a look back at that play as well, just to see it again, see exactly kind of what was happening. I know we were looking at Scump's point of view in that moment, but as you said, that position, that moment was pretty much it. I mean, that could have solidified it again. That was the moment. Basketball court was the rotation, but Toronto able to hold off OpTic and get the 3-1 win. It's been a back and forth year for OpTic. As we said, yet to really, I think, get outside of, I think top 3 was their best placement at any major, and they go out here top 6. An excellent performance, in the raid control, but here in Hardpoint, they bring it back, but still lose by 20. But here we go, here's the play stud. What'd you see?
So right here, OpTic, they were able to find 3 kills, but as soon as this 3-kill pops, you shouldn't even be worried about this junk time. You have to think about big picture, getting off that rotation. And Scump, he was able to find 2, but he's the only player there. You have 1 player from Ultra sitting towards Waterside, 1 player from Ultra already at Ring. They find that kill from Zig, but the pinch eventually comes in from Water Steps and from Pillars. It's just great work from Ultra, well coordinated to make sure they executed that break perfectly.
Yeah, just well played from Ultra. As we said, just this team, how great they have been, how great the communication has been for them all year long. They get the presence inside, and really, it's every single player going off. You see Cammy, you see CleanX, you see Bance, and inside as well, having the biggest of performances, and you see what it means, how important it was for them to hold off OpTic and now stay alive here at playoffs. A major series, one that lived up to the hype, but it's Ultra that get the job done once again. And what's that? That's what, 5-0 versus OpTic with this lineup.
It's insane, man. They just could not beat these guys all year long. When you go back all the way to stage 1, that was the only chance they beat Toronto, and that was when Mets was on the team. They didn't have the Rookie of the Year in Insight, and ever since he has entered that Toronto roster, he's just been such an impactful player.
Yeah.
Definitely my Rookie of the Year candidate for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt, a number of different players having great performances here from the Toronto Ultra. As like we said, they get the job done in a 3-1 and stay alive here at playoffs. Again, I mean, we don't really know exactly how the rest of things are going to shape up, but that elimination bracket is looking very intimidating right now. But we're going to go and end it for us. We're going to go and send it down to Jess, who's joined alongside by Insight.
Thank you, Lando. That's right. I am joined by Insight for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Congratulations on rebounding from that tough loss earlier. You're living to fight another day. How do you feel that the team's been playing lately?
You know, I feel great. Obviously, the Dallas game didn't go our way. I felt like we could have won that. Came down to our last round. But, you know, to get a win against OpTic, it means everything for the team.
So next up, you're going to be waiting to face the winner of Røkkr versus Subliners. Is there a matchup that you kind of prefer there?
No, I feel like we're well prepared for both teams. So we'll just see who we play, and we'll take it as it comes.
So earlier today, I asked Bance to fill in the blank, and we had to censor him. Good thing it was a recorded interview. We asked him, if Toronto Ultra do not win the title, blank. Before we ask you this, are we going to have to censor you?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, so if Toronto Ultra do not win the title, blank.
If Toronto Ultra do not win the title, at least we gave it our best.
That's fantastic. Well, Insight, thank you so much. Let's hear it for Insight for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight, and we're going to send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jess. Insight. Love to hear from that guy as always. Well, I mean, like we said, I don't know in terms of how the Rookie of the Year conversation is going, but a guy that has to be at the top of your list, has a great performance here, and obviously helps lead alongside the other Ultra boys in getting the job done. But we still have to take a look at our scuff play of the game, and specifically, we're taking a look at Cammy here on Moscow Stud.
This was a decision maker. Like, keep in mind, this guy was sitting in the corner, but like I said earlier, he knows that 2 players are definitely going to go for the challenge, so he challenges himself. He finds the first kill, backs Envoy down with the nade, finds the second, and then turns around and just catches Formal with his pants down. Easy 3-piece for Cammy. One of the MVP candidates that we had on the year. He just had himself a great series.
Yeah, an excellent series from Cammy, an excellent series from
Legendary.
Toronto as they stay alive and take down OpTic Chicago in a 3-1. When we come back after the break, it is the desk covering that series and setting us up for our final match of the day. It's Maven, Merc, and Nameless after this.
You know, let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne. Up from the ground, and out of the gates. I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane. Yeah, cause I'm the only one that's born for this shit.
Hello and welcome back to CDL Playoffs. The desk, Maven, Merc, Nameless. I'd like to start things off with, you were both wrong.
Thank you.
Yes, we were.
That's correct.
I will hold that out.
I didn't pick, so I couldn't be right or wrong.
Usually.
But I'm curious, how do you feel though? Because you both felt like, you know, they've struggled this matchup all year. You thought this was gonna be the time they did it, but it felt like more of the same.
Yeah, it did feel like more of the same. But, you know, focusing a little bit more on Ultra, the adjustments they made from Hardpoint in their first series going into that one were just insane. They looked lights out in Hardpoint there. You got big performances out of players like Cammy, and it just seemed like time and time again when they needed to get a break, they got it done.
Cammy won them that series. I mean, literally, he did it in the first hard point. He did it in the search and destroy. That big round, I mean, we even just saw it in that game number 4, just towards the end, picking up that flank on the Scump. Scump wins that one. Who knows what happens at P5? But when Cammy had to go big, he did.
Well, speaking of one of those moments, they were going to look at game 1 hard point when he had some spectacular moments, I believe, on P2 and P4, and you guys were like, holy hell. I think you even tweeted, like, Cammy just won them this map.
Yeah.
He was special throughout this show. Take me through it.
No, he absolutely was. And, well, I mean, this is just where Cammy was going big, was right around this P5 area, just time and time again. And, well, it was right before this. Cammy was actually the player who found 3 kills on the rotation. You know, the streaks are called in, but everybody is just staying alive. And Cammy being one of those players on the hill, just staying down, looking over his teammates. But what, it was multiple times where he's the lone man on the opposite side of the map from his teammates. He flips the spawns by himself as he finds individual kills, just one-on-one after one-on-one. Cammy was just doing it all.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, he got those 3 kills on that rotation, and it also happened again on P2. He went around the back, he gets a big gunfight win, stays alive, finesses until his teammates can get there. I mean, the guy's just out there lone wolf status doing the thing.
So I saw a stat from, I think it was Round 11 Stats tweeted right after that, that when you talk about all the hard points on Checkmate for Ultra, they're like plus 400 when you talk about seconds, objective points on P5. The closest of the rest is like plus 130. Joe, what does it take for one team to, I guess, be really lights out on a hard point? Like, how do things click like that?
Well, I think that's just them rotating, right? Winning those spawns. I think that's when you look at sort of their teamwork around P3 or P4. Honestly, when they know that they have to flip the spawns, they go for it. It's their opportunity of, all right, if we don't have the spawns, what do we need to do? That's when you always saw someone hitting frontwood, just playing their life, being annoying. It's what Toronto Ultra has done all year. They've been so good at just making individual plays, but then the teamwork shines.
Well, Ant, I know you didn't pick Ultra in that series because you thought they were a little bit flat in the last one we watched, but now they come out like that, they get a convincing win. This is a team that can make a run, right?
100% this is a team that can make a run. I mean, even in that search and destroy on Moscow, like, OpTic has had their woes on that map, but that's one of their better search and destroys, and Ultra's able to come out and look like that. So, yes, Ultra, if they're winning hard points, I mean, it's going to be tough to take them down. They might make the full run.
Well, let's take a look at how it's gone and how it's going to go with regards to the bracket for championship weekend. You just saw the Ultra versus OpTic matchup, and now I guess we can kind of transition across. Let's start talking about Subliners versus Røkkr. This is a tough one to choose, John. I don't want picks yet, but I guess kind of how do you feel about this matchup?
Well, I think, you know, Chance was talking in the back. This is just not a matchup that we've seen very often. I think they've played twice, and you know, it's 1-1. So I think for, you know, both of these teams, it's really not a matchup that we see too often. So
they've never played with these rosters.
Well, there you go.
We've never seen it. So it's going to be interesting, right? Like, because you look at this matchup and it's like one team's good at 2-3-5, one team's good at 1-4. Who takes it?
Well, this might be a silly question, but I think midway through the year is a little bit different than champs time. How does it change the preparation maybe when you've literally never played each other, Ant?
Well, I mean, for these guys going into it, they haven't had much time to prepare for this match, right? Because Røkkr didn't expect to be in this position, and then New York is just coming off of that loss. So it's really just going to be coming in and doing your best. You're not going to have that much preparation whatsoever. So looking at this, I mean, map 1 in the vetoes is Garrison. New York 7-0 on that map. So for Røkkr, like, hardpoint might be very tough in this one.
I feel like when we've watched both these teams, Joe, over the past couple of months, I know there's been some changes with the NYSL side, but they've looked really, really good in winning an event or getting a second place, or they've looked flat and very beatable.
No, 100%. And I think that's what makes this interesting because, you know, you probably say, well, NYSL, they've had a really tough day, but they played Atlanta FaZe, and it was just a 3-0. And again, so they have to bounce back from that, similar to the way Toronto Ultra just did. You know, you got a game under your belt. You got to fix your mistakes, but you got to forget about the loss, and that's when the leadership like Clay comes into play.
All right, well, we've got a couple of minutes before we're actually headed to break for the next match. So I want to ask you real quick. We're going to go back in time, man. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
OpTic, it's a tough loss. It's been an up and down year. We know there's a lot of commotion around people being available. You saw the entire Surge team let go. You think changes are in the future, or is this something you stick with and work on like they did throughout the course of the year?
Oh, man, that is a tough question, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, you know what? I think you definitely entertain it. You look at what happened this year with a lot of these teams. You think a roster like LA Thieves probably going to make some more shuffles. You got some players like Octane now that are out there. So I think you have to entertain it if you're OpTic Chicago. They have a fantastic core roster, but they weren't able to figure it out this year. What makes it different that they'll be able to figure it out next year?
You had enough time.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough question. For me, I've said it all year. I think it just comes down to preparation and just the way they practice. The fact that you're making the same mistakes over and over and over again, there is a core issue here. I don't know what it is. We're not there every single day, but something might have to change.
Okay, I was just curious on your thoughts. I know it's hard to answer because
one, though.
we don't know where things are going to go. But now let's focus back to the match at hand, the one coming up and around the corner for Røkkr versus NYSL. It's time to get our picks in. Ant, we'll start with you.
3-2 Røkkr. They're going to come out and take it in 2-3-5, get it done there in the round 11 at the end.
Okay, 2-3-5, Røkkr win. Joe.
I'm going NYSL 3-1. I think that they're just going to bounce back. I think it wasn't their best showing in that first match against Atlanta FaZe. I think they're going to come out guns blazing.
Well, boys, I appreciate you being just incredibly insightful, talented, and beautiful as always on the desk, but that's going to do us here for headquarters. We're getting ready for our final match of the day. It's been a bloodbath. The action continues on. Miles and Chance to bring you the action with Røkkr, NYSL on the other side of this break.
You know, I'm legendary. You know. Let's go.
There is a status reserved for a select few throughout history. For those remembered for more than just a name, it's a title even kings die in vain for.
Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne.
Time gives us all one simple choice. You can be forgotten or become immortal.
You think he's done now? You think he's gonna stop here? You think you can stop aBeZy? Oh my God!
To be remembered is not enough, because anything less than legendary is failure.
Accuracy, though, they line up! They line up for accuracy and he wins it! Are you kidding? Accuracy with thighs!
All right, folks, it's your last match of the day, and it is an elimination clash. One team will be going home, one team will be moving on. I'm Golden Boy, your host. A pleasure to be here as always. And let's just jump right into the action and introduce your first team, the Kings of the North, the Minnesota Røkkr. surprise here to be in a position to move on in this competition, looking for another Minnesota miracle here today. They did it once at the Stage 5 finals. Can they do it again? Can they stave off defeat against the NYSL, a team that they are not familiar against here? Both squads, as a matter of fact, barely playing against each other. Your starting lineup: Standy, Attach, MajorManiak, and Priestahh. Once again, the Minnesota Røkkr. But now it is time to introduce their opponents from the city that doesn't sleep. It's the NYSL.
Mack with first blood, he just jumps on in, a flurry of kills through. Mack though, Mack gets 3. What a second half of the hard point he had. There's all 4. The 8 for Big Mack. Upward timing, he gets flushed out. But Asim and Mack, that crossfire so good. Asim, all 4, give it to him. Takes down the entire side of FaZe.
This is just an efficient work right now. As HyDra has the entire team straight in front of him, gets a couple shots now. Look how much he just slows them down.
Can he get the defuse, player? He does. 23 seconds left on the clock. One more to deal with for Clay. This would be massive.
Making their way to the stage, the NYSL. After the crushing defeat against the Atlanta FaZe, the New York Subliners are turning to the veteran Clayster to lead them. Clayster, the first COD player in history to win every championship accolade. He, of course, is no stranger to these parts here. Whether or not the New York Subliners can pull one through is yet to be seen, but it will be a tough battle for both squads. As I mentioned before, not very familiar with one another, so we have no idea what either team could be bringing to the table here today, but your roster is going to be Mack, HyDra, Asim, and Clayster. One more time, give it up for the New York Subliners. And now it is time to jump into the action. Send it to your casters. Come on, Galen Center, let me hear you make some noise for your casters. You got Miles and Chance.
Oh, Galen Center, this is going to be an absolute treat. It's our last match of the day, but we promise you it's going to be a fun one. What a day it's been, brother. What a tournament it's been. Yeah. Like, from start to finish, like everything that's happened so far, it's been wild. It's been a treat to be back on land again with all the fans, and we hope you're enjoying the show from home. And this is going to be the end of the road for one of these teams.
And it just a gauntlet of a day for so many of these teams, right? You got New York that are coming off a loss of a very quick 3-0. They had to play against FaZe, so it is the bounce back for these guys. How quickly can they make the return? And honestly, it's cracking me up, right? Clay earlier to the crowd, showing off the money they just got in the bank account, and the crowd giving it right back to them. So it's been a good time. People are having fun, and hopefully the gameplay matches that, because it has been so much fun today.
All right, let's get right to it then. Game fuel, keys to victory. Let's roll right in. Chance, New York Subliners, let's roll.
I mean, dude, the entire thing is about the mentality, right? You just wipe that series out of your minds. And something that was happening, like we had that listening right from map number 1, a little bit sloppy, not a ton of small talk, and they started making some key mistakes, easily getting broken on rotation, sometimes not even blocking spawns on like that raid P4. So they got to clean up the gameplay, and they got to clean it up very fast. Now, admittedly, now they got the series under the belt. A little bit of the pressure, I won't say is off, because now it's elimination time, but let me tell you, it is different when you have to play against FaZe. So get that one out of your mind. For Minnesota Røkkr, though, it is a player-specific thing that I'm thinking about. Hardpoint is where it has been a struggle for these players, and Standy is the guy that can turn things around. Throughout Stage 5, when he is popping off, and when he does, it is great. A 1.4 in his wins. The man can take over, but when he is struggling, when he cannot find those kills, well, the respawns simply just do not not go their way. And well, speaking of the respawns, if you can't win the hard points, you better be damn sure you win the controls. You get a Garrison where they have a 4-1 record throughout stage 5. So they do have that safety net, but you gotta make sure that you are winning those offensive rounds.
There's your maps and those. Garrison hardpoint up first. We have a checkmate in there as well. Raid, search and destroy for map 2. Map 5, standoff. First time we've seen it here at playoffs. Right smack bang in the middle there, though the control game mode will be Garrison. Well, we bumped into Brian Saint on the walk here, and what did he say? He was like, we really have to steal a respawn. We need to get one of those hard points. Coach of Minnesota Røkkr was like, that is going to be the goal for now. Here we go.
And the reason he's even saying just steal a respawn is just because of how goddamn good their S&D has been. I mean, they've been looking like, at times, the best search and destroy team in the world, at least throughout stage 5, where they got that safety net. Even for the standoff throughout stage 5, 3-0 record. They've been perfect. Even for the raid, 3-1 record, nearly perfect. So their search and destroy has been impeccable. That being said, New York is just one of those teams, man. One of those teams with the back against the wall when they're given some weird situation they have to deal with. They can pull a little bit of that New York magic out of their back pockets. Of course, long way to go before we get to the search and destroy Garrison hardpoint, where we're going to start things. And well, throughout stage 5, 1-5 record for Minnesota. The hardpoint struggles have certainly been present on Garrison in a 3-0 on the side of New York, which in that mind, or for me, that means New York needs this map #1 win.
We'll see New York Subliners with the statistical advantage coming into this first map. And I want to say, I don't know where you are, Røkkr staff. I saw you handing out t-shirts and little glow sticks. I see you winning the fans over. And we appreciate your efforts. There you are, you maniacs. Right, let's get it. Map #1. Straight to the point we go. First to 250 points. And along the way, we're going to see a lot of stuff.
Oh, and that is the man that you want to get the hot hand if you're on the side of Minnesota. But if you talk about a player that can respond, well, HyDra's able to pick up too. But in spite of the mistakes made, New York will take that small little opening, get inside this hill, and try to set up for this next wave of kills. Obviously, it is very early on, and they're playing that set of rotations, but just that little warm-up, sort of standard, trying to get the flow of things and make sure you get in the mix. Again, communication from both of these teams is key.
Key in the Call of Duty world, MajorManiak. Ooh, that would have been something special, though. He will drop still hardpoint in the hands of Røkkr. Time accumulating their way. Standy, our player of the stage for that Major 5. Incredible performance from them. They have yet to really catch fire here at playoffs. But so far, a nice start indeed. First hardpoint cleaned up. Second hardpoint towards the top side of the screen. And the New York Subliners already in position. It's going to be theirs.
And they're playing a setup right now. They're expecting a lot of this pressure to come in through light side. That's why actually Asim, he is ready to help Mack out. He's right next to him. We're standing against the kill. Boom, Asim, that is a homework being done. They know where these players from Minnesota like to push. So again, that little extra something, that prep work coming in full effect. As so far, so good. Looking for the full 60 as Minnesota, though, Priestahh. Gunfights like that open things up on P2.
And here we go. Clayster, last player up in the hill till the reinforcement shot. Standy be the one to push forward. Asim, though, here he comes forward, but with the teamwork covering him there, the hard point goes down, and with that, Subliners, they will now take the lead. 25 seconds remaining on this one. Trophies are in and about, and they're going to do what they can now to hold this time, push on through towards third, as New York, they have managed to find a resurgence of life here after that nice opening from Røkkr.
And I think Attach, that's like 2 teammates, one on himself, one on his friend, and well, that's something that needs to be cleaned up just a little bit, just those little weird hiccups that you have. And keep in mind, there's a couple spawn outs as well, so you got to battle at that old hill while Minnesota are trying to lock down for new. Asim for New York, though, leading the charge for his team. He's gotten into tools and he gets caught. Standy aware as ever.
Yeah, Standy not letting anyone get through, nor's MajorManiak. We're looking at Attach now, just keeping an eye on that flank. Over to Standy inside the hard point. Head on a swivel. Eyes on tools. Now eyes towards the dark side of the map. And here come the Subliners. Standy will be the first line of defense. Whoa, a fresh magazine, but not quick enough. Priestahh, though, the next line. As again, the hard point now been opened. No one there that can grab it just yet. It's an open hard point. No one close enough. Is anyone going to get in there? HyDra makes his way forward. Standy and Priestahh still holding this one down. And Chance, an interesting bout. Still looking towards next with just about 20 seconds on the clock here. Not a whole lot going on in mid-map as far as Røkkr is concerned.
Yeah, you saw the name of the game right there from New York. Is not to try to break the hill, but just to keep the enemy out of it. And well, they stripped away a little bit of time, but now actually a portion of the map is open. Røkkr, a small opportunity to start working themselves themselves through dark, working themselves through caution, and well, Priest is there, ready for it, so is Asim, but they found the opening. As long as you deal with these players from lights, you can keep New York out of the hill, and it is going to be a scrappy fight before either team can secure a ton of time.
Looking to secure that time now. Røkkr in on the hard point, looking to find those kills too so far. Things are looking good. Can they push this lead further? Let's go for a quick listen in and see how Røkkr are doing.
I have L. Try to stay up. Top green, top green, top green. Hold my caution. Top green, I'm looking green.
Top green hill, play aggressive here. They're spawning
green hill, guys.
They're all spawning bricks,
Green clay weak. I have a green dead.
Arch on me.
Watch out. Okay, I'm jumping up. Okay, top green. Asim top green. What's just spawn behind green?
They're gonna start splitting, guys. One's back down weak, HyDra.
You're backloading, Mack.
HyDra's front out. Nice, go in. Stay left here. We're flipping them. Yeah. Rails the P1. Rails the P1. Okay.
I'm looking mid. I'll see P1. I'm needing P1.
I got play dead.
Don't guys low green on me. Mack green, dead.
I'll buy these. Where are you spawning?
Still spawning in the back.
Just spawning in the back.
Backloading.
I'm in you. Alright, I'm gonna play for March.
I got new time.
What's that old? I'm just sitting here.
One shot deep.
I've mauled mid.
I'll film brick.
Mid, Clay, dead. Tools, dead.
Nice, more maybe.
I'm staying out.
Mack was float. The rest one in the back. It's Mack.
Alright, I'm gonna turn bricks. Actually, you turn bricks. Back here. I'm helping for Mack.
I think they might work up out on me. Yeah, I think they're working out. I'm back dead.
Back low. Don't see Mack.
One was mid. Back
Under be green maybe?
Yeah, he's worked for Mack. He's last guy mid. Someone telling me, weak, be up.
All that. I'll get you. I'm gonna help you back alley.
Chance one of your game fuel keys to victory was Standy's gonna pop off, and Standy doing just that. 17 and 7.
I mean, bro, 3 pieces, and it's not just the kills that he's getting to be the factor, even the communication, helping his teammates out, telling Attachment he needs to stay alive. Standy right now, Mr. Do It All, and for a team that is 0-3 in hardpoint throughout this tournament so far, and on this map throughout stage 5, 1-5. Standy is putting in work to turn things around, and Priestahh right behind him. That's going to be a 4 spree for him.
Yeah, Standy, you got a 3-piece. Hold my game fuel. I'm on a 4 spree right now. Here we go. Priestahh and the rest of Minnesota Røkkr pushing the lead forward. Here comes the rest of the New York Subliners trying to make their way in on this one. They've cleaned out bricks. Now it's over to the first hard point. Back in the second set.
And a little bit of love for the team, and for good reason. It wasn't just Priestahh. Now Attach responding with a 4 spree of his own. New York, someone needs to start kicking it up just to deal with the SMG pressure, because again in the feed, Standy making an appearance. That's a clean 4 down, and that is a 5 spree. It is streaks that New York now need to be concerned about, because Attach is not just that. He's got the power position, he's got the rotation, and a couple players coming his way. These are gunfights that are almost difficult to lose unless Clayster can find the timing, and he can't, because of course Standy is there to protect his boys. Standy's got 20, Attach wants some streaks, and they got a 100-point lead.
6 in a row right now for Attach as it starts to get real quiet. New York Subliners are being put to bed so far. They need to find a sign of life, and quickly, because the light is slowly but surely fading. New hard points up. Over towards second in our second set. Top of the map, it's all theirs. Attach will be dropped. Unfortunate timing, but it's 3 for the New York Subliners now. An opportunity to go forward. Mack lighting up the kill feed, looking to turn this around slowly but surely, and they're in a great spot to do it now.
Yeah, talk about a potential momentum shift, right? You get that early rotation, you're doing everything right, going on streaks, and then boom, all 4 players die in New York. They will take that for sure and try and run with it. And Mack knows the situation. They know no one spawned out yet. All eyes are forward, and he's able to take him down, and well, 2 players surging. They're going to be able to drop him, but even still, look who's spawning out. It's the Minnesota Røkkr. Look who's starting to try to work on that rotation. It's Clayster, but he gets caught. HyDra's there for the response, but they get taken down, and hey, there you go for Minnesota, right? Don't let the game get too out of control. Make sure you're secure on this rotation, and that's what MajorManiak is concerned about. Metal boots all the way on that right side of the map. Knows he's waiting for his teammates to spawn up right next to him. It's about a 50-point lead. Minnesota can really start to run away with this game on this next hill.
Good job not to let it fall into the hands of the Subliners there, as this would be a very different looking hard point so far. As you called it, MajorManiak number 6, far right hand side of the map. He's pitching a tent, and he is big chillin' while his teammates pick up the time. Priestahh, the defensive line holds! 5 in a row. Priestahh had no right getting that one. HyDra comes in with the trades, but is it enough? The time still ticking. 200 points crossed now as Røkkr, the finish line's in sight.
And someone needs to make the big play right now from York. It's going to be a couple players trying to flood out, but look who's there to shut him down. The flank is perfect from attach and a suffocating one at that. You got to clear him out. You got to go so far. It's a hike across the map, and well, Asim, he spawns out, but number 8, he's ready for it. You got Standy inside the point, prepared for these kills. New York, they're just getting chopped down left and right. You got the spawns flip over towards New. 100-point lead, Minnesota. They have this game firmly in their grasp.
There's to lose. Over towards Trash, hard point, now we go. Standy, this is an awkward fight. He's gonna stay alive, trust his teammates. They pick up the kills. Clay though, now looking to make their way forward. Hard point in the hands of Røkkr. The kills have got to be concise and very fast now for the Subliners. You've got to go, boys. You're starting to run out of opportunities. Mack making his way forward. He goes down. HyDra looking for the flank now. But again, the Røkkr defense so strong. But here we go. It's the father and son combo. Priestahh finds himself another 5 and Chance 10 seconds. It's all they need, and Røkkr can call map 1 theirs. Will they get it done here? Looks like the Subliners have managed to get in just in time.
They're just waiting to put a stamp on this game. Even in the kill feed, you see Minnesota still racking up these kills. It is the final few moments. Standy's made his way, taking one down with him. Normally, he's able to get 2, but attached there for the trades. It is almost just the victory lap these players are waiting to take. A couple more ticks go by, and this has just been a dominant performance from the Minnesota Røkkr, keeping that momentum going. A team that when they are down, they are at their best. Losers bracket, this is not a place that they are afraid of.
An explosive start to the series, and the stats are going to show it in a moment. Brilliant stuff from Standy, though. Again, we gave him a lot of praise there in the Game Fuel Key, saying he was the player we really needed to see go, and this was the exact moment. The absolute pop-off. The kill on the Clayster may have been the last one, but important kills nonetheless. A swing of momentum finally going the way of Røkkr. This series starts with a bang.
And we've heard Standy talk about it, right? That like Rookie of the Year battle that's like coming through, right? Well, one name that hasn't even come out of Standy's mouth so far as I'm aware is HyDra. He's not even concerned about him, and well, in that game, maybe there's a pretty good example why. Standy just completely taking it to him. That was one of the close to hard carry sort of performance. He set the pace from his start and is setting his teammates up. 5K damage. No one on his own team could even get close to him because he was frankly just leaving a path of destruction behind him. And hell, a minute and 23 seconds in the hill, the kid literally could do it all.
Well, there we go. The Roosters of Ragnarok may be crowing already for the New York Subliners, unless they can turn the ship around. Time for a quick commercial break. When we come back, Search and Destroy here at the playoffs.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. You know. Let's go. Out of the
The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Map 2 awaits us, but before we get there, Chance, that was a difficult loss there for the New York Subliners. That was their map in this series.
Yeah, that was the only map that they had a statistical advantage on, at least through Stage 5. It does get better from here for Røkkr, and at this point, I'm starting to be a little bit concerned for the New York camp, right? It has been a tough day so far. Brutal 3-0 loss they had earlier. Not a fun map, number one, for these guys to play. And keep in mind, elimination game. This is the end of the year for a team. If they lose in this situation, you need the bounce back for New York, but for Minnesota, I mean, keep the pedal to the metal right there. Yes, they took a very tough 3-0 loss from the Dallas Empire, but you got to imagine, this is the team that we saw in Stage 5 when they were down. They were literally never out. You can make the best comeback of all time. You can make a loser's bracket run as well. And the turnaround that guys like Priestahh had compared to the first series to their next. I mean, hey, you drop a 2.0 in Search and Destroy. This is where we're going from map number 2. Priestahh trying to have himself a day.
Yeah, we should probably have a word there with the LA Thieves. I think they're going to need, some kind of rabies shot, because that was a rabid P-Dog yesterday, 2.0 in the Search. We'll see if he can repeat that performance today, and he was barking. We'll see if they can get that one going, though. Again, that first hard point was a tough one. Røkkr coming out extremely strong. Search and Destroy on Raid coming up in a brief moment. And now for the New York Subliners, man. I mean, again, we heard Revan talking about it in those interviews. For Mack and HyDra, this is a very, very a difficult spot to be in. This is uncharted terrain for those younger players. First time on a big main stage, first champs, first playoffs. This is a stressful situation to be in. Do they have the mental resolve to pull it back?
And look, the last time we saw Subliners play on Raid S&D, I mean, they look good. They have a game plan that they can execute. But if you had to pick one of the best teams to take them down and try to pick them apart in Search and Destroy, you have 4 players across the board right now for Minnesota that they just have the ice when it comes to S&D. I mean, the amount of different strats that these guys pull out, you could literally just go and look at MajorManiak's gameplay and see the adjustments he is making round for round. He is not a main AR when it comes to S&D. He is, I do whatever I want, and I'm going to make it work. Probably one of the most fun players to be able to play around. And of course, well, Minnesota, they have been loving it as of late, because it's not just him, right? You got the 2.0 KD coming out of Priestahh. You got Standy that obviously at any given moment can take over a game. And well, the last man that I haven't mentioned is Attach, the iciest player of all time. Like, he is that solidified at this point. They have got to be feeling good. So New York, this is their time. Try to turn things around one map at a time. Get those Asim claps going. And honestly, they can start playing off the energy of each other once they start to get hot. And they can look unstoppable too. It is just simply, at least so far, not been their day.
Well, as the many shirts you see there in the venue, it is never chalked, Chance.
Never chalked?
Never, ever chalked. Until it is. And at that point, you can't say that anymore because it truly is chalk. But here we go, friends. We're going to get this one going once again. The audio issue has been resolved very quickly and swiftly thanks to our wonderful staff there on stage, making sure that the show keeps on rolling. Here we go. One more time. One more. So we get this one underway. Map number 2. Here we go. Subliners looking to level up the series. That famed equalizer. We haven't seen too many of those today. But for Røkkr to go 2-0 here, Chance, what a way to get it done.
And look, I know it was only one map, but earlier in Miami, New York was very happy to completely push the pace. I don't know if they'll bring in a similar vibe here on Raid, but just something to keep in mind. And it looks like really on defense, New York, it is the triple stack. They are going to be ready for these gunfights. MajorManiak gets the edge, but doesn't want to take the gunfight. They have completely taken over ring. It is the square up. Everyone meeting towards this side of the map.
It's a mosh pit. They're all here. There's the first from Attach. Standy. Oh my God, he ran over someone's head. What is this? This is a mess. Asim's the last bullet. What the hell? Røkkr get the round.
I mean, good Lord, try to break that one down. It is impossible to even catch some of these kills. How often do you expect every single player on the map just to meet around laundry? They brought their coins, they were ready for it, put them in, and well, got delivered a round win. Very quick one for Minnesota Røkkr just to keep that ball rolling, and really one kill straight across the board. The teamwork impeccable. Only HyDra on the flip side able to connect with enough to get a kill. It looks like they are sticking with that aggressive theme. Couple plays to the middle of the map, couple wall banks coming through. Clayster can't find one, and Minnesota do take over the middle of the map. You see Attach, he's already spinning around. He's got everything covered.
Middle of the map, a very important position to have under control. A lot of noise being made, whether it's the explosives or the slides. Again, Asim with those audio cues. He knows that Standy's close by, trying to bait the play. Patience now, the game. 1 minute remaining in the round, and it's been a quiet one. If the first one was a bang, this is the whimper. Hello! Clay gets involved, kill comes through. First blood goes the way of NYSL.
A little bit awkward on the side, but even still, not a ton of map control right now. Mack, though, able to find the next. MajorManiak trying to make a play, but he gets chopped as well as Subliners. There for the response, and Clay able to pick up a couple. The bounce back that they needed, and honestly, I was thinking it was the aggressive strat right off the rip, right? But instead, it was just the wall banks. It was the turtle up in art and wait for somebody to make that mistake, and well, Standy just overcommits. Clayster there for the reads and converts it into 2. Subliners playing off of Minnesota. The pace they tried to push, and well, Attach has no care in the world, man. He'll take that round loss. He's still feeling very good.
This is an unofficial statistic, but I believe this is the most smiley of all the stages we've had in the CDL so far, between what, HyDra and then most of Minnesota Røkkr. Pearly whites all round. Here we go though, next round up. It's a heavy stacking towards A there for Røkkr on attack. They're going to get that bomb, should plant quick. Bit of noise being made, you know where the play's coming from. Attach is going to be the first line of defense now. The rest of Røkkr now rumble the way forward. Trophies down. This is going to be a good fight. About to happen. 40 seconds now on the bomb. Here comes the push. Standy and Attach. The dynamic duo. HyDra now takes down one, but here comes the rest of the subliners. Standy getting aggressive. Pays off. Kills come through. 2v1 situation. 1v1 situation. Clayster, MajorManiak, 25 seconds.
And when's the last time they seen MajorManiak? I don't know if he got a kill, so I think Clayster.
Oh my God.
He doesn't know, but the peek is there, and MajorManiak. Reaction time on point, takes him down. I don't know what kind of info Clay had in that situation, but MajorManiak knew exactly where to look. Centers and ready to go either direction in the gun skill. MajorManiak, again, he might be one of the slower players we have in the league, but that is not, he is incapable of snapping. The man lives for the S&D, a big 1v1 to be able to convert and take that veteran down, because again, if you want to talk about momentum, Clay is not a player you ever want to get hot.
MajorManiak, a single round of his Krieg whizzes past the face of Clayster there. And again, that was enough to deter the play. Now New York Subliners swap over towards that B-bomb site. The bomb in the hands of Asim has already made its way directly onto the site. Here comes Priestahh, though, to check it. A little late, though. Mack may have his number. Indeed, he does. Bomb down. Subliners with the advantage.
And again, this is just one of those situations where if you're the team that has to retake this bomb site, I mean, good luck, have fun. It is a triple stack in bedroom. It is the easiest bomb to watch from top, from bottom. You can peek through mid. In Minnesota, well, it is 3 players here. They're trying to work themselves through the middle of the map. It is a lot of players that they need to gun in this situation.
I see old New York slumber party strategy. They're going to hold that one. Here comes from the stairs, though. Røkkr, 2 of them remaining. All 4 of the New York subliners in their jammies, having a great time, and Asim's going to get it attached, though, tries to poop the party, and it's not going to happen. Not enough time to get the bomb defused, barely enough time to find the kills, and that is a very decisive round from the New York subliners. The equalizer found. It is now 2-2.
And again, whether that is just a great call from whoever, well, wanted to make the call, the IGL, or even just Asim, wasting 0 time, getting that bomb down as quick as you possibly can. Again, it is the tried and true. You get a couple players live in bedroom. I mean, we've seen maybe 2 or 3 retakes all year in a situation like that. And New York, a team not going to make too many mistakes. Closing it down there as this back and forth battle in S&D continues. And for Minnesota Røkkr, very aggressive towards the A site a couple rounds in a row. And I was going to say, it seems like a team wanting to mix things up. This time, that bomb leading towards B.
To B we go. Well, the action unfolds. One strange observation of like being back on land. You know it's loud when the bomb gets picked up at home? Man, it's loud when the bomb gets picked up here in the Galen Center. Oh my God. Standy, it's about to get loud for him right now. There is the shoulder Asim, the shot punch there, first blood, immediate trades. HyDra in position.
And you get the trades, you also get the bomb down. I don't know if you can quite see it. I don't know if HyDra knows, but either way, you're expecting the action to come in this direction. You have Minnesota, 1 floater right now, Priestahh. might be able to time it out and make a play. That's what number 6 and number 7 are going to be waiting for. But meanwhile, New York, maybe they just want to take the gunfights to a MajorManiak, forced to back down.
Nice shots. Oh my God, Priestahh, what an angle that was. An opening for the bomb to be snatched up, and Attacher's got it. He's made his way across. What a move. 3v2 now. The New York Subliners with that mid-map coverage, they're going to have to make a decision. There's the bomb been planted. All right, boys, we got to do something now. HyDra making his way forward onto Attach, and the shots are there, but Attach wins it. Clayster is now a 1v2.
1v2, and again, you just know they're going to be in bedroom. Clayster has decisions to make. He is trying to go around, or maybe he's faking everybody out, even still. Incredibly difficult gunfights to win. He's got to win the first, and MajorManiak knows he just needs to play his life. And Priestahh down low, I think he got a couple shots in him. Clayster spinning in circles, and you talk about mistake-free, playing with their food. Why take a gunfight? You don't need to. They're able to shut him down, and again, it was in the 3v3 situation. It is Priestahh, that floating man. Takes his time, his teammates not taking gunfights they don't need to. Wait for him to make that play, and then you know exactly what you have to do, opening up the round, and it is just that coordination between players, making sure Priestahh is handing off those comms and saying, hey, just give me a moment to work with, and I will win us that round.
This is stressful. What a stressful game. Again, for those of you wondering, loser goes home.
End of the year.
Oh my God. Into the middle of the map, you will see Røkkr now fly on defense. An option now to hit towards stairs, B-bomb sight, eyes on. Standy's going to make his push. Oh boy, he's feeling himself, but Asim, right place, right time, good shots. That first blood's going to help out. And now the bomb immediately goes over towards A.
MajorManiak, he's going to have to make a play. He's going to spot these players on the cross, and the trigger discipline is there, and Clay forced to back down, and he's going to get caught. Asim does get traded, but Asim, I mean, he gets one of the biggest kills of the round. Bomb gets planted, Attach is going to fall, and Priestahh for the 1v3. A lot for the moment, and maybe a small opportunity, but he gets given nothing. Standy a little bit aggressive, right? Gives away that first blood, puts a little bit of pressure on his teammates to make the big play, but I think really it's just Asim making sure that he is there to protect his teammates, and Clay picks up a couple as well. Really seems either team, once they get that advantage, neither of them let it slip. It's still a back and forth game. You win one round, I can do it too.
It's a very slow and cerebral round, and now we go back at it again. This time, Minnesota Røkkr on attack, bomb in hand. The choice of A or B. It's a 3-man stack on the defense there for the NYSL towards A, and it looks like we're going to get a fight. This opening salvo of utility, lethals being thrown as well. Tacticals are out, trophies are there. It's going to be clear skies for now, but again, chance mid-map goes the way of Røkkr again, and now MajorManiak's got the first blood, looking for the second.
Yeah, spots the information from bottom art, repositions, and finds that first kill. By the way, middle map control right now firmly in the grasp of Røkkr. For the 3v4, you're looking for a pick. Mack can't quite find this one, and HyDra's going to fall in the meantime. And now you got Mack effectively by himself. Middle of the map is where the pressure's going to be in Minnesota. Take it over and take them down. Clinical work in that round. I don't even know if a single kill got traded. And even that situation, that is so much trust right there, right, Standy? I mean, he has ended up watching his own back. He's just really hoping that flank doesn't come through too quickly. And these guys just putting in some work. New York, every single time, again, when there's been a call, they have responded with a round win of their own. They will be back on the attack, and seems the most success they have had is when they got the quick plant over towards B. This is where they're headed once again.
Well, Priestahh is going to be there real fast.
And he's playing it safe.
Yeah, I love this angle. There's an opportunity here for him to just peekaboo. HyDra might be there for it. HyDra, howdy doody. First blood straight into Tiki. That's full control now of the bomb site. Get that bomb down, planted real quick. Attaches come in, but it's not going to be fast enough. That should get planted. Asim planting into the side there. They've got eyes on it there from bedroom. You've got Mack up there to watch that one. Here comes the retake.
Asim's looking for these kills. It is the delicate balance. The flank is actually swarming right now. Number 6 and number 7 working together. Attach, waiting for HyDra to commit. There it is, but he looks away for just a moment. HyDra finds one. MajorManiak there for the trades. Leaves us in a 2v2. 22 seconds left.
The covering fire, but not enough to get Standy forward. Standy dropped by Clayster there. Now a 1v2. And the bomb in not a good position for MajorManiak to get the defuse. Shots are in. Looking for the 4th kill. Clay trying to get involved. And it's on MajorManiak to try to stay alive. The time not on his side, but can he stay alive? He's on a 3 spree. No. New York, they commit the numbers, they get the kill, and they end it there with the round win. We are tied up 4-4.
In Røkkr, they knew the name of the game in that situation, right? They knew that the opportunity for the quick plan over towards B is available. And while Priestahh tries to get a little bit sneaky, but HyDra again, hyper aware, stays hydrated in the water and gets drenched with the first blood. You get that, you are converted, and you are feeling fantastic. And again, just picking apart these strategies. They are finding that one thread to pull on it, secure the round, and again, bounce or back and forth game that we have had the constant bounce back.
Heavy stack towards B on the defense now for Subliners. They're like, hey, that round looked good, let's give it a shot. Nope, MajorManiak's gonna take a couple of tags here, maybe take a bit of a fight, but he's out. A bomb site is all Røkkr.
And as soon as MajorManiak makes any sort of noise, well, the bomb over towards A actually starts working its way forward. Asim, though, is doing a very nice job in the middle of the map. That's his responsibility to watch that and get this information, but he's made the call, right? You see all these players starting to wrap back. He's like, guys, they're going to be able to get this bomb down, and it is 4 players from York all stacking up back laundry. The square up for the gunfights. This is where the chaos begins.
We've seen this before, and here we go. 35 seconds, a little deeper in the defense. Mack finds the first blood. Standy got damaged, but no kills. It's 2 so far. Make it 3 in a row. There's only 1 member of Røkkr left, and it's going to be MajorManiak. He has to make the play. He's got to try to hold that bomb for a little bit longer. Mack's on the defuse straight away. Will he be able to dive in there and find something? 1 kill. Get the diffuser. He gets it. 20 seconds to go. And MajorManiak finally brought down. And what an effort. It really was, but not enough. Subliners prevail. Map point.
One of those players, man. One of those players, you put him in an impossible situation. There's only 1 play to make, and MajorManiak almost makes it, but we hail HyDra around these parts, and he makes sure to take care of business. Asim, by the way, it's just a swarm, right? Again, he's the guy that is finding all that information towards the middle of the map. He is the guy making the call, yo, everybody wrap back, we're doing this together. And the teamwork was on point. York Subliners 1 round away from getting their first map win of the day and try to turn this ship around. 4 players going over towards A. They've been aggressive at both sites. Towards ring they go.
Here we go. It's not going to be a straight up fight. We have a lot of the New York Subliners committing to this one, and well, they're looking to take this one. This is to level up the series. Bomb being planted at A very quickly. HyDra, here he goes. Forward into Laundry. A solid defensive position to be in. We wind up from the back now from Røkkr. Here all 4 of them come. Mack, HyDra, line up on the outside. Asim on the inside. Here comes the fight. It's going to be over real quick, and here we go. Mack finds 1 more. The trades are there from Standy. In through the window you go. You name it. An onslaught indeed. But the line holds. And the New York Subliners, they will equalize here in the series.
And just a back and forth game the entire time. Minnesota wins around New York there for the response, but the final couple, it is the exact same strat in those final 2 rounds. We're on defense, the 4 players through back laundry, but the square up, well, New York Subliners doing the best, thriving in the chaos. On the board they go. And we got a series on our hands, Miles, a battle that we have and potentially a long way to go. And again, just a great game through and through from both of these teams. Not a ton of mistakes, I would say, really from either side. It is whoever gets that early advantage, just converting these rounds. You have the times when Asim's getting that info middle of the map, making those good calls, picking up the 2 pieces, but even that first blood battle, right? You got, what, 7 right there on the side of New York Subliners. That was the advantage they needed.
Clinical search and destroy from both sides. 6-4, a very tight map indeed, but we have to give the win to someone. The Subliners tie up the series 1-1. Upon our return, though, we play Control. More Call of Duty League action
Legendary.
coming up after this quick break.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. You know. Let's go.
Let's go, New York!
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game.
The intensity continues here at playoffs as we get back into this one. Control on Garrison around the corner, but a quick look at Clayster makes his way back into this one again, looking at his overall season. Now it is playoffs as well, Chance, and you know what? It ain't that bad so far, is it?
No, not bad in the slightest, and also apparently he has found himself just a little bit of extra motivation. Not that he needs it in the slightest, but he has found his guy in the crowd, so it is going to be seemingly constant. So Clayster out here making friends, as he so very much loves to do. The guy's a veteran, right? Been doing it for 10 years plus, lives for this. I mean, half of his life has involved Call of Duty, talking smack and trying to be the best in the world. And there's been many years where he has solidified his spot at the top. But as it stands now, tied up with Røkkr, winner gets top 4 guaranteed and more matches to play. Loser ends their year. But even still, I think what we've learned from the first 2 maps, we definitely have a series on our hands, right? It is Minnesota clutching up in the hard points, unexpectedly so, in New York. Hey, not a fun spot to be in and win the search and destroys. They do it in emphatic fashion towards the end. Really starting to push the pace and run the show, especially so back laundry, but I think as it stands now, to Gary we go.
To Gary we go. Gary's in control again. You've definitely seen control so far, but they're always tough to watch, and they can be real sweaty, man. It can always be close, or it can be a total blowout. You never know. You really have to just get involved and see what happens. But mates, very excited to see how this one goes. Again, all tied up now going into control. Did you expect this? Did you see this coming? I mean, you thought it'd be the other way around, that New York would win the hard point and they would lose the search destroy.
Definitely would have called the 1-for-1, but definitely not in this regard. And well, we go into the Garrison control, right? And one of the keys to victory, just to touch on it very briefly, Minnesota 4-1 on this map throughout stage 5. They love to play some Garrison control, and they've been one of the teams that has been on point. Second best team as of late on their offensive rounds. That being said, only a 4-3 record, but that is not too shabby to be over 50%. So Subliners, again, we know they're doing their homework. For those guys, you gotta shut it down on defense. Any offensive round win on this map really can just be the difference maker, puts you over the edge. The pressure is on.
Pressure is on. Let's get it. Skirt! Yeah, I wasn't the only one to do it that time. That's what I'm talking about, Galen Center. Let's go. Map 3. You lot are great. This is so much fun. Let's go. Map number 3, Garrison. Loading into this one now, again, as the stage now slope goes down. It's kind of like a gigantic LED curve. What a marvel of engineering and lights. A lot of fun here in the CDL. Still available to come Championship Sunday if you want. If you are in the area and you do want to make your way down, it is wild down here. That's wild. We have been having a great time. So if you are in the LA area, you fancy a trip, grab yourself a ticket. I know there's not many left, but hey, they're technically still available.
Maybe the 8th wonder of the world, right? You got what, Stonehenge, the Great Pyramids, and all that LED screen, boy. Let me tell you.
Massive ass LED screen. Let me tell you what, that's a big one. Here comes another big one, though. Garrison control. We're going to see Røkkr attack first. A and B, the defending zones there for the Subliners. Mate, let's see how they go. We've seen a couple of these already so far. Atlanta FaZe certainly put the Subliners to the sword earlier today on this very map and mode.
I mean, God, they're just trying to cross the map, and they're getting picked apart almost one shot by HyDra. He's found his way through. He was one shot a few moments ago. Now he is in their spawn looking for a couple kills, and he's playing it well. MajorManiak ready for the gunfight. Can't take him down, and well, HyDra is officially the biggest problem Røkkr are going to have until you clear him out. It is going to be an issue. 3 kills already to his name. The spawn traps are in, but meanwhile, actually, Priestahh, he's out towards A. You got fights all over the place. Priestahh is going to fall in New York. The perfection that they wanted to have on this defensive round. It could not get better than this.
Yeah, once you get absolutely whooped by Atlanta FaZe in this map and mode, I mean, you take some learnings away from it, right? You know what you want to be doing, you know the pace you want to set, and that's exactly what they're doing now. HyDra, holy HyDra, still going. That's a 5 spree. The 6th will not be had. MajorManiak too strong, but now from the vents, Clayster, he's getting involved as well, pushing Røkkr to the very extremes of the map, the far right, their spawn, 25-19. It's not a great start for Røkkr, Chance.
And Asim and Clayster working pretty well together. And actually, well, as soon as you say it, both of them are going to fall. A couple players one shot, and Priestahh, even his team, putting in some serious work. But HyDra off respawn Already 6 kills to his name, already causing problems. Gunfight down low, he is dealt with. Røkkr securing the point right now. Not quite a tick coming through, but at least the first one is there. 2 bodies on the hill, means they get in about the next 20 seconds. It looks like New York slowing the pace, taking their time. They do not want to let anyone get outside towards A.
Oh, it's looking great so far. Again, you give Røkkr one opportunity to get onto that point, and they make the most of it. We're about to see B captured. I'm not sure if anyone there is in position to stop it. B's gone. You gave them one opening. They took it, and they ran with it. Over a minute now to work with. We're going to see what the Subliners have got on defense towards A, and A alone. 17 lives to work with, Chance. It was a great start from NYSL. They've got a bit quiet since then.
Oh, and Asim's going hunting as well, right? Takes the touchdown, nice and aggressive, and he's able to stay alive. Minnesota still have 2 players trying to push through the flank. It looks like they might be trying to set up a top green push, but Asim is here, ready for the gunfights. Can only take down 1, but Minnesota even still, again, they are just waiting for all of these reinforcements to come through. 3 players right now stacked up in and around bricks, but New York, you can tell they are ready for it. 1 player left on A, they are watching each other's backs, and look at this square up. 4 players just in a line at the top of the map.
MajorManiak is making life for Asim very, very hard right now, as again, towards the point we go. Nice calls out of Clay. 8-2 so far for HyDra as he tries to keep the defense going. Less than 30 seconds on the clock now. It's 6 in a row now for MajorManiak. Streaks to be had. Wow, that was almost it for the cruise missile, my word. The push now towards the point, Chance. Not a lot of time left.
And this is the play, though. They're all stacked up. It's going to be the artillery ping, or he's calling it in to force these players inside. HyDra, though, he's playing the corner. They're going to flood out right in front of him. Takes down 1. Can't get the second, but the team kill is there. HyDra does his job. Forces 2 players to fall, and now the reinforcements are in.
Is that mistake going to cost them? We'll find out as the contest is still there. Mack, that's the kill. He's going to go down. There's no one in position to get it. Oh, that team kill may have done it. Oh, my goodness. What an opening round. Subliners, they survive, and they go through the streaks as well.
It is the cheeky play from the Frenchman, right? You know you're outside. You know that is prime territory for that artillery to come through. But you also know if they're going to be flooding outside of green, because you know those guys are going to be coming off spawn, do you really think MajorManiak's going to put a bomb right in front of him? Or do you think he just clears the point so his teammates can fly outside? Well, HyDra makes the big brain call, and again, drags 2 to the grave with him. And stops that play opportunity, and that's exactly what they need, right? Minnesota has been on point on their offenses. The opportunity was there, and they shut it down. HyDra leading the way with 9 kills.
It's not a lot for now, but we will see that change. Second round now upon us. We're going to watch NYSL attack the zones. 30 lives either side. As we go to it, tete-a-tete, head-to-head, flying at one another. The opening salvo comes to a close. Mack's going to get that first, and again, it's map pressure you're looking for. Looking to see that mid-map being open, wide open. Diving on towards B, that seems to be the play right now for NYSL.
And they're just so concerned right now about this Vents flank, right? Waiting for Attach to try to make that move, and they're patient. And as soon as they can get it, well, that is the opener. The patience pays off. Attach is going to fall in New York. Now HyDra knows he can start to flood forward. The teamwork is in, and I got to imagine that player's one shot to Mack, looking to see if he can find it. But either way, you got a player inside of lights. This is the happy time to try to capture the B zone. Can he hear the mantle? He can't. Standy there to take him down. And still, just that map spread. Minnesota on defense on point, or maybe the opening is there. Clayster, pressure onto A. Minnesota, they got to be very quick to respond.
All mid-maps now open once again. Priestahh trying to take care of the players towards A. And again, it's a decent start here from NYSL. 1 segment on B complete. The contest still continuing on A. Can Priestahh get these players off of it? Draining the segment slowly but surely now. And again, it's a good defensive hold. Time still ticking in favor of Røkkr here on defense. NYSL looking to get something going here. Oh, Priestahh, this is annoying, and this is going to hurt a lot too to his name. Perfect timing, and he's going to make his way forward. Minnesota Røkkr, map control is theirs.
Dude, how different this round could have been if Priestahh loses that gunfight to Clayster on the radar truck, but instead he's turned into a 3 spree. Now both points being defended, but look at New York, they're going for A, almost off the rip. HyDra, the patience pays off for him, but still, they've got the pressure on A. Priestahh drags 2 more to the grave. And it looks like this is the thing, right? New York just nipping at the heels, keep trying to get out towards green. And while this is going on, they've just stopped the clock over towards B. New York, they're trying to do so many things at once and really forcing Minnesota Røkkr to think, but cerebral players they are. Minnesota, so far so good. Effectively a tied round.
I mean, there's a lot of bodies on the B zone right now. Capped it up just in the nick of time. No need for the contest. Those members of Røkkr can play their lives, stay alive, and focus on A. Mack, though, is doing exactly the same thing. Over towards A, he now goes. Top green, the position he's in now, incredibly important. Well read there by Standy. You open up that part of the map. Now Røkkr have an opportunity to start cleaning house.
And Røkkr are not turtling at all. They are pushing the pace, and it's MajorManiak that was in part leading the charge. And Priestahh, he's behind enemy lines. The power positions, Røkkr's got him. The spawn trap potentially in. Priestahh, he knows he can call this out to his teammates. They're going to be flooding through dark. You know where to look. MajorManiak, he's on a 4, and this is his brand new home. Refurbished and everything. He's got plenty of ammo, and well, he does get taken down. 38 seconds left on the clock. New York, they just cannot find the opening.
Standy manages to net himself the artillery, but no more. Lives gone now for NYSL. 12 in the hands of Minnesota Røkkr, but again, the clock's still ticking. 25 seconds left to work with. HyDra cut down from the sky in the final 2 in the form of Mack and Clayster. They will give it the best attempt they've got, but this is a hopeless battle, and Mack took a long time to bring him down, but that is the round. We're tied up 1-1.
And both of these teams doing a fantastic job of creating these opportunities on offense, but the defense just reigns supreme right now. As far as the kill feed is concerned, Minnesota Røkkr, it seems like they've been lighting it up. More of a dominant round towards the end, and again, those score streaks in the back pocket. I mean, it's basically round 2, right? The artillery that you have on the first go around, you can't quite make that play. Well, I think this time they're going to be checking their corners a little bit quicker.
Check your bloody corners. That was a classic Captain Price line, I think, was you in COD 4. You were clearing that little kill house. Man, what a throwback. Here we go, though. Another round now. Defense to New York Subliners. Big New York fan, that guy. Push now, straight in. Priestahh playing that patiently. Good line of sight to be had. Clay's going to get it. Kills now going their way, and this is what you want to see out of the defensive rounds. Pure, ruthless aggression. And Mack now, he's going to be the guy trying to make that play happen. Asim to his left-hand side. Now through the green alley he goes. Map control all the way towards Subliners. Chance, dare I say it, I think there may be a blending on the cards in a moment.
I mean, this is like, what, 2 for 2 on the opening breaks on defense for New York, where there's just no time wasted. They are up in their face. Minnesota trying to find a way to break out of this. And again, if they are able, at some point, able to secure this B point, they've got that thing in the back pocket to try to get the other one behind HyDra, the player to deal with. Well, he gets dealt. MajorManiak takes down 2, and this is the start of it, right? Effectively tied up on lives, a little bit of that pressure over towards B. You got enough over there that looks like New York probably going to have to chalk this one up and defend A, but we already know what's cooking.
Exactly what we saw in the other round. As soon as the defense breaks, as soon as you get an opening, Røkkr make their way forward. Can they now continue to make the cap? Asim, he tried to stop it, couldn't get it done. 2 segments of B gone. Clay gets involved, wins the first. Straight in and out they go. Clay so hurt, run mate. Stay alive. But still, B is being captured. That should be done any second now. Clay trying to hold it. Can they get B done? Reinforcements now showing up. Asim gets involved now. There's another contest, another kill, and it may finally fall, but what an effort here from the New York Subliners, burning the clock, less than 30 seconds, and it's a big flank from Asim. The team's there, and oh my word, Chance, they couldn't close out B.
Oh, they couldn't get it at all, and now you just got too much pressure, right? 20 seconds left on the clock, and you talk about New York not wanting to give away a round on offense. The defense right there on B might end up paying dividends, because again, they are still worried about the thing. Røkkr have in their back pocket one last-ditch attempt. MajorManiak leading the charge. He is trying to put on the pace. 3 seconds on the clock. You got to go. You got to slide out and stop it. Less than a second on the clock, but they are still alive. And with that kill, not even enough. Priestahh is still here. Oh! He wins the gunfight. The opportunity to get that extra minute is in until the nade from downtown. And it cannot be understated how important that moment could have possibly been for this control. The swing game in the middle for the advantage in this series. New York with a clean round towards the end.
Things are getting very heated, clearly, on that side of the stage as NYSL pass on some speedy comms before the next round starts up. They need one more, and the map is theirs, leading the series, but they've got to do it on an offensive round, and there's not been an easy thing to do so far. Røkkr have been pretty tight on the defense, but Chance, that was a very, very good effort. You're right, mate. If that trophy wasn't there, Priestahh, oh, it could have been very different. But here we go, straight back at it. Nades are out and about, no trophies this time. And HyDra, he's got the fancy footwork, up and over he goes. Into lights, he's looking to black him out here, and whoa, it's awkward, it's ugly, but it's over now. On to B, NYSL go.
And Asim, he is up in their face, looking to punch him in the mouth, and that's because that man was one shot. He takes him down. He's on a force spree, but maybe not the streaks, just to keep these players so far back. You right now have Priestahh. He is the lone defender over towards A. These are incredibly important gunfights for him to win. He has got to stay alive. He is one shot, and he's going to fall. Now the pressure's on MajorManiak, right? Because New York, they keep doing this on offense. They keep just nipping at their heels, keep pouring that pressure over towards A. Maybe just looking for that one small window of opportunity, but things slow down a little bit just for the moment. Is New York setting up for their next attack?
Oh, the attack is on, but good defense from Attacher. Nice nade from Mack's going to slow it down again. Back onto B we go. Only Mack now getting the capture, so it's going to take a while. The contest now from Røkkr on the defense. There's the cleanup kill. There's the draining of the segment. Safe for now, but still a lot of effort, a lot of drained time. There's less than a minute to play with now. New York Subliners, 19 or 20 lives to the 19 of Røkkr. They still have 50 seconds to work with Chance. A lot of time to still get this done.
Look at HyDra, man, 24 kills in the meantime. This guy has been cooking. Really from the get-go in round number 1, and well, still just waiting for that pressure over towards B. It looks like that's going to have to be the hard commitment, right? You start to run out of time. You need the point. Asim, I don't think you heard that player, but HyDra dealt with him. Now the pressure's back towards A. Soaring forward, but he can't find the kill. Røkkr on defense, almost always so clean. Finally, the body's on point, but they get caught once again. Just the amount of pressure you have to put on, so difficult on offense and control.
It's a lot of solo attempts from the Subliners right now. They're struggling to make their way through the Røkkr line. And once again, another solo play, not a lot of coverage. Priestahh holding it from the back, Clay with a big win. Is this the chance you need? Again, clock still moving. Can they get onto the point? HyDra slowly going for it. Less than 20 to work with now. Standy from up high finds one. Mack with a snap takes care of it. We still have an artillery to play with. That will surely be saved for the final round, but you have to get there. Still 10 seconds to work with. A single push is all you've got now for the Subliners. We're going to a final round, and I don't think it's going to happen. They may get a contest. The answer is no. That is it. We go to overtime. One more round. Round 5. And this is to take the lead in the series. Man, this is a gauntlet from both of these teams.
And look, I mean, the teamwork from both of these teams on point. You have so many opportunities being created on both sides of the board, but on offense, neither team able to convert. But this is just some high-level Call of Duty. The trades abound from both of these teams. Staring down the barrel of elimination. And there you go. You got Minnesota Røkkr on defense for the round 5. They will be happy for it. And New York, again, a team that is great at solving problems. Look at this, by the way. They're trying to go towards A right off the rip. They are trying to make the play.
Major adaptation. Last minute shenanigans now, and Priestahh's going to spot him. One. Goes down. Priestahh can't take care of anymore. With that, out of the point we go. Asim. Standy's up next. He manages to get one more. It's him versus Mack. The flash lands. Oh, and Standy wins it. Can Standy do the unthinkable? No. Clay's there. And now the first segment at A should be gone. Oh, wait, a touch out of nowhere. HyDra's there. Trades are abound. A is still up for grabs. Can the New York Subliners get there?
Oh, I love the attempt, but as it stands, that's what, 23 seconds off the clock, and you don't even get that tick over towards A. Couple bodies on the point of B, but you got to imagine for Minnesota, that is a sigh of relief to make sure that that play call off the start that you deal with perfectly. And again, that gunfight win from Standy, I mean, that's one for the ages.
They go to A early, try to bait out the artillery, get that over and done with now. But here we go, 2 minutes and 7 seconds for the New York Subliners to play with, 25 lives. Røkkr have to hold it for that long or find those 25 kills. Still have to worry about the artillery. And this should be an interesting one. Again, Standy the man with that in his back pocket. Any more streaks to be had for the Minnesota Røkkr is huge at this point, but this is going to be a war over that A zone.
And they're just getting picked apart along the way. I mean, 2 minutes is plenty of time to work with, but that still is only a handful of good pushes. Asim, though, he finds the opening for at least one player, but nobody else is around. So he just has to come and respawn back up and gear for the next set of fights. HyDra's gonna fall in Minnesota, clean house. And again, if you give them too much of an opportunity, we saw what happened when they started getting these spawn kills set up. It started to spiral out of control. New York, they gotta make sure they're grouped up as a team when they start taking these gunfights.
Minnesota continue to hold the line. 1 minute 10, clock still ticking. NYSL trying to find the opening, trying to find the way through the defense. There is a hole in this armor, and they will try to find it. 28 and 20 again for HyDra. He's having one hell of a map. The defense as Minnesota continue to hold the line.
Can't find anything. Any single kill that comes through the trays. Instantaneous. They're trying to make the breakthrough green, but they are ready for it. Minnesota, every time on point on defense. No matter what sort of look you give them off the opening break towards the end of the round. And look at this, now they got the map spread. Now you're doing the victory lap. Go for at least the ping, see where the pressure's coming through. And Attach still winning these gunfights. HyDra looking for it, but he gets stuck. Minnesota, almost perfect. Asim though, again, he just needs to buy his teammates some time. They're getting spawn killed, and he wins the gunfight, and that's actually 3. He's out and away. MajorManiak right now, the player that's trying to go for these spawn kills, keep these players at bay. He's on a 6, but Asim, he's on the point.
Standy has to blind fire the artillery. It lands. Asim's gone. HyDra's going to make something special happen here. Standy once again. He may have just won him the map. That kill was tremendous. 30 now to his name. Last ditch attempt from Clayster, no less. The vet comes up, but it's the new kid on the block. It's Standy. And once again, Standy. Kill after kill. HyDra, though, now onto the point. MajorManiak on the defense, and Minnesota hold the line.
And just right from the jump of that final round, right? New York, they make that like chance kind of play call, right? Like 4 stack over through green or at least get 3. Try to make that flood, but every single time Minnesota making these adjustments. This is Standy right at the very end, but easy kills for him to get as they are flooding 1 by 1, but it did not matter where New York tried to apply that pressure. Get guys behind enemy lines, Røkkr prepared for it. Try to flood out of green, whether it's at the start or towards the end, they are prepared for it. The ping's on point, perfect Call of Duty for Minnesota on defense, and that means their communication on point, and that means that ice flowing through their veins.
Ice cold stuff out of Røkkr. Brilliant defensive round. And look at the stats, and man, in MajorManiak, 31 and 20 chance. It was a bloodbath.
And Standy, of course, 32 kills. Got to give him the shout. He's the man getting the streaks. But Attach, if you go back and look at it, he had a very slow start to this game. He turns things around and, hey, ends up leading the lobby in damage. Everyone from Røkkr putting in work.
Match point for Røkkr. 1 more map, and they eliminate the New York Subliners. Time to survive now for NYSL. We'll find out what happens for these 2 teams after this break.
Yeah, you know, I'm legendary. You know. I'm doing. Hey, getting right to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I drew it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there's no limit, no
reserved for a select few throughout history. For those remembered for more than just a name, it's a title even kings die in vain for.
Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne.
Time gives us all one simple choice. You can be forgotten or become immortal.
You think he's done now? You think he's gonna stop here? You think you can stop aBeZy? Oh my God! Let's go!
To be remembered is not enough, because anything less than legendary is failure.
Accuracy, though, they line up! They line up for accuracy and he wins it! Are you kidding? Accuracy with thighs!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And to those of you in O'Donovan's Irish pub in Minneapolis, woo, it's getting stressful in there, I have no doubt. A couple of shaky hands going to be cleaning those floors after what was a very, very exciting map indeed. We have another, though. We have a checkmate hardpoint now chance coming up. And those boys, it's all smiles for the comeback kings. Can they go all the way?
Well, I mean, one of the things we talked about, right, was just standing his performance in hardpoint, because hardpoint has been a struggle, at least until this series for Minnesota throughout the tournament. But checkmate is very much a map that they are going to be happy to play on. 5-3 record throughout stage 5, which maybe doesn't sound like the best, but then you look at New York, 1-4 throughout stage 5. So that is a clear-cut indication as why Minnesota picked it. And we can only talk Standy, or talk about Standy enough, right? It's not just the fact that he is the X factor in the hardpoint. It is not just the fact that he dominated game number 1. Even some of those gunfights he was having towards the tail end in that final round, like that 1v1 against Mack, I mean, basically seals the deal, on top of the fact that he is that guy with the artillery. But if we have learned anything from Toronto Ultra this year, meditation pays off, and that looks like HyDra has found himself in a trance, but they wake him back up, calm the nerves, and get ready to go. New York staring down the barrel of elimination. They need the next two.
Seriously, if you're making memes right now, I don't know, there's a lot of you that are doing it. Just rewind a little bit, watch HyDra's face, watch Clay's face. They do the same thing, and HyDra like looks to the side to make sure that Clay's still doing it. And when he sees he's still doing it, he goes back and does it. It's adorable. I'm telling you right now, YouTube fans, get on that. We'll see you on Reddit. Here we go, map 4.
Adorable in person, a vicious killer in game. HyDra, the man that needs to turn up right. If it's Standy on one side, it's got to be HyDra or Asim. I don't even care. Either one of these guys can pop off, and well, that is what New York is going to be looking for. They start on the good side here on checkmate hardpoint as the contest comes through. The nade's always in effect for the opening. You make good use of it, and right there, Minnesota again just clearing house and securing this P1 time. This is great time to get when you're starting on the bad side. This is the start they needed.
That contest, it feels like it's going on forever. I mean, this gunfight feels like it's going on forever. I mean, what a protracted engagement it is from both these teams. Finally comes to an end. Røkkr back in control of the hardpoint. But for how long? Because here comes Asim. Looking to slow this one down again, and he is feeling aggressive. Forward he goes, attach. The wall bangs are there, the nades are through, the teamwork flowing for Røkkr now. 3 of them on the hard point, and 26 seconds and climbing. It's a nice opener here from Røkkr.
A nice angle right there from Priestahh, right? HyDra trying to hold out with the 74U. He gets shredded, and now for New York, you are starting to spawn out. HyDra knows it's going to be the parallels, but Mack has all the pressure in the world on him. He gets taken down. Clayster, the last man standing, needs to be the hero. 2 more players he has to deal with, but he gets hunted down. Minnesota, fantastic P1, and MajorManiak with the force spree to get the break to the new hill. You talk about a team that has turned their hardpoint gameplay around. This has been an electric start.
No time like the present here in the elimination bracket again. This is a must-win for the New York Subliners to force the game 5. And speaking of 5, MajorManiak's on one right now, 5-1. They're going to find number 6. Attached Standy picking up the kills. There's not a chance in hell he's going to find anything else there. It is all clean on that side of the map now as Røkkr continue to pick up the time.
Oh, New York, they can just find nothing. You are just pushed so far down back of the map. Attached, I mean, he's got all the time in the world to work with. And, well, Standy might get caught, but still 10 seconds to go. MajorManiak still looking for these score streaks, by the way. It is the 5 spree, and he plays Clayster to get the 6. It looks like he's already secured the artillery with all the time that he has collected. I mean, 50 seconds in the hill, and that is good enough for the game 4 win. Some sort of issue right there, but just craziness as we try to figure out, I mean, just what the hell was going on in the background. But I mean, Minnesota apparently just carrying that momentum from the control into this new game. I mean, it was just from the jump, from the get-go. Nades, coordination, everything on point. You break through P2, just walking through the front, but just one of those times, man. I think, am I crazy, or is it from like the very first match of the year? Was it Minnesota involved in like the, it was on Checkmate Hardpoint. They had like some weird reset thing.
Yeah, this time it's HyDra, because HyDra's had all the resets recently, but we are having a slight game issue. His game is dropped out here. We will get back into that one ASAP. Unfortunately, that was, what, 70-1, so that was a difficult scoreline to lose there. Again, Røkkr coming out very explosive in map number 4 so far. But we shouldn't be too far away from getting straight back into this one. But again, I feel like that is an icy situation, a nervous moment now of tension between both teams. As you do get that game back up and running, that adrenaline spike kind of drops off. These guys, they've got to get right back into the game quick.
And someone absolutely needs to double check me on this. I'm trying to do this off memory. My memory is not that great. Anytime we've had a moment like this, like throughout Call of Duty history, where one team has like a clear-cut advantage in the map, when it's get reset, almost always they end up losing it. I think it might have been Gen.G on a Seaside in Black Ops 4, where Mox had a controller issue. I think when they reset, they still were able to secure the win. So it is rare that a team can bounce back and have that like sort of exact same lead that they built up. But that just means Minnesota maybe one more challenge in front of them. Also, I could be completely wrong.
Could be. I mean, there's a Gamepedia, some person out there, someone that's like, no, he's absolutely spot on. That's fantastic. You saw the quick scope there by Scuff. This is the hardpoint KD rank so far. And again, HyDra way up there. Standy has definitely changed it after this matchup. Like, we'll see. We'll see what they look like after today's performance, because it's been great. I believe we may be ready to get back into this one. But again, I feel like the tension is there, man. I mean, Paco has gone from a smiley, happy-looking man to somewhat more tense, there has to be said. There is an air of anxiety on that side of the stage right now. Again, it is elimination moment for this squad. They have to win Checkmate Hardpoint. They have to force that game 5. Last chance now to part some words. And you can see Asim and Clay nodding furiously at one another, trying to make sure this works out. And again, for Røkkr, just sitting there now waiting, trying to keep yourselves locked in and focused. It's not an easy thing to just get yourself straight back into it like that. I mean, it really isn't. Getting brought out of a game like this can be a very jarring thing for some players, but again, they're all professionals. We'll see how they fare. But Chance, what a series this has been so far. Game is ready now, friends. So we may be back on camp, but we're going to be right back in that game ASAP. What do you think so far, mate?
Well, I mean, obviously, Røkkr one map away from shutting it down. They certainly have the hot hand, but I'm just thinking about like the challenges that New York have had to face throughout the entire year. You got a retirement from Zuma, or at least the injury that is causing problems, mixes up that roster. You have the fact that really from the jump, they didn't even, like, Asim was not their first choice, and that was a blessing in disguise because of how just goddamn good this guy has been. And even for the side of Paco, right? The number of challenges he's had to face, travel halfway across the world, basically learn a new language. Frankly, at this point, his English is as good as mine is. He's been putting in some work, but the greatest challenge of them all, trying to make the comeback when you are facing elimination, the end of your year. New York, they have dealt with adversity so many times throughout this year. Roster, mix and match consistently. Here they find themselves fighting to try to get top 4 and to survive just another day. See if they can go on a tear through this loser's bracket, but gonna be starting fresh for this one, right? Just the hard reset, obviously. Very similar situation from what we had last time. New York starting from the preferred side, but Minnesota, I mean, they took them to task last time we saw them.
Fresh start, 0-0. No score will carry across. I mean, unfortunate for Røkkr, but we'll see if they can repeat the success they had in that first run. Back at it we go, though. Map 4, still elimination matchup now for New York Subliners. A must win. Standy and Co now on point still, keeping that contest up. Asim doing the job right now for NYSL, but his days are numbered. 3 straight kills now go the way of Røkkr. Hard point back in their hands. Clay, he's going to be the one trying to deal that damage.
Oh, it's deja vu all over again. They can't quite flip the spawn. Standy does get caught, but you get the timing. They're actually starting to spawn flip him. So New York, it is a foot race as well as the fact that they are losing this time. So similar situation. Now I guess we're just waiting for what? MajorManiak to try and get some score streaks again.
Well, we'll see. 3, though, for Attach. He might be the one to get it done. Right-hand side of the map, P2, all New York Subliners. They are in control over there. So that 30-second plus lead that Røkkr have got may well dissipate very, very quickly. But here we go. Standy trying to make the entry kills. Priestahh is on the flank, and the damage is already being done. The first kill starting to come through. It's Mack on the point. How much more can he get? Standy kills him. Priestahh's going to be round in the back, just making sure he takes care of the last players there. And Chance, Røkkr have just smashed the front door down.
Oh my God, you're thinking the flank is going to be the play because Priestahh getting behind enemy lines, but his teammates just clean the house before he even gets there. And again, it is just deja vu. Shout out to York, I guess, wanted to set up the exact same situation, maybe minus the streaks, but hey, here they're coming. Standy popped off in game number 1, 7-1 here in game number 4, and he's on a 5. 20 seconds left on this kill, and hey, you can already see that artillery. He's gonna get it, because you know he is. 7 to his name, streak secured in a massive lead once again for the Minnesota Røkkr.
Well, it's as if we never left. 9-1 for Standy. And again, that restart affects some, but it hasn't seemed to hit these boys whatsoever. 8 now for Standy. Full streaks. 9 as the kills keep coming.
I mean, I'm thinking about that Rookie of the Year conversation, right? It's like him versus Insight. Well, we saw what happened in the grand finals. Now he's looking for revenge. It is a 10 spree right now. Winner of this plays Toronto tomorrow. You know that is something Standy at least has in the back of his mind, but that's out of game, in game. The man is just about his business, trying to shred Minnesota Røkkr again, pushing the pace, but we go towards a hill where New York can constantly, just one of those things. They have the response. They know how to play this to a T. And of all hills, this is where they're starting to work on the comeback checkmate. We know how this map can be.
Scary map. Possible to make the comeback, and for the New York Subliners down quite a bit now, they have to make this happen. This could be the last time we hear from them here in the 2021 season. The death comes potentially. Now let's go for a quick listen in with the New York Subliners.
I'm here, Paco. I'm here, Paco.
Top A wing. He went under wing to A search. I got B wing. Let's or one more A search.
Got him.
Nice.
Whole time. I'm playing on the right.
I'm blocking.
Switching open. I'm pushing up. Yeah, you got a hard block and don't die.
Okay.
I can help you, Paco.
One more stairs.
Heard you, Standy, one shot. He's capped too, guys. Standy's one shot on the right. Close on me, Dylan, I'm gonna die. I'm one shot, I'm running. I got naded, yo.
One to the
right wing. He's top A wing, top A wing.
Top A wing. Careful.
No.
Alright, one A search, one top lane.
Where's Major? Major was over you.
One more
I'm looking it long, I'm pushing it long.
Oh, he's
under A wing. One shot A long, one shot our wall bank box. One shot, I'm looking at you. There's 3 doors, you gotta hold.
Low wing, Major.
I'm looking
low wing. He went right.
No, I'm going radio.
He's on a P5 box. Yo, one shot P5 box. That's one kid new.
Okay, I slid off.
One kid new. They're gonna hit through ult. They're gonna hit through ult. I spawned out ult, guys. I spawned out ult. I'm gonna try to push through ult.
One shot. Quick. Close works.
They're hitting around the back. One more ult attach. One more ult attach.
Top ladder.
They're running on the back. Good win.
There's only one on you, Mack.
Yeah, I know. They're still spawning dark, guys.
Looking for one dark to one on you.
We go back.
One more in the back. One more in the back.
No, front
I got the guy's tail. One more front.
I got
under tower. Nice 2. One more back dark. They're all getting tower spawns. All of them tower spawns.
Pushing to P5. Pushing to P5.
Yep.
Radio. We should.
I got a trophy out on your P5. I'm looking your wood.
I'm watching the pitch.
I got him radio. One top tower. Top tower.
I'm looking in your wood.
Yeah, I'm pitching.
Get in time over the walls. Get in time.
I got him.
He's right on me. What step?
Push this kid. There's 2 steps. 2 steps.
Priestahh dead.
2 steps. Attach and someone else steps.
One radio. Standy radio.
Attach major steps. I'm gonna go top
to the back on me. Radio. One shot dead. One shot.
Top viewing. Paco, you gotta kill skip for me.
Attaches one shot radio. Attaches one shot radio.
One ladder. Ladder press is dead. I got you with me.
Don't push me radio.
I'm looking radio crown, Paco. Paco, good win.
Wood stairs.
Smoke. Got him. They're all backwood.
I'm blocking up P1. I'm blocking
all
up P1.
backwoods ones. I'm looking in your radio. Yo, I gotta back up. They're nading the fuck out of me. They're hitting right side. They're hitting
middle wall.
Yo, I'm in new. Looking my ladder. Clay, come up here.
One shot at their back wall.
Oh my god.
Have one.
He's low. Wood.
Clay, you have a trophy?
No, I don't.
Yo,
Okay,
careful right.
Dead.
Nice. Clay, good job.
Careful
Yo,
P2.
if you want to hit right, you can. But I'm hitting mannequin.
I'm going right.
Yo, stay. Mike, stay.
Clay's hitting right. Yo, Paco, come top lane. Come top lane.
Bottom tower after run. I'm dying.
Okay, there's 2 steps. Maybe one top you.
On me, A long. He ran back. They're gonna be on him in hill, guys.
I'm gonna play through A wing.
All the way dead.
Nice. Under A wing.
Charlie, Paco, dead. Paco.
He's gonna hold
maybe 3.
I know. Let's get A control.
And what do you know? Just like that, the lead goes into the hands of the Subliners. What a chain it has been, Chance.
Bro, they lost the spawns on that last hill immediately, and they still held from the front. The comeback is in, but as it stands, right, the final 15 seconds, the scrap time goes the other way. Close to a tied game that we have, but we have seen it quite a few times at this point where New York, they have that rotation in P2 and they get broken down. They need someone to step up and find these kills, or Minnesota are just going to start to run them over once again. New York, this is where champions can be made. This is where they need to fix those mistakes.
Standy with the streaks though. An early investment, Clay. See you, buddy. We're going to take this one all the way to the backside. Mack will stay alive. It doesn't kill the players in the point, but it may give them an opening now to get on top of it. Standy trying to get his way forward. Still, artillery in hand. Attach now on the outside of the point. Here comes the slide. Attach finds one. The trades are there. Now Mack on a push for streaks of his own. Stays alive, even with Røkkr on the point. But look, Subliners still close right-hand side. They're able to get to the fight quick.
Oh, they just get bullied out on P2 time and time again. The crew's obviously helping this time, but you want the streaks. If there's anything you can do to make this comeback, the streaks you want, but you cannot get, and of course, it is Standy that shuts him down. The P2, the ever-present problem, but even still, it is what? Effectively a tied game we have on Checkmate. And hey, if the first half of the Hills for New York have not been going well, the second half certainly have. So Minnesota, the pressure is on them. You got a couple parallels coming through right now. HyDra very far pushed out. They're looking for the left side, but of course, you got to keep in mind, Standy, the score streak himself, he still has the artillery in his back pocket.
HyDra now made his way all the way from one side of the map to the other, still keeping the kills going. Looking to find number 3, MajorManiak is there, standing with the coverage. Kills come through. Clay now picking up where HyDra left off, making their way forward. Oh my God, that came from out of nowhere! Attached from the other side of the map. Hard point still in the hands of the New York Subliners. The contest is there, and MajorManiak kicks the door down.
Well, you got New York, right? They had a couple times where they were still spawning on the left side, and well, they're still over there. Clayster picks up a big 2 in the hill. He does get taken down, but there is not a ton of time left at either team. Gonna be able to collect a great deal of it. But right now, HyDra, you see actually the play. There's pressure on Minnesota. They're thinking about that push, thinking about the push, or do they just want to play for the kills? They're waiting for those kills to fall in their lap. It is a 11-point game.
Couple of snakes there on the outside of the A lane, and they're going to now find those kills. HyDra, can he get somewhere in there? And again, a moment of silence has fallen across Checkmate. As the tension now, as Minnesota Røkkr take the lead back. 2 players now still holding this one down. HyDra up over the top rope, finds one. Hard point now in the hands of NYSL. Kill comes through. HyDra can't get it all done himself. Clay's there to pick it up, as is Mack.
And what kind of patient play is that, HyDra? The veteran decision waits forever to take those gunfight and times it perfectly with the team. The coordination from New York on point, and this is where they can start to spiral things out of control. It is a 15-point game, as close as it can be, but we saw what happened on P5 the last go-around. It was New York with the effective full 60, and well, they got the spawns for it this time. Potentially, they could end the game on new, but it would take a ton. But that score, oh my God. Back against the wall, elimination game we have, fighting for top 4 and to go further in champs. This is as close as it could be, but New York, this is the setup that they want.
It's the setup they had. Asim keeping the back line open. MajorManiak slides through, finds one opening, but here comes the kill team. They're going to push him back, make sure he doesn't find anything. Standy going to make things more difficult on the front line now. Mack cleaned up. Clayster with the angles. Doesn't get the kill, though. Teamwork again prevailing. Subliners now 2-11 and climbing, looking to force the game 5. You've got yourself Priestahh in the hard point alone. Mack cuts him down. MajorManiak, though, looking to make it happen, but he's alone. Spawns now on the left-hand side, keeping them close for Røkkr. But chance, this is back and forth. This is still anyone's game.
And they just got him out of the hill. Dashy is able to find 2 from God knows where, but he takes him down. That could have been a situation where New York, I mean, they could have been 10 points away from the game ender, but again, the call and response, the back and forth is there, and they are fighting. Oh! Standy with 2 massive kills. And they're going to have that early rotation of P1. Clayster, the only one up. He's trying to stay alive, and hey, maybe New York's finding the kills in this situation. The battle inside the hill, Røkkr are there first.
It could come down to this. One more battle on the plane, and that could decide who goes. Is it a game 5, or do we say goodbye to the Subliners? Priestahh holding the lane down. Tatch, he's going to find a few. Mack from the back line now, desperately trying to make the entrance into that hard point. Trophies down. You can see Røkkr lined up for the push. Here we go. Clay goes in first, finds one. Asim, tip of the spear, finds a few more. Damage dealt. HyDra on the flank. How many can he get? He needs to get in there faster. There's 30 seconds remaining on this point, and Røkkr can still win the game here. Chance, HyDra, quick contest. Where's the kill? The Phenom finds one, but Røkkr is still on the point. It is now 10 seconds for the win. And oh my word, MajorManiak is going to get it done. Where are New York Subliners? Where are they? They couldn't find the kills. It is done. Wait, now it's over. Røkkr survive. The comeback kings keep the dream going.
In some of those kills, Minnesota Røkkr were able to find towards the tail end of that game. I mean, we're on P5. Attach is what? Somewhere in the middle of the map, picking up 2 pieces, getting these players outside of the hill. You have Standy then again, lighting the kill feed up. I mean, he opens it, going on a 10 spree. I mean, hell, credit where credit is due. New York fought back in that game, being down so much, but towards the end, we know how that Minnesota ice works, man. They are always in the game, ready to battle. And they fought back just enough towards the end. They get the win in a 3-1 fashion, and well, for New York on the other side, that is the map that ends their year.
And it is commiserations for the New York Subliners. The year ends there. And what a run it was. From difficulties finding the right mix of players to tragedy with Zuma retiring, it's been non-stop difficulties for that squad, but they truly persevered, and at times we were all believers. But that is it. We will see them on Vanguard next year, whatever sort of iteration they have, but for Røkkr, Cold War continues for them. 3-1 in the end.
And I think one of the most, well, okay, Standy is the most impressive thing. Good God, 6K damage just about to his name. I mean, again, he is the guy that turns the hard points around, and MajorManiak 30 kills right there with him. But for me, this is like a revenge, right, Standy? That Rookie of the Year battle. He's got insight in his sights once again tomorrow. They got to play against Toronto again. It is that old Stage 5 Grand Finals rematch. How good is tomorrow going to be?
With the final Battle of the North for the 2021 season tomorrow. Now, the stage is set for that one. And for Røkkr, man, it was just kill after kill. And these final moments, the desperation, the push from HyDra, I mean, just the heart to fight through at this moment in time, desperately trying to get it done. MajorManiak, the setup was there, the 5 spree. All he has to do is tuck himself away in that corner, stay alive for a few more seconds, and the map is theirs. Incredible perseverance, incredible tenacity. Røkkr, man, what a run. They've got to be feeling good about that. Back-to-back 2 times, they're doing it. Røkkr feeling good.
And they were in a situation, right, where it seemed like it was going to be concerning about their ability to win the hard points. Well, they come out in this series and win both of them. Ridiculous stuff. Even after the reset, we know how difficult that can be when you have a massive lead, about to get those streaks, and then the game all of a sudden ends, and it is just so frustrating. Well, they dealt with it like it was nothing. They recreated the exact same situation in Minnesota. Again, just the amount of composure that these 4 players have, I mean, virtually unparalleled.
Yeah, it's a real amount of mental effort to pull matches back like that. So we'll see. Those boys should get a very, very good rest tonight because they've got one hell of a day ahead of them tomorrow. Champs is not quite done with them yet. Mate, what a day. What a ridiculous day. Look at the bracket now. Winners finals on Saturday. FaZe Empire running it back. The Major 1 Grand Finals. They've had one hell of a run against each other. True rivals throughout the year. And we called it at the very start of this season. When they first had it, they were going to go toe-to-toe all year. And who knows, right at the end, that may be the case. Still, 2.5 mil up for grabs here at playoffs. Oh my God, what a day, man. What an incredible series. What a wonderful way to finish things off. Again, commiserations for NYSL. It was quite the run, but it was not theirs this year. We'll see what they can bring in Vanguard. But that's it, Chance. Let's go through it now to Jess, who's talking to Attach. Mr. Iceman himself.
Thank you so much, Miles. That's right. Give it up for Attach here for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. So Attach, first off, I know we opened up that map with that restart. What were you guys thinking and saying to each other during that map reset?
We were like, wow, this is very frustrating. Don't lose full. We can't let it get to us. I don't want that to be the reason we lose at COD Champs. So we bounced back, came out hot again. They brought it back a little bit, but then we were able to close it out.
Well, congrats on closing that out. You got the win. You made top 4. How happy are you with the way the team is playing right now?
I'm incredibly happy. We had a very slow start versus Dallas, and then we kind of bounced back versus 100T. We had to win a control and 2 SNDs, but now we beat New York, which is a really good respawn team, in 3 respawns. So I guess we're flipping the switch now. We're turning into a respawn team. We just got to make sure we're firing on all cylinders across all game modes.
Definitely. Well, tomorrow you guys are going to be facing Toronto Ultra for the Battle of the North, Part 3, 4. I don't know what this is. You beat them the last 2 times we saw this. You know, you first had that sweep, and then you had that epic reverse sweep that will go down in COD history. So how confident are you that you can take this match versus Ultra tomorrow?
I mean, we're feeling really good. We're just excited to come out and play again. We only got, what, 2 more days of Call of Duty left. We worked so hard throughout this season, so we're just go out there, give it our all, and hopefully get a few dubs. I think, what, 3 more matches and we win? That's the goal.
Cannot wait to see that. Make some noise once again for Attach for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Back over to Miles and Chance.
Well, the top 4 is solidified now, and what a mighty top 4 it is. But again, the Battle of the North, the final Battle of the North of the 2021 season. It's coming up tomorrow. Mark your calendars, friends. It's going to be insane. Can't wait to go through that one. Scump played the game, though, from that last one. We're going to get to Standy. The man went on a 10 spree. You've got to show him the love, Chance.
I don't know what he ate or talked about before this series, but he certainly chose violence. I mean, again, just the instantaneous get your team the lead. And when you're shooting like this, you got to feel so good. This is one of those, you just know he's going to get this kill. It is a certified fact before it happens, but I just love how cool tomorrow is going to be, right? It is like the rematch that we have from the previous grand finals, and then of course the teams in the winners bracket, well, that's your rematch from your finals at champs last year. So we are just stacked up the 4 best teams in the world that they have proven it time and time again. Now they go toe to toe and see who gets that top spot.
It's really crazy when you think about it. Yeah, so many grand finals. We've seen the World Championship finals from last year as well. All 4 of those teams certainly deserving it. What an incredible day it's been so far, but that's day 2 almost done. We're not quite finished just yet. We've still got one more death segment with the boys. Lando will be with you after the break.
I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne. Up from the ground and out of the gates. I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane. Yeah, cause I'm the only one that's born for this shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's CDL playoffs here. It is day 2, but the day has ended. We've seen success, we've seen defeat. As the Minnesota Miracle stays alive, New York are sent home packing as we went from 8 teams now down to just 4. What an event it has been. We're already halfway through here at playoffs. And I have a feeling the best is still yet to come. Let's go and see exactly how that bracket is shaping up coming into tomorrow. We've got FaZe, we've got Empire facing it against each other off in that winners finals. And then toward the bottom side of the bracket, it's one that we know, it's one that we love. It's a Stage 5 major rematch. It's the Battle of the North. Toronto Ultra taking on the Minnesota Røkkr. In honor of Lottie, we've got all kinds of bangers still to come. It's Lando, it's Study, it is Nameless. Guys, we got to talk about the match that we just finished watching, Minnesota versus NYSL. It was a brawl, to put it lightly. So what'd you make of it?
I thought it was a great series, especially at least early into it. When New York were able to tie it up at 1 apiece, that's exactly what I was expecting. But the control, I said it this morning, I feel like Minnesota had that edge in that game mode, and it showed it, man. Just going not 1, not 2, but 3 defensive wins to win that map was insane. But New York, it just looked like they didn't have any fight in them, man. Like when they lost that series to Atlanta FaZe earlier today, they just didn't have enough time to bounce back. You could just tell by the way they were playing. They got outslayed in all the respawns, and that's just not the New York that we know.
Yeah, it's not the same New York that we saw when they were dominating, right? When they went to that final. So looking at this series, I think it comes down to that first map. Honestly, you think about Garrison, Hardpoint for New York. They were 7-0 on that map going into it. They end up losing it to just set the tone for the entire series. Then they miraculously win at S&D, and you got to think in the back of their minds, they're like, man, if we just win our Garrison, we're up 2-0. We're within striking distance of closing this series out. And then, you know, just looking at the Minnesota guys, something has to be said about them winning 3 respawns in this series, with Standy having nearly 18,000 damage, leading by a ton, over 2,000 on the next guy up. I mean, it's just absolutely insane how this guy's able to perform, especially when they need him most, going up against subs like Asim and HyDra.
That's insane. 18,000 damage on the brink of just elimination. I mean, we always talk about it, right? Rookies being in this LAN environment, being in a situation like this, and he continues to be the X factor, obviously in that conversation for one of the best rookies without a doubt throughout this year. But let's go and talk about now our final 4 teams, right? We've entered into this event with 8 of them. Now we are down to just 4. Guys, out of the teams that we have left, who do you think is playing the best right now? Ant, let's start with you.
I'm going with Dallas Empire. I mean, I'm looking at them in their first series. They 3-0 the Minnesota Røkkr. And you look at them in their next one, they take out the Toronto Ultra in a Game 5 series where they won 2 hardpoints and a Search and Destroy. With the adjustments mid-round and Search and Destroy, they almost got comeback down. They're still able to close it out. Like, these guys, they're playing special right now. Yeah. Look at their matches, right? And they've beaten Røkkr and Ultra, who are 2 top 4 teams. Like, these teams are still left in this tournament, and they've already beaten both of them. So one more big test for Dallas Empire going up against Atlanta FaZe, and they will have beaten everybody who's left.
That's going to be the ultimate test, Stud.
But for me, I think Atlanta FaZe are playing their best Call of Duty, and that's just simply because they were able to answer back versus a dominant team in NYSL. We saw them, how NYSL was able to play yesterday. It's a completely different team today because you're going up against the big dog in Atlanta FaZe. They came out here and handled business. This is what we were expecting to see from this team because obviously at Major 5, it was a wake-up call. We even heard Simp saying when he was earlier on the desk in the interview, this is something that they really needed, and especially to get your feet wet with your first years versus a team like NYSL, who had some success yesterday, to come out here and 3-0 them, I feel like FaZe are right back on top, and it's going to be hard to stop these guys.
Yeah, I mean, what? And you asked him whenever he was on the desk, you're like, man to man, all right, you guys going to win this thing? He's like, yeah, we're going to win this thing, of course. Like, that's the goal, right?
And they came out and won 3-0, right?
They did.
The only thing I will say to that, though, is like they beat New York, right? Yeah. New York just went up there and lost 3 respawns, right? So I think there's still a little bit that we need to see out of FaZe, and they will be tested when it comes to that Empire match, because Empire is looking great at hardpoint. Like we said, that's a mode that FaZe recently have not been that great at.
Yeah, we got Dallas, we got Atlanta, and they happen to face off against each other tomorrow, what is going to be an absolutely unreal type of match. But like we talked about, we've got 4 teams left, but we have also said goodbye to 8 teams previously. And I want to ask you guys, now kind of looking back at how this season went, I know we've talked about a number of different rosters, roster changes, all kinds of different things that have led up now to champs. Stud, who do you think out of these 8 teams that we've said goodbye to, who had the most disappointing season?
It's without a doubt. It's OpTic Chicago, man. Like, when you look at what this team has on their roster from start to finish, Dashy, Formal, Scump, and Envoy, they're some of the best players in Call of Duty. And I feel like throughout the entire year, their best placement that they could get was 4th. They just had so many little mistakes when it came to certain game modes. Sometimes in hardpoint, they wouldn't rotate early. And then as of recent, it was their search and destroy, just relying on way too much individual play. I feel like when you have a roster this stacked, you need to go out there and you need to be in that top 2 conversation, but they just weren't grind all year long, and unfortunately, they make an early exit at this one.
Yeah, and the one thing too was that we constantly talked about it. Toronto Ultra, that was kind of the boogeyman for them throughout the entirety of the year, and to go into the big one and fall to them, it has to hurt without a doubt to kind of have that one goal and never really be able to accomplish it. But Nameless, now for you.
I'm looking at the LA Thieves. I mean, you look across the entire CDL and you think about the teams that have the deepest roster, and LA Thieves is without a doubt number one.
Yeah.
The amount of moves that they made and the decisions that management made throughout the season, it was definitely tough on them, but I mean, they really had no success throughout any tournament throughout. For this team to have Slasher to start the season, I mean, they had Temp, they had Hook, they had TJ, like, they were never able to figure it out. And I think going into next year, like, they're gonna have some tough decisions to make. So, yeah, without a doubt, I think it was them. Like OpTic, they had some success, right? Like they got a couple top 4s, top 3s. With LA Thieves, not once were they in that conversation. They were the dark horse, but they were never one of the teams that could contend. Never got those big wins. Tough season for LA Thieves.
And it's weird too, Stud, to think about, like I said, they had Slasher, they've had John.
Yeah, it's like the Globetrotters.
Kenny, yeah, like legitimately they have a team of all-stars. And I think there was at one point we were talking about, like, maybe even the bench like has the ability to literally be an all-star type of roster. But you guys bring up some great rosters, some great teams that unfortunately just did not really see the level that we thought that they possibly could. But we go from breaking down teams to also breaking down some gameplay. We're specifically talking about some search and destroy. Potentially, if you were with us at the end of headquarters yesterday, what you saw, Miles, today.
Look at this clown.
It's Clint. And I gotta say, there's a lot of people in the crowd who haven't seen Clint in a long time. They legitimately thought that he was actually in a scooter now, full time.
He's meant for that, man. Like, I don't know if it's the bald head or just the way that he carried himself. He looked real comfortable in that thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he went home and bought one himself.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. Just be around, where's my tacos? Just screaming. It'd be hilarious.
Oh my God. I mean, what? He's got like a nice little tray. He could definitely fit some tacos in there. You guys are free. We absolutely love you, Clint. But let's go and talk about our schedule now coming into tomorrow. It will be, in fact, be day 3. We are starting off with some absolute heat. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Dallas Empire. Also, that match followed, we'll be having Toronto Ultra versus the Minnesota Røkkr in the Battle of the North. And of course, the loser and the winner of vice versa matches will be facing off against each other to decide who will be our final 2 teams coming in toward Championship Sunday. It is going to be a sight to behold. That is without a doubt. If you haven't already got the goosebumps, you probably already have them now. Like we said, we're already halfway through, and we've still got the best ahead of us. Well, folks, that's going to go ahead and do it here for day number 2 of CDL playoffs. It was filled with excitement. It was also filled with a number of different emotions, whether positive, negative, a number of different things for fans out there. That will conclude today for the entire talent team, staff, management, everybody in between. This is Landon Sanders signing off for the final time, saying thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game, born for the throne. Up from the ground, and out of the gates. I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane. Yeah, cause I'm the only one that's born for this shit. Cause I am mythic, I was made for this shit. They feeling the rumble when I make you quake. Out on the earth, up from the bottom, onto the top, making it shake, yeah. I'm taking the crown, that's why I came. Cause I came to reign, know the name. Nothing can stop me, I can't be contained. I was born ready, I'm legendary.